A lone swordsman gasps for breath, a blood-soaked, crazed grin plastered on his face. He and his party have clawed their way here, through an impossible battle. Everything they've fought for, everything they've sacrificed, comes down to this one final moment. If they can just defeat this last enemy, they believe they'll finally win. But in a flash of crimson light, their desperate hope is instantly extinguished. His eyes, burning with a final spark of life, widen in sheer disbelief. He looks down, not at a fatal wound, but at a strange glowing core now resting in his hands. His gaze slowly lifts to the gargantuan, shadowy figure looming over him. In that instant, he understands just how utterly outmatched they were from the start. It was a fatal blow, and he collapses among his fallen comrades, their journey ending in total annihilation. In the end, he's left broken, trapped beneath the rubble of their failed assault. His final fading thought is one of bitter regret, dying without having done anything at all. But even as the darkness takes him, his eyes still burn with a defiant crimson light. His mind flashes back to the day it all began, when an unknown threat descended upon their world. This was the Liquidator, an enemy so powerful that humanity had to gather its greatest legends. There was Brian Miller, the world-protecting shield, who could shatter a meteor without a scratch. The great sage Bella Albright, a one-woman army with magic that could shake the heavens. Jacob Bloomfield, the divine archer, whose arrows once took down a dragon in a single shot. And even the sword saint Amy White, hailed as the strongest swordmaster in all of history. But alongside these legends were the grunts of the support unit, now just nameless bodies on a forgotten battlefield. And among them was a foot soldier named Gray Lee, who realized they were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. He grits his teeth, forced to accept that the legends were simply on another level. He always knew the graduates of the World Union Academy were incredible fighters, but he never imagined the gap between them and him would be an impossible chasm. Even their combined magical and spiritual assault seemed to just bounce off the Liquidator's armor. As he lay dying, his hand clenches in the dirt, a bitter question rising in his mind. Did it even matter if the support units were there or not? The Sword Saint herself unleashes a blinding flurry of golden sword strikes, a true spectacle of power. And watching these titans clash, a painful truth surfaces for Gray Lee. He and his comrades had trained so hard too, yet their lives ended here, forgotten in the mud. But her relentless assault finally seems to find a purchase on its armor. A flicker of sparks, the faintest sound of a crack, a sliver of hope. The Liquidator looks down, not in pain, but in sheer disbelief that it was even touched. It raises its hands, gathering a terrifying crimson energy, done with the charade. With a single motion, it unleashes a wave of absolute destruction. The heroes, the Academy's finest, are thrown back like rag dolls. Engulfed in darkness, their desperate struggle is snuffed out in an instant. And from the mud, Gray Lee watches the gods of his world fall from the sky. The monster's words echo, a mocking confirmation of the power gap. He realizes with chilling certainty it had just been toying with them all along. As his life fades, Gray Lee's last thought is one of utter despair. It was a hopeless fight from the very beginning, a complete and utter slaughter. His body finally gives out, slumping into a pool of his own blood. But then, a flicker of consciousness returns, a single tear escaping his eye. He's somehow still alive, floating in a crimson abyss as a voice echoes from the void. A swirling portal of cosmic energy materializes, summoning the one who wields great power. Gray's eyes snap open, the battlefield gone, replaced by an endless starry expanse. He finds himself standing in a barren, alien landscape, wondering if this is the afterlife. But as he takes in his new surroundings, he realizes he is not alone. A mysterious, horned figure sits on a throne, and Gray demands to know who he is. The mysterious being reveals his cosmic form, an entity cloaked in shadow and starlight. His voice resonates through swirling portals, declaring that Gray has not perished and his body has been restored. Gray is completely stunned, the reality of his survival slowly sinking in. Looking at his flawless skin where a fatal wound once was, he asks if this entity healed him. But the horned figure clarifies it wasn't his doing, but the work of Gray's own latent power. This revelation only deepens the confusion for Gray, who had no idea such a force existed within him. The entity admits that Gray's power is an anomaly, something even he is unable to properly analyze. But he makes one thing clear. This unknown power is stronger than anything the Liquidator possesses. A dangerous spark of hope ignites in Gray's eyes as he asks if this means they can actually win. The being offers no guarantees, but states plainly that regardless of the odds, the Liquidator must be destroyed. The horned being explains exactly why this must be done, showing Gray the moment of his own demise. With a vision of his past failure hanging in the air, a golden portal opens, and he's told he can now go. But he won't be going back empty-handed. A surge of cosmic, time-bending energy is offered to him. The entity declares it will lend him its power, engulfing Gray in a brilliant, clock-like aura. A torrent of pure blue energy flows directly into him, preparing him for the fight ahead. The scene snaps back to the desolate battlefield, where Gray lies motionless among his fallen comrades. But then, a twitch. His hand slowly clenches into a determined fist. His sword, lying nearby, begins to pulse with a sinister, shadowy energy. He rises to his feet, reborn and wielding his newly awakened power, the entity's voice echoing in his mind. With a firm, ground-shattering step, Gray accepts his new reality, ready to change his fate. The Liquidator, certain of its victory, suddenly detects a new, unexpected presence on the field. Before it can even process the threat, a vicious arc of dark energy rips across its form. It turns to see the source. Gray Lee, back from the dead with cold fury in his eyes. The machine is genuinely stunned, unable to believe someone this strong was left among the corpses. Gray smirks, seeing that his opening gambit clearly left a mark. He channels the swirling dark power, feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence against his foe. With a cocky grin, he declares that his newfound strength far surpasses the machine's. But the Liquidator is far from finished, warning the boy not to underestimate it. Gray ignores the threat, powering up for a decisive, final blow. His attack is stopped cold, and his own blood splatters his face in utter disbelief. The Liquidator almost sounds impressed, giving Gray credit for one thing, forcing it to finally get serious and unleash its full power. A wave of absolute destruction washes over the battlefield, but as the attack lands, a flicker of confusion crosses the machine's face. Its barrage of red energy tears through the silhouette of the swordsman. The Liquidator can only stare, unable to comprehend what it's seeing. It instinctively throws up a barrier, questioning what it's even fighting. Because from the smoke emerges Gray, half consumed by an unholy darkness. He's on the attack again in a flash, slamming into the machine with renewed fury. The Liquidator is forced onto the back foot, its shield cracking under the strain. The machine can only grunt, its programming failing to process this turn of events. A flash of dark energy erupts from Gray's position, carving through the battlefield. The Liquidator stares at the monstrous power, forced to ask if its opponent is truly human. With a cold glare, Gray throws the question right back at the mechanical monstrosity. He dashes forward again, a blur of shadow and raw destructive intent. The Liquidator hovers above, panting, forced to acknowledge Gray's surprising resilience. It's actually struggling, the strain of the battle finally starting to show. But its resolve hardens, vowing to simply crush him over and over until he breaks for good. With a defiant roar, Gray meets the charge head-on, their powers colliding violently, and in an instant, his attack pierces its core, leaving the machine to gasp out one final word, monster. But the fatal blow was only the beginning. From within its shattered core, a menacing new power begins to awaken. Suddenly, the world itself shifts, and a voice announces that time is up. Gray is stunned as the sky is plunged into an artificial, starless night. He scoffs at the light show, utterly unimpressed by his enemy's theatrics. Rushing forward, he unleashes another devastating blow, a flash of red on white. But this time, his attack does absolutely nothing, completely nullified on impact. The Liquidator reveals they are now in its personal dimension, the plane of true dusk. It mockingly tells him to give up his futile resistance and look at the stars. And reflected in his wide eyes is a terrifying, endless galaxy, the true scale of his prison. Gray can only stare, the endless void reflected in his eyes. The Liquidator's voice echoes, mocking the beautiful sight before the end. One of those fake stars suddenly flares with apocalyptic light. An overwhelming column of energy descends to erase him from existence. Unscathed, the Liquidator walks through the aftermath of its own divine punishment. The attack has left a gaping crater, a testament to its absolute power. It confidently declares that revival is impossible when you're pulverized to cosmic dust. But its victory speech is cut short by a surge of unfamiliar blue lightning. An ethereal, massive clock face materializes, a power it never expected to see here. A new voice speaks, declaring it has gathered enough power to take him back. The Liquidator recoils in utter disbelief, recognizing the impossible power of Kronos. From a realm beyond, a majestic horned figure speaks through golden portals. It declares that with all its power, it will send the fallen hero back to the past. Enraged, the Liquidator can only scream Kronos' name as the spell takes hold. The hands of time spin backward with incredible force, a last resort from a hidden god. As the countdown reaches its end, this deity entrusts the fate of the world to him. Suddenly, Gray Lee's eyes snap open. He's no longer dust but flesh and blood. He's lying in a field of lush green grass, completely bewildered by the sudden peace. Sitting up, he finds himself alone in a sun-drenched meadow under a clear blue sky. The warrior looks around, the horrors of the battlefield replaced by a world he doesn't recognize. Then, In the distance, he sees it a sight that shouldn't exist. His hometown, Renato Village. The realization sends a chill down his spine. This village was destroyed 15 years ago. He recalls the deity's final words, the promise to send him back to the past. And the shocking truth finally hits him, it actually happened. A sudden, sharp pain from his wrist yanks him back to the present moment. He stares at the bandage, remembering this was the time he was being tormented by Belder's crew. A flicker of his old self returns, vowing he won't be beaten by thugs like them again. But the memory of his past weakness is still vivid, how powerless he was against them. He lets out a weary sigh, the weight of it all pressing down on him. The battle against the liquidator feels so distant now, almost like it was all just a bad dream. For now, he decides to lay low, planning to deal with his tormentors after he's regained some strength. He has no desire to get hurt again, especially not in his current weakened state. But of course, fate has a twisted sense of humor, and he runs right into the man himself. Belder. The thug and his crew surround him, with Belder mockingly complaining about how hard Gray was to find. A sword is tossed at his feet, the command to pick it up hanging heavy in the air. Gray is genuinely confused by the sudden aggression. With a condescending smirk, Belder announces they're just going to have a little mock battle. Gray tries to defuse the situation, pointing to his injured wrist as a reason he can't possibly fight, but his excuse is waved away, with Belder insisting the blunt training blades are perfectly safe. Gray knows better. A blunt sword is still a heavy piece of iron, and these guys aren't planning to play fair. Belder's patience finally snaps, and he slams the training sword into the ground. He sneers, asking if Gray seriously thinks he has the right to refuse. If he doesn't want a sword, then he can just fight with his bare hands. Gray realizes this was never a mock battle to begin with. They just want to beat him up. His mind flashes back to his bandaged wrist and the words of a military doctor. A deep-seated injury from his childhood was the reason he could never improve. But as Belder swings for the first blow, Gray dodges the attack with surprising ease. The effortless movement leaves him momentarily stunned. Belder grits his teeth, annoyed that his easy target actually moved. A strange thought crosses Gray's mind. Were Belder's attacks always this slow? Belder keeps swinging wildly, but Gray's footwork is now impossibly precise. He ducks under another attack, and a thought finally crystallizes in his mind. His opponent is screaming in pure frustration, unable to land a single blow. The cold steel of the blade passes inches from his face, but he feels no fear. The truth hits him like a lightning bolt. It's not that Belder is slow, but that he has become faster. Even the onlookers are stunned, whispering that he's moving like a completely different person. Gray drops to a knee, catching his breath. He knows this body isn't the one he used to have, but as his fingers wrap around a discarded sword, he remembers every single battle he's ever fought. Seeing an opening, Belder charges in for a final, decisive overhead strike. But Gray meets the attack head-on, parrying the blow with the ease of a seasoned master. The sheer force of the parry stuns Belder, while Gray wonders if it's even fair to fight such an amateur. But any pity vanishes as he recalls how these very people tormented him when he couldn't fight back. His eyes flash with a dangerous light. With a decisive move, he smacks Belder's sword right out of his hands. Belder stumbles back, thinking Gray is a fool for letting go of his own weapon. He scoffs internally, believing the boy has never been trained to properly take a hit. But Gray just smiles, calmly stepping forward and noting that they've taught him a valuable lesson. He then grips the discarded sword, but not by the hilt. With a vicious grin, he realizes that as long as the blade is dull, it's perfectly safe to beat someone with it. He swings the makeshift club, and Belder can only watch in horror as the pommel rushes toward his face. Belder stares in confusion as a line of blood suddenly bursts from his chest. His mind can't process what just happened. He was slashed, not hit. The crew watches from a distance, completely frozen as Gray stands over their fallen leader. But even Gray seems surprised, briefly wondering if his assumption about the blade was wrong. He examines it, confirming it is indeed completely blunt. A real sword would have killed Belder instantly. A cold, menacing glint flashes in his eyes as a new plan forms. He pivots, smashing the flat of the heavy blade directly into Belder's face. The thug goes flying, screaming in agony, as Gray decides a blunt blade is more fun. He looms over the broken man, mockingly asking why he's screaming so much. After all, he reminds the whimpering Belder he was the one who insisted a blunt sword was safe. A cruel, knowing smile spreads across his face, reminding the thug who's really to blame. Belder can only gurgle, staring in terror at the blood dripping from the blunt blade. Finally snapping, he screams at his men who are just standing there watching in shock. But the crew hesitates, rattled by how this weakling suddenly became a monster. They decide their only hope is to steel themselves and swarm him from all sides. Gray simply watches them approach, his expression almost bored by their attempt. With a final, desperate roar from their boss, The men charge forward. A faint, dangerous smile touches Gray's lips. He was about to let this slide, but they insisted. A series of brutal thuds and sickening cracks echo through the trees. And in an instant, the entire crew is kneeling, beaten into a lumpy, steaming pulp. Gray looks down on them, realizing with a grim satisfaction that he once feared these very men. Belder stammers out that they are from the dojo, but stopped going when they thought they were strong enough. The sheer absurdity of that statement makes Gray smirk. If this is strong, then the dojo is a joke, but a useful one. He sighs, resting the sword on his shoulder and demanding an introduction, knowing it's by referral only. Belder desperately tries to refuse, terrified of admitting his defeat to his master. Gray's eyes narrow, and with a subtle, menacing shift of his blade, he offers a silent ultimatum. The unspoken threat hangs in the air. Cooperate, or they continue where they left off. That's all it takes for Belder to leap to his feet, practically begging to lead the way immediately. With his new, unwilling guide, Gray is led from the forest back into the streets of the town. Belder finally asks why, only for Gray to reveal his true goal. The dojo's recommendation to the academy. Gray calmly confirms he heard about the academy, and that's exactly why he wants to go. One of Belder's lackeys points out the obvious, confused why someone so powerful would even need it. With a cold look, Gray thinks to himself how nice it would be if this level of strength was actually enough. His mind flashes back to a darker time, when even the world's strongest heroes were no match for the Liquidator. He remembers unleashing his ultimate power, only to fail at even scratching the entity when it finally got serious. The memory of that overwhelming presence haunts him. He has no idea how strong he needs to be to defeat that thing, but as he returns to the present, he realizes he isn't completely without a path forward. During that fight, for just a fleeting second, he felt a surge of dark power that he could almost control. At that critical moment, his mind had focused on one single foundation. It was the pure swordsmanship that had been drilled into him by the Sword Saint. He clenches his fist, a burning thought taking hold. If he'd trained his swordsmanship like the Sword Saint, then maybe the outcome of that final, desperate battle could have been entirely different. Suddenly, it all makes sense. This must be the reason Kronos sent him back to this time. Elsewhere, a woman with a wooden sword listens to a pathetic tale from her students. She looks down at Belder and his crew, sarcastically asking if they really used her teachings to pick a fight with a civilian, only to get their asses handed to them. She clicks her tongue, her disappointment radiating off her in waves. This is Saria, the swordsmanship dojo instructor, and she has zero patience for failure. Belder tries to stammer out a weak excuse, claiming it was just a mock battle, but she doesn't care for lies. In a flash, she slams her wooden sword into the floorboards beside them with terrifying force. The thugs tremble as she coldly asks who gave them permission to make up excuses. Saria sarcastically asks if her little display of force also counts as a mock battle. She presses the wooden sword to Belder's throat, telling him to leave and never return. The banishment is final. None of them can call themselves students of her dojo ever again. Terrified, the thugs scramble to their feet and flee without another word. With them gone, Saria turns to Gray and formally apologizes for her former student's behavior. Gray, still kneeling, simply thanks her, showing no signs of being flustered. The conversation quickly shifts to his purpose. He confirms he wants a recommendation to the academy. As a form of apology, Saria would like to just write the letter, but first, she must confirm his abilities with her own eyes. She offers Gray a sword and the first move, inviting him to attack whenever he's ready. Without a moment's hesitation, Gray explodes into action. He unleashes a blinding flurry of strikes, his wooden sword a blur of motion. Saria meets his assault with a calm, almost dismissive expression, but she's quickly forced to reassess. His swordsmanship is brutally practical, honed by countless battles. She easily parries his advance, realizing now why those other thugs were no match for him. His style isn't self-taught, but it's raw, like an unrefined version of what the academy teaches. She sees the truth. He's a diamond in the rough, brimming with untapped talent. Deciding she has seen enough, Saria prepares to end their little spar. With a flash of her own, she launches a powerful, decisive counterattack. But Gray meets her final blow head-on, his own eyes glowing with crimson intensity. Their wooden swords crash together, a storm of splintering wood and raw power. Saria presses her advantage, but Gray matches her blow for blow, a relentless shadow. Something feels wrong. A sliver of doubt enters her mind. She can't believe it is not just defending, he's actually keeping up with her speed. This was supposed to be a simple test, so why is she being pushed to go all out? And as she stares into his eyes, her confusion twists into a cold, unfamiliar dread. A terrifying question surfaces. Why is she so afraid of this boy? Gray unleashes a vicious, overhead strike, his form wreathed in a sinister red aura. Saria easily dodges, dismissing the ominous feeling as he makes what looks like a wild swing. But it wasn't a miss. It was a feint, and she realizes he just baited her into revealing an opening. Seeing her opening, Saria unleashes a decisive strike, declaring the match over. Her absolute confidence is instantly shattered by what she sees next. Her swing stops dead, and her mind simply cannot comprehend it. A cold sweat breaks out as reality crashes down on her. Gray didn't block with his sword, he caught her attack with his bare hand. For him, a familiar sensation returns. Realizing his old power still resides within him, the sheer pressure radiating from him momentarily stuns Saria into silence. But the immense power is too much for his new body to handle, and it immediately backfires. Gray collapses to one knee as Saria, now more confused than afraid, asks what's wrong. He can only grit his teeth, frustrated that his vessel failed to contain his true strength. Pushing himself to his feet, Gray tries to brush off her concern, claiming he's fine. He realizes with a grimace that he could barely stand. This power cannot be used carelessly. For a moment, he debates whether he should even try to explain what happened. Saria watches him silently, her mind still trying to process the impossible thing she just witnessed. He quickly decides against it, concluding she'd never believe the truth about his past life. So he plays it cool, putting on a smile, and saying he just got a little carried away. She glances at her now broken wooden sword, knowing that explanation makes no sense. It was logically impossible, and she's sure he is perfectly aware of that fact. But as he asks if something is wrong, she can tell he has no intention of confessing. Seeing his reluctance, Saria closes her eyes, deciding to drop the matter for now. Changing the subject, Gray finally asks about the academy recommendation he came for. Saria confirms she can indeed grant him a path to the kingdom's most prestigious institution. But with a sharp look, she immediately shuts down that possibility. She tells him bluntly that a place like the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship just isn't for him. Her words cut deep, and the shadows fall across his face. He grips his wooden sword, his own doubts resurfacing that brief flash of power was an exception, not the rule. Instead, Saria proposes an entirely different destination, the World Union Academy. Gray's eyes widen in disbelief, the name catching him completely off guard. She clarifies that this isn't just the kingdom's finest, it's the world's finest institution. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. This is the legendary academy that produced the Sword Saint and the other heroes. But his hope is immediately crushed as he asks if someone like him could ever be accepted. Saria doesn't mince words, pointing out the harsh truth he already knows. His body is nowhere near fit enough. His skills might fool the Royal Academy, but not the world's best. Gray can only scratch his head, sheepishly admitting she's right. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing every student there is a monster, and he can't compete. But just as he's about to give up, she cuts him off, reminding him the exam is 9 months away. To Gray, that sounds like an impossibly short amount of time to fix his fundamental flaws. She agrees it isn't much time, but her expression shows she has a plan. All she asks is that he trusts her completely. She lays down the final condition. Is he prepared to suffer for the next 9 months? Gray hesitates, admitting to himself that no part of him wants to suffer. But steeling his nerves, he clenches his fist. He knows this is the only way. With newfound resolve, he declares he's ready and places his fate in her hands. Saria flashes a satisfied smirk, pleased with his answer. Without a moment's hesitation, she cracks her knuckles, and Gray flinches back in surprise. A devilish grin spreads across her face as she announces the beginning of his hell. And so begins a brutal montage of relentless training, pushing him past his limits day after day. 8 grueling months fly by in an instant. Gray now stands transformed, his body honed into a weapon, and Saria can't help but notice. With a proud look, she declares her work is done. He's ready to face the world with confidence. Gray questions her timing, as the exam is still a whole month away. She insists it's best to go early, even handing him a pouch of money for the trip. But he refuses, feeling like a month is just too soon to leave. The whole thing feels strange, almost like she's trying to chase him out. Saria just smirks, brushing off his concerns as simple overthinking. Then her tone shifts, revealing an ogre's nest has been found nearby. She reminds him that this particular village is woefully underguarded. Gray remembers hearing the rumors, and a sense of unease starts to set in. But Saria waves it off, claiming reinforcements from the capital will solve everything. She urges him to go on his way and not to worry about a thing. But Gray sees right through her act, and a single thought cuts through the deception. She's lying. A vision floods his mind, a memory of how this story once ended, with no reinforcements and Saria dead in a pool of her own blood. He shoves the grim premonition aside, simply nodding to her as if he believes every word. Playing along, he thanks her for everything she's done for him during his stay. He gives her a confident smile, announcing that he'll be leaving now. Saria mirrors his smile, completely unaware that he knows the terrible future she's trying to prevent. She wishes him well on his exam, sending him off with a final, pleasant farewell. But as night falls, the true danger lurking outside the village walls makes itself known. An ogre's skeleton is found pinned to a tree, a grim monument to a recent battle. Saria discovers the scene, her face hardening as she sees the fresh blood of a scout on the ground. The report never made it back. Following the grim trail, Saria feels she's getting close to the source of the attack. Suddenly, she senses a presence behind her and demands to know who is there. Perched on a branch above is Gray, his expression calm and knowing. Saria is utterly shocked to see him. He should be long gone by now. She demands to know why he's here instead of on his way to the academy. He leaps down from the tree, landing gracefully before her. He turns the question around, confronting her about the ogre nests she lied about. She admits the royal army bailed, so she decided to handle the threat herself. Saria confidently explains she knows their numbers, an elite ogre and around 50 minions. Gray just listens, his mind flashing back to the tragic future where this exact fight cost her everything. He remembers the vision clearly. Saria, surrounded, her lone stand a suicidal, fatal mistake, and that memory fuels an unshakable certainty in his eyes. He knows that if she goes on alone, she will die, and the village will be overrun. With desperation in his voice, he pleads for her to take him with her. But Saria dismisses his concern, confidently stating that she alone is enough for the job. He presses the issue, asking if she truly believes he'd just get in her way. She smirks, admitting that he's already surpassed her in a duel. But a real fight, she warns, is a completely different beast, especially a newly formed nest, where the dangers are unknown and death is a real possibility. Seeing his unyielding resolve, Saria finally relents, proposing an alternative idea. Her idea is met with a bold and frankly insulting counteroffer from him. He plants his feet, declaring that he'll simply fight her, knock her out cold, and then deal with the ogre nest all by himself. The tension is palpable as the challenge is silently accepted between them, and the duel is over in a flash, with his sword already at her throat. She can't help but let out a dry laugh. He's completely outclassed her. He's proven his point, but she has one final condition for him. She makes him promise that no matter what happens, he will return alive. He confidently replies that he fully intends to do just that. As they venture into the forest, he tells his master to do the same. Under the cold moonlight, they finally locate the ogre nest. It's built inside a natural fortress, a canyon with no easy escape route. Gray notes that while the terrain traps their enemies, it also traps them. Saria's gaze sharpens, fully aware of the stakes. They scout the camp from above, planning to thin the herd before the boss appears. Saria lays out the plan. She'll attack from one side, and Gray will handle the enemies on the other. He gives a simple nod, understanding his role perfectly. Without another word, they launch themselves into the fray like twin shadows. An ogre sentry turns, sensing a slight disturbance in the air, but it's already too late. Saria descends from the darkness, her blade poised to strike the unsuspecting guard. With a flash of steel and a spray of blood, the first ogre falls before it can even scream. Another one turns, seeing the headless body of its comrade fall with a sickening thud. It bellows in rage and confusion, alerting the entire camp to the intruders. In an instant, the sleepy camp erupts into a furious, snarling mob. But just as they charge, Gray blurs into existence on the opposite flank, a phantom of death. His sword sings through the air, carving a bloody path through the clumsy brutes. Saria matches his ferocity, her movements a graceful yet deadly dance among the enemy. Gray moves like a storm, each swing of his sword ending another worthless life. And in moments, the chaos subsides, leaving the two of them standing in a field of corpses. Saria is impressed by his skill but warns him that this is just the beginning. But Gray isn't celebrating. A cold sweat forms as he realizes something is deeply wrong. The ogres they just slaughtered, they were far too weak. His gaze drifts past the battlefield, a creeping suspicion pulling his eyes toward the largest tent, and from the darkness within, a pair of malevolent red eyes stare back. The sheer killing intent radiating from them is on another level entirely. A wave of suffocating pressure slams into Gray, and his instincts scream danger. He turns to Saria, his voice filled with urgency, yelling that they have to run immediately. Gone is the calm swordsman, replaced by a desperate survivor, screaming at her to just go. Saria doesn't hesitate, trusting his sudden terror and breaking into a full sprint away from the camp. Gray braces himself, his eyes locked on the danger as Saria leaps into the air. But it's too late to escape, as a monstrous figure crashes down right in front of them. Saria lands, a confident smirk playing on her lips, ready for a real challenge. She thinks it's an honor, believing the dungeon boss itself has come out to greet them. But Gray's blood runs cold. He screams that this thing isn't the real boss at all. Before he can finish, a horrifying roar rips through the air from deeper within the camp. The so-called boss is instantly torn to shreds, its body ripped apart in a flash of violence. And from the darkness emerges not one, but an entire army of frenzied, red-eyed ogres. Saraya's confidence completely shatters, her mind unable to grasp the sudden turn of events. Because leading the charge is a presence far more terrifying than a simple elite ogre. Gray finally puts a name to the horror before them, an ogre general. The two heroes find themselves utterly surrounded by an ogre horde, with their new leader standing at the back. This monstrous creature, exuding pure dominance, is the true boss of the nest. Saraya's confidence is gone, replaced by the cold realization that they cannot win this fight. She grits her teeth in frustration, knowing they are completely outmatched. But instead of fleeing, she makes a desperate choice: kill the general and then run. She lunges forward, her blade clashing against the general's massive axe. Her eyes blaze with focus as she pours all her strength into this one attack. With a burst of speed, she slips past its guard, her sword arcing through the air. Her blade connects, and a geyser of blood erupts from the ogre general's neck. It hit, but Saria's moment of triumph shatters into pure disbelief. The fatal wound on the ogre general glows with an unnatural purple light and heals itself completely. Gray Lee, parrying another blow, finally understands the terrifying truth of the battlefield. The ogre general's roar is a powerful buff, supercharging its allies with immense strength and recovery. He carves through another ogre, but the endless, empowered tide is taking its toll. Panting, Gray turns to Saria, telling her that he's leaving his back to her. He clarifies that she doesn't need to defeat the general, just buy him some precious time. With a grim look, he reveals that in a situation like this, there's only one real choice. Their target has to be the real source of the problem, the true boss watching from the back. A cold resolve hardens Gray's face. He's going to take that bastard down himself. With his target set, Gray bursts forward, batting aside the first ogre in his path. He grits his teeth in annoyance. These mobs trying to flank him are just wasting his time. A whirlwind of steel cuts through the horde as he carves a direct line toward the boss. But the buffed ogres are relentless, roaring as they charge in to intercept him. Gray's focus narrows, knowing he just has to wipe out everything standing in his way. Suddenly, shards of ice erupt from the ground, Saria's magic clearing a path for him. But after another clash, he glances at his blade, realizing it's chipping and cracking. The sheer force of these strengthened ogres is too much for his ordinary weapon to handle. He knows he has a spare, but at this rate, it's only a matter of time before that one breaks too. Just then, a voice calls out as a new blade flies through the air, Saria, tossing him her spare. He snatches the new blade mid-air, a silent thanks to Saria for the perfect assist. But he knows 2 swords won't be enough to wipe out every enemy here. They're just enough to deal with the true ogre general and the mobs in his way. With a new plan in mind, he dives back into the fray without a second's hesitation. The fresh steel sings as it carves cleanly through another ogre's neck. His new sword holds firm, blocking a heavy blow that would have shattered his last one. He grits his teeth, annoyed by the sheer force behind even these regular mobs. But their numbers mean nothing as he launches himself over their heads. At last, his path is clear, his eyes locking onto his true target in the darkness. The true ogre boss roars in fury, its glowing eyes meeting his, ready for the final battle. But just as he prepares to charge, his eyes widen in disbelief. The true ogre boss has just empowered every last one of its minions. He's suddenly forced back, the strength of a single ogre now staggering him. A grim realization hits him. The boss saw his rush tactic coming from a mile away. This commander wasn't just a brute, its high intellect was very real. His blade screams as it grinds against the ogre's empowered weapon. Gray has to put all his strength into just holding the line. But there's no time for this. He roars for them to get out of his way. He carves a desperate path forward through the newly strengthened horde. It's not enough. He gets slammed back, frustrated that he's being stalled. With a roar of frustration, he shoves another one of the grunts out of his path. But before he can take a step, a massive axe is already swinging down on him. The heavy blade smashes into his side, sending a spray of blood into the air. It finally clicks. They're not trying to win. They're just trying to wear out his swords. His eyes narrow with fury at such a crude, yet effective strategy. A new type of ogre steps forward, its fist radiating a menacing purple energy. Gray barely manages to raise his sword to parry the devastating punch, but the raw force is too much, shattering his defense completely. The impact rattles him to his core, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. He stumbles back and falls, battered and exhausted, as the horde closes in. His hand trembles, realizing he's down to his very last sword. An entire horde and their general stand before him, and he has only one blade to fight them with. A tear escapes his eye as the grim knowledge from his past life floods his mind. He knows with absolute certainty that this is a battle he cannot possibly win. His bloodied hand tightens on the hilt, a desperate decision forming. With a ferocious roar, he screams for his master to run while he draws their attention. But a calm voice answers him from the side, a smirk playing on her lips. It's Saria, and she calmly tells him that she can't follow that order. He demands to know if she's planning to die for nothing, but she just tells him to go. Her eyes glow with a cold, unwavering light. She has no intention of simply being a sacrifice. She reveals the grim truth. She's not just being stubborn, she's injured and can no longer run. Blood streams down her leg, proof that her fighting days in this dungeon are over. Gray can only stare in horror, his last hope of her escaping completely shattered. Surrounded by the horde, he realizes with dawning dread that he is completely out of options. His mind screams in protest he came back in time to defeat the liquidators. Not this. He throws himself into the fray with a desperate, wild swing. But the bitter thought echoes in his mind. Is it all going to end here, in this meaningless place? His sword shatters into pieces, leaving him standing defenseless and completely surrounded. Yet, even as his last weapon breaks, a defiant spark ignites in his eyes. This is not over yet. He remembers a dormant power from his past, a final resort he might be able to call upon. His mind flashes back to an old, desperate battle, a time when he faced impossible odds. But it's not the enemies he needs to remember. It's the feeling from that very moment. He focuses on that sensation, a dormant power he once wielded in his past life. Clutching the hilt of his broken sword, Gray pours everything into recalling that power. He closes his eyes, shutting out the chaos around him, digging deep into his soul. A faint, ethereal glow begins to emanate from the shattered steel in his hand. Then, his eyes snap open, now a malevolent red, as a pillar of dark energy erupts forth. The raw power coalesces around his arm, forming a sinister, blood-red blade. Saria watches in utter shock, barely recognizing the monstrous aura radiating from him. But this forbidden strength comes at a price, as blood trickles from his lips. Despite the blood and the terrifying power, Gray offers a faint, reassuring smile. He then becomes a crimson blur, tearing through the ogre horde with absolute brutality. Their crude weapons shatter uselessly against his onslaught, unable to even slow him down. The ogres can only stare in disbelief as his spectral blade carves them apart. Saria watches, utterly stunned by this sudden, violent turn of events. But her shock is cut short, as the last ogres turn on her, forcing her to defend. As her sword meets a massive axe, she realizes the blow feels surprisingly light. A cold focus glints in her eye. The time for struggling is over. With newfound speed and grace, she unleashes a flurry of strikes, cutting them all down. She smirks, realizing that without their leader's buff, these monsters are nothing. Standing over a field of ogre corpses, Gray catches his breath, barely believing they survived the ordeal. His intense red eyes soften as he apologizes, holding up the shattered hilt of her sword. But Saria just smiles, grateful that he saved her life. A broken weapon is a small price to pay. Her expression turns serious as she tries to ask him a question about the power he just used. But before she can even finish her sentence, Gray's body finally gives out. He crumples to the ground, the last of his strength completely spent from the battle. Saria cries out his name in alarm, but he's already lost to the darkness. His consciousness returns not to the battlefield, but to a strange, empty void. He finds himself standing alone in an endless expanse, and before him looms a massive structure. It's an enormous, ornate door, bound shut by heavy chains, radiating a foreboding aura. A sudden pulse of dark crimson energy shatters the chains binding the great door. It cracks open, leaking that same sinister power into the void, where Gray stands watching. He recognizes it instantly. This is the source of the overwhelming strength he just used. A tempting thought crosses his mind. If he opens this door, will that power become his? With grim determination, his gaze remains locked on the source of this forbidden strength. He takes a single, resolute step forward, approaching the ominous gateway. But a horrifying vision flashes through his mind of a monstrous entity waiting for him. As he gets closer, the very ground beneath him warps, turning a deep blood red. He falters, clutching his chest as a powerful, instinctual fear grips him. He doesn't know exactly why, but he is certain that opening this door now would mean his end. The horrifying premonition freezes him in place. He is absolutely certain he is going to die. But the vision shatters as a violent jolt rips him back to consciousness. He gasps for air, finding himself safe and sound in a soft bed. A familiar voice calls his name. It's Saria, rushing to his side with a look of pure relief. She explains he's in the village infirmary and has been unconscious for 5 whole days. He processes the lost time, figuring he must have pushed himself pretty hard in that last fight. Saria just sweats, knowing that pushed hard doesn't even begin to cover the bloody carnage he created. With her own arm in a sling, she asks him if his body is all right and if he can even move. Gray's expression turns serious as he decides to test his condition. A grim realization dawns on him: he can't muster a single ounce of strength in his right arm. It's not just the weakness. He notices strange, inky black marks spreading from under his bandages. He tells Saria he can't use his arm at all, wondering if she can even see the strange corruption. With a heavy sigh, she confirms his worst fears, explaining every bone in his right arm was shattered. Gray is stunned by the news, especially since he can't feel an ounce of pain from the injury. She explains they managed the wound with a rare and potent magic potion. The revelation sends a jolt of panic through him. An item like that costs a fortune, but Saria simply reassures him, explaining that the village chief provided it for them. Gray is baffled, unable to comprehend why the chief would help a complete nobody like him. Saria gives him a sharp look, completely bewildered by his lack of self-worth. She takes his hand, looking him dead in the eyes and telling him that he is the hero of this village. Gray stares blankly, the word hero echoing in his mind, completely failing to register. Just then, the door flies open as the village chief rushes in, calling out his name with urgency. Gray tries to thank him for the potion, but the chief dismisses it, exclaiming that they are the ones who owe him everything. He paints a terrifying picture of the ogre general, a monster that even allied towns couldn't harm. Grabbing Gray's hands, he passionately declares that without him, the village would have been utterly destroyed. The chief explains that everything, this infirmary, the lives he saved, even the potion in his hands, none of it would exist if not for him. Gray looks back at Saria, the gravity of his actions finally dawning. He can only stammer that they're exaggerating, still unable to accept such praise. But the chief's gaze is unwavering, telling him he knows perfectly well it's the truth. Gray falls silent, the raw gratitude of these people beginning to chip away at his old identity. A chilling realization dawns on him. Maybe the chief was right. In the world he knew, this village was supposed to be nothing but ash. The chief offers to explain the gravity of his actions, then asks if it's true he's taking the World Union Academy entrance exam. Gray can only utter a quiet confirmation, the question hanging heavy in the infirmary air. And then it hits him like a lightning bolt: he's been asleep for 5 days, leaving him only 2 days until the exams. He panics, knowing it's a 3-day walk and he lacks the funds to rent a horse for a 1-day trip. Desperate, he swallows his pride and begs the chief to lend him a horse. The chief simply smiles, having already anticipated his request and prepared the best horse in the village. Saria adds with a smirk that if he hadn't woken up today, they would have carried him there in his sleep. With his path forward secured, Gray wastes no time heading for the door. A look of fierce determination crosses his face as he steps out, ready to face the road ahead. But as he steps outside, he's greeted not by an empty street, but by the entire village. They're holding banners, cheering him on, and wishing him luck on his exams. They thank him for saving them, their gratitude echoing through the town square. The village chief steps forward, holding out a heavy pouch for him. Gray is confused, but the chief urges him to take it. He explains that everyone in the village pitched in, knowing the academy application was expensive. Overwhelmed by their kindness, a feeling he hasn't felt in a very long time washes over him. For the first time, a genuine, warm smile spreads across Gray's face as he thanks them all. He jokes to Saria that with this much support, coming back after failing is no longer an option, but she just smirks, reminding him that no other applicant could possibly defeat an ogre general. Gray voices his concern over his injured right arm, but Saria casually asks if his left one still works. He flexes his good hand, admitting that it does, but his hesitation is obvious. With a confident smirk, she tells him that one arm is more than enough, and he won't need to use that power either. As he prepares his horse, he still worries that the academy entrance exam won't be lenient enough for him to pass one-handed. But Saria cuts through his doubt, promising that the examiners won't be blind to his true abilities. She looks him dead in the eye, guaranteeing with absolute certainty that he will pass. Overwhelmed by her unwavering faith, Gray grips the saddle, feeling he has no choice but to succeed now. Riding away, he reflects on this new reality. This village, which was destroyed in his past life, still stands. He sees the people cheering for him, realizing that this world is different, and the future can be changed. With a new fire in his eyes and the power to rewrite his destiny, Gray sets off for the academy. After a long journey, Gray finally arrives, relieved to have made it just in time. With a determined gaze, he takes in his new surroundings. Before him lies a breathtaking sight, a majestic fortress built upon the water. This is the legendary World Union Academy, the pinnacle of training. He's soon ushered into a massive coliseum, the first stop on his path. A sea of examinees fills the arena, all waiting for the test to begin. Nervous whispers spread as they realize only a handful of them will actually pass. Gray listens as they discuss the Academy's brutal reputation some years. Only one person makes the cut. An announcer then quiets the crowd, calling upon a Professor Ariel to proceed. The striking red-haired woman steps forward, ready to begin distributing the exam tickets. With a flick of her wrist and a sharp snap of her fingers, Professor Ariel begins. Golden light erupts through the Colosseum as magical tickets shoot toward every single applicant. Gray reaches out and catches his, a flicker of light still clinging to the paper. It materializes in his hand, assigning him examinee number 513 for the fencing course. Ariel then addresses the crowd, knowing they're confused by the ticket's simplicity. She smirks, relishing the moment as she begins to explain the Academy's philosophy. The World Union Academy, she declares, does not discriminate based on anything. Age, gender, status, not even a person's name holds any weight here. Her gaze sweeps over the hopefuls, cold and dismissive. The only thing that matters is passing the exam. Only then will they earn the right to be asked for a name. Gray stares at his ticket, completely baffled. He left his sword at the inn. So how did he end up in the fencing course? Professor Ariel then reveals her method with a condescending smirk, explaining she assigned courses based purely on their appearance. She challenges anyone to raise their hand if she was wrong, her monocle flaring with an unnerving blue light. The crowd erupts in quiet disbelief, murmuring that she has to be joking. They rationalize that she must have used some kind of mind-reading magic or done background checks. But not a single hand goes up, and Ariel coolly moves on to announcing the exam schedules. The magic on Gray's ticket flares, revealing his exam time. First day, 11 a.m. A wave of frustration hits him. He was desperately hoping for more time to let his arm heal. But Ariel's voice cuts through the hall, declaring this is a one-shot practical exam where lateness means instant failure. She makes it crystal clear. There will be no accommodations and no schedule changes for anyone, crushing Gray's silent hope. That night, Gray clutches his injured arm, desperately hoping it will heal even a little by morning. But when the next day arrives, his worst fears are realized. The arm hasn't healed at all, and he grimly accepts he has to fight in this condition. A proctor calls him to the arena entrance, and Gray knows his turn is coming up fast. He takes a breath, forcing himself to push past the pessimism and focus. His left arm is perfectly fine, and he can still move his injured right arm to some extent. He resolves to use his time to watch the examiner's moves, find an opening, and make it count. Inside the arena, another examinee is told to make the first move. The student lets out a war cry, rushing forward with a full-force overhead slash. But the examiner effortlessly parries the attack, sending the kid flying back with a single, dismissive blow. The examiner stands completely unfazed, effortlessly holding the student at bay. But the kid isn't done yet, channeling every last bit of his strength into another push. Sparks fly as he grinds his blade against the examiner's, trying to force a breakthrough. The student can't believe it. His full power strike is being held back with one hand. With a graceful twist, the examiner disarms him, sending his sword spinning into the air. A single, fluid counterattack follows, far too quick for the student to even react. He's thrown across the arena floor, the fight over before he even knew what happened. The examiner casually announces the exam's conclusion, his tone utterly dismissive. A faint, condescending smirk plays on his lips after another effortless victory. And watching this display of absolute power, Gray feels a cold dread wash over him. He's done for. And just like that, the proctor calls out the next number, 513. Gray's heart sinks. He has to fight the very man who just won effortlessly with one arm. Stepping into the arena, he faces the examiner, who calmly offers him the first move. He tightens his grip, knowing he probably can't win, but he refuses to go down without a fight. So with a determined cry, he throws himself forward, closing the distance in an instant. In that split second, a memory of his master flashes through his mind. She taught him that a sword isn't swung with arms, but with power channeled from the entire body. He internalizes the lesson. Even with a powerless arm, he can drive force through his other muscles. He puts that very theory into practice, unleashing a desperate, full-body swing. But he knows this is far from his usual fighting style, a mere fraction of his true strength. The examiner scoffs internally. If swinging without strength were easy, no one would train. He effortlessly parries the desperate attack, meeting steel with a casual kick. But as their blades meet, Gray Lee feels a jolt of confusion. He realizes the instructor's sword seems unnaturally slow. Before he can process it, the examiner unleashes a crushing counterblow, sending him reeling. Gritting his teeth, Gray analyzes the exchange. The man has insane power, but his technique is crude. The examiner, in turn, recognizes the boy's swordsmanship is refined enough to possibly bridge the gap in strength. With a glint in his eye, Gray Lee sees his opening. He abandons his clumsy, full-body swing for a flurry of pure, lightning-fast technique. The examiner is caught completely off guard, struggling to fend off the barrage, his speed now a glaring weakness. He realizes with a surge of focus this examiner isn't nearly as strong as he first thought. The memory of his master's confident smile flashes in his mind, her belief in him a silent promise. Sparks fly as their blades meet again, but this time, the momentum has completely shifted. With every parry and thrust, the examiner is forced back, his brute strength useless against pure speed. And for the first time, a thought crystallizes in Gray's mind. He can actually win this. He unleashes a storm of slashes, a whirlwind of pure skill that completely traps his opponent. Gray's eyes pierce through the man's clumsy defense, having seen everything he needs to see. Channeling his focus, he grips his sword, preparing to end the fight with one decisive strike. He brings the blade down with everything he has, a powerful blow aimed to shatter the examiner's stance. But the raw difference in power is too vast. The man's form holds, and Gray knows he can't win with just one good arm. He senses the examiner's movements growing cruder and decides it's time to take a risk. Instead of clashing head-on, Gray creates distance, baiting his opponent forward. With a look of pure challenge, he practically dares the man to attack. The examiner takes the bait, unleashing a telegraphed and sloppy swing. A wicked grin spreads across Gray's face. He's seen the wide-open mistake he needed. As the examiner's sword slices through empty air, Gray effortlessly slips inside his guard. It's a fundamental rule of combat that nothing exposes a weakness more effectively than a big, predictable swing from a fighter relying on brute force. The examiner's eyes widen in horror, realizing superior power is useless now. In that moment of vulnerability, Gray is already behind him, blade poised to strike. But just as the finishing blow is about to land, a voice roars through the arena, ordering them to stop. Gray's blade halts, a fraction of an inch from the examiner's neck, the match frozen in time. He pants, utterly confused by the sudden halt, wondering why the fight was stopped now. From the stands, the proctor announces that the time limit for the exam has officially been reached. The result, he declares, is a draw, and the word sends a jolt of disbelief through Gray. A wave of defeat crashes over him as the harsh reality sinks in. He didn't make it. His hand trembles, his grip on the sword weakening from the shock and exhaustion. He lowers his head, forced to accept that even though he did his best, it wasn't enough. As he turns to leave, he grapples with the bitter truth that this failure will make his path much harder. All he can do now is wait for his arm to heal and resolve to take the exam again next year. And so, the entrance exams officially come to an end. A week later, within the hallowed halls of the World Union Academy, the instructors gather in a meeting room to deliberate on the results. The headmaster begins, asking for their thoughts on the candidates now that the trials are over. One instructor immediately complains, sighing that he's beat and finds this method of observation inefficient. But a sterner professor counters, stating they can't afford to overlook a single talent just to make things easier. The headmaster cuts through the debate, redirecting them to focus on the students, not the system, starting with the swordsmanship course. The central question is finally asked. Who are the ones that actually passed? An instructor explains the criteria. Those who defeated the examiner were an automatic pass. The rest were judged on their performance, and he notes that a few specific candidates stood out from the crowd. The instructors reach a consensus, agreeing to keep the list of passing students short and elite. With no one speaking up, the decision seems to be finalized in the dimly lit room. The headmaster confirms that the successful swordsmanship candidates have been chosen. But then, he pivots, bringing up one last name that wasn't on the list. Candidate 513. Professor Ariel listens intently, as she was the one who specifically asked about him. Another instructor can't help but crack a smug smile, clearly amused by this little tangent. The group pulls up the file on this little guy, reviewing the hologram of Gray Lee's exam. The critique is harsh. Sure, it looked like he was winning, but only by relying on cheap traps. His technique was sharp, they admit, but his raw strength was lacking. He was outmatched. Hearing this damning assessment, the headmaster makes his final call. The boy is no good. The mustached instructor smirks, clearly satisfied with the headmaster's final decision. But Professor Ariel remains silent, holding back her own, very different opinion. She realizes none of them saw what she did, thinking this entire group observation was a waste. The next day, the city gathers beneath the grand clock tower for the announcement. Gray Lee, candidate 513, nervously clutches his paper, his future on the line. The results are finally revealed. Only 6 candidates have passed the swordsmanship course. He braces himself, waiting, hoping to hear his number called. One by one, the papers of the chosen few ignite with a magical flame. Numbers ring out across the square, each one a dream realized for someone else. But as the list concludes, Gray's number is never spoken, and the crushing reality of his failure sinks in. The successful candidates are told to cross the bridge and finalize their enrollment. He watches others celebrate their flaming papers, a bitter reminder of his own blank one. With a heavy heart, Gray accepts the cold, hard truth. He failed, but just as the crowd begins to disperse, a new announcement cuts through the noise for a Divine Eye special admission. Suddenly, his number is called out, and his paper erupts in a brilliant blue flame. The entire square turns to stare, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. He looks down at the glowing paper, completely stunned, wondering if he somehow actually passed. Nearby, other examinees smirk, muttering about the Academy's special admission process. Gray is utterly confused, having never heard of anything like this before. The whispers turn to scorn as they mock his acceptance, calling it a backdoor entry and a sign of the Academy's decline. The whispers hit their mark. He got in through the back door? The thought is absurd. He has no connections unless his master pulled some strings for him without saying a word. Just then, the headmaster's voice cuts in, scolding the instructors for their disrespectful talk. He declares that the Divine Eye special admission is an honorable tradition, one that has produced heroes for a century. But the younger instructors just smirk, muttering that only the old geezers still care about that relic of the past. The crowd joins in, listing off the names of recent Divine Eye candidates who got in just like him. They mockingly call every single one of them a complete failure, a fact known even to the newest applicants. The name Amy White echoes in the air, and a flash of a golden-eyed warrior appears in Gray's mind. Then comes Bella Albright, and he sees the image of a powerful blue-haired mage. And finally, Jacob Bloomfield. He knows these names. These weren't just failures, they were his comrades. The memory slams into him. Those three were part of the main force against the Liquidator. And now his name is being tarnished right alongside those fallen heroes? The thought is sickening. An announcement cuts through the noise, calling all new students to the entrance ceremony. Gray gets changed, the crisp new academy uniform feeling heavy with irony. He walks through the other students with a cold, determined look, ignoring their whispers. The students gather at the plaza, but it's completely empty, leaving them to wonder if they're in the right place. A man in a suit calmly walks past the crowd, offering a casual apology for the state of things. He explains there was a small delay in setting up, a phrase that only deepens their confusion. He then asks two students to step back so he can put down the stairs, as glowing runes appear on the ground. With a sly grin, the examiner confirms that the students are in the perfect spot. The students can only watch, confused, as the man suddenly drops to one knee. He places his hand firmly on the stone ground, preparing to cast. An immense burst of golden magic erupts from beneath his palm, shaking the plaza. The light intensifies as the very earth begins to crack and shift. The new students are frozen in shock, their minds unable to process the scale of this spell. Before their very eyes, a massive coliseum tears its way out of the ground. The examiner stands, dusting himself off as if this was nothing, and invites them to take a seat. The examinees are left completely speechless, just beginning to grasp what kind of place they've enrolled in. The other students are still reeling, questioning if they just witnessed teleportation magic on an impossible scale. But while they panic, Gray Lee sits down, unimpressed by the extravagant display of power. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he finally grasps the level he's now operating on. This is the raw, undeniable might of the World Union Academy. He looks around, however, and can't help but notice the thousands of seats, far too many for just 30 students. A nearby student with magenta hair scoffs, mocking a classmate for not understanding something so basic. The purple-haired examinee calmly admits his life has been dedicated to the sword, not trivial knowledge. Seizing the opportunity to show off, the magenta-haired kid eagerly offers to enlighten him. He begins his lecture, explaining that this academy gathers the best students from all across the globe. But the magenta-haired student cuts his own lecture short, pointing to the sky as the real show finally arrives. A colossal fleet of airships, escorted by tamed wyverns, descends from the heavens, leaving the new students speechless. They can barely process what they're seeing, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the approaching armada. Gray, however, isn't shocked. He's hit by a wave of nostalgia, recognizing the flagship Strato Queen from his past life. He can't believe it, they brought out one of the largest airships in the entire world for a simple entrance ceremony. This, he muses, is the true, untouchable power of the World Union Academy on full display. The newly arrived students are gathered, their faces a mixture of awe and intimidation as they march forward. A figure steps onto the grand stage, looking down upon the thousands of young, hopeful faces. With a confident smile, the examiner announces that the entrance ceremony will now officially begin. The headmaster's long speech finally concludes to a wave of polite applause. Gray can barely stifle a yawn. Even at the World Union Academy, a ceremony is still just a ceremony. But then, the top student of the swordsmanship course, Leonhardt, is called to the stage, catching his attention. Whispers immediately break out as he walks forward. Everyone recognizes him. He's the prodigy who instantly defeated an examiner, rumored to have the skill of a professor. The student, Leonhardt Appius, stands before them, radiating an unshakable confidence. Gray watches him, a hint of curiosity replacing his earlier boredom. Before the faculty, Leonhardt asks if he's permitted to speak freely, a bold request. With their approval, a small, knowing smile touches his lips as he prepares to speak. Leonhardt begins his speech by announcing he has just one complaint for the academy. He addresses his fellow students, then pointedly corrects himself to include only those admitted the proper way. With a hand to his chest, he says it's an honor to be admitted with such fine students. The other examinees listen, still assuming this is a standard, inspiring speech. He encourages them all to work hard together for the future. Leonhardt speaks of aiming high and bringing prestige to the World Union Academy, but then his tone twists as he declares there is someone among them who is utterly undeserving. He turns his gaze to the faculty, asking for confirmation from the divine eye, Professor Ariel. Unfazed, Ariel calmly replies that every student present passed the rigorous exam and belongs here. Professor Ariel adjusts her monocle, asking why he would direct such a question to her, but Leonhardt isn't backing down, clarifying he's not talking about the legitimate students. His eyes narrow with contempt as he accuses her of slipping one person in through the back door, someone who got in using her exclusive Divine Eye special admission. He then points to the crowd, demanding this unqualified student show themselves and get out. The entire student body erupts in murmurs, stunned by the public accusation. Hidden among them, Gray Lee is just confused by this sudden, aggressive hostility. Then it clicks, he's the target, but he breathes a sigh of relief, thankful Leonhardt doesn't know his face. Ariel, meanwhile, watches the chaos unfold with a small, knowing smile, simply finding this year's students lively. Leonhardt presses on, demanding Professor Ariel stop her backdoor admissions. But she just closes in, her glowing eye locking onto his as she asks if he truly thinks he's stronger. The sudden, intense shift in atmosphere silences the entire hall. He's completely flustered, taken aback by her direct and unexpected challenge. A bead of sweat drips down his face as he struggles to find a response. He forces out a shaky, of course, trying to regain his composure by questioning her judgment. That's exactly what Ariel wanted to hear, a smirk playing on her lips as she suggests a little bet. Leonhardt is confused by the sudden proposal, but she confirms it with unwavering certainty. She lays out the stakes for all to hear. Her job against that student's admission. Gray can't believe what he's hearing, the idea of a bet sending a chill down his spine. Leonhardt immediately assumes the challenge is for him to fight Gray, but Ariel waves the idea off. She delivers a devastatingly casual insult, explaining that if Gray went all out, Leonhardt would simply die. The sheer audacity of her claim sends Leonhardt into a silent rage, his pride completely shattered. But Ariel remains calm, insisting she's serious and suggesting they bet on monsters instead for safety. Leonhardt has to concede the point, acknowledging she knows his real strength is against monsters, not humans. He demands to know the exact terms, playing right into the professor's hands. The rules, she explains with a smirk, are deceptively simple. Just kill the monsters she chooses. They'll face progressively stronger beasts, and the first one who can't take down their target loses. Then comes the twist. The bet is on Gray, who learns that if he fails, his professor will be fired, and all special admission students expelled. Leonhardt, full of pride, declares that if he loses, he'll do anything Ariel commands. She smiles slyly, extending a hand to seal the deal. But he's not jumping in blind, demanding to know the monster targets first. He claims he's confident against any foe but wants to avoid a suspicious setup. Ariel hums in thought, a playful, dangerous glint in her eyes. For the first target, she suggests an ogre general, mockingly asking if that's too easy for him. The other special admission students are completely stunned by the insane proposal. Even Gray is baffled, trying to figure out the hidden meaning behind her choice. Leonhardt's arrogant facade instantly cracks as he slams his fist down in fury. He can't believe it, shouting that an ogre general is impossible for anyone to kill alone. Ariel clarifies with a patronizing smile that she's not demanding an instant kill, proposing a time frame of 1 full year. But Leonhardt isn't having it, arguing that a disaster-level monster is beyond a student's reach, demanding a realistic target. For a moment, even Gray seems to be sweating under the impossible weight of the challenge, until a slow, knowing grin spreads across his face as he finally grasps her twisted game. Leonhardt, however, reaches his own conclusion, accusing her of setting an impossible goal just to force a draw. Unfazed, Ariel takes a deliberate step forward, offering him yet another condition to sweeten the deal. If it's a draw, Leonhardt wins, because if Gray fails, she'll be fired and every special student expelled. With a sinister glint in her eye, she leans in, daring him to refuse such a high-stakes offer. He can't believe her madness, but a part of him feels like this is a guaranteed victory handed to him on a silver platter. Confident she's cornered him, Ariel turns away, smugly asking if there are any other objections. Leonhardt seeks one final clarification, wanting to be sure this ogre general won't be some weakened knockoff. A pink magical energy swirls around Ariel's hand as she assures him it will be the real deal. With a devious grin, she conjures a magical quill and scroll right out of thin air. She presents the binding contract, telling him all the terms are laid out and ready for his signature. He stares intensely, the weight of the bet settling in as he makes his final decision. A quick flick of the wrist, and it's done. He signs the contract, agreeing to her insane terms. As she turns away, he asks if she seriously thinks Gray can win, but she just shrugs him off. She walks back toward her seat, the deal now sealed in magic and pride. The other professors begin to gossip, wondering if Ariel has lost her mind, or is simply looking for an excuse to retire. They whisper that she's clearly past her prime, completely unaware of the smug, knowing smirk on her face. Gray leans back in his chair, a smug look on his face as the bet is officially sealed. But then a sudden realization dawns on him. When she said a full year, did that include before he enrolled? From across the hall, a glint of light reflects off Ariel's glasses. And just like that, Gray understands the whole picture. The bet was a setup from the very beginning. Ariel simply brings a finger to her lips, a silent, cheeky confirmation that he's caught on. With the sideshow over, a new professor steps up to the podium to begin the first lecture. He wastes no time, informing the students that at this academy, every single day is crucial. The lesson begins with the most fundamental principle: how to actually utilize magic. He explains the invisible energy that flows through their bodies, a power source called ether. It is this energy, he continues, that must be manipulated through their internal magic circuits. Gray smirks to himself, feeling confident since he already learned this material back at boot camp. His real problem, he realizes, has nothing to do with the difficulty of the class. It's the sheer bad luck of ending up in the same lecture as the arrogant noble, Leonhardt. He desperately hopes that his status as a special admission student with inner eyes stays a secret, but his internal worries are cut short when the professor's voice suddenly calls him out. The old mage is clearly annoyed, questioning his nerve for looking bored less than 5 minutes in. Gray is stunned. He can't believe the professor noticed him all the way in the back. Without another word, the professor hurls a book at him, challenging him to prove his confidence. He asks if Gray is at least capable of demonstrating some basic magic for the class. Caught off guard, Gray tries to explain that since this is the swordsmanship course, he assumed magic wasn't a requirement. The professor explains that even swordsmen must learn basic magic to understand teamwork on the battlefield. This lecture sounds awfully familiar to Gray. It's the exact same speech from the boot camp. A jolt of recognition hits him as he realizes the spell must be the same one too. Ether bullet. The professor, hearing this, asks if he knows the spell, and Gray simply confirms that he does. He breathes a silent sigh of relief, thankful that the hellish training he endured wasn't a complete waste. Seeing an opportunity for a lesson, the professor decides to make it a match, calling on another student. Leonhardt, the arrogant noble, coolly accepts the challenge without a hint of hesitation. He then feigns concern, questioning if it's truly safe to pit a commoner against his elite magic training, but the professor isn't having it, assuring him Gray won't die and even encouraging him to go all out. Then he drops the bomb. He casually informs Leonhardt that Gray is this year's Divine Eye student, shattering his composure. The entire classroom erupts in a wave of shock and disbelief. Gray's mind completely short-circuits. The professor just exposed his biggest secret. The old man smirks, knowing he just dropped a bomb on the entire social order of the academy. Leonhardt's shock quickly hardens into a cold, dangerous resolve. He declares that he'll personally show this commoner what kind of place the academy truly is. The noble glares down at Gray with utter contempt, ordering him to come forward. The professor clears the floor, setting the stage for their impromptu magic duel. Gray braces himself, realizing his few days of magic training won't let him escape this unscathed. With a cry to begin, Leonhardt instantly gathers a storm of refined blue mana, ready to show off. Left with no choice, Gray summons his own dark, crackling energy to meet the challenge. Done playing games, Gray decides to hell with it, unleashing a chaotic storm of dark energy against Leonhardt's attack. In that split second, both boys are stunned, neither comprehending the sheer scale of the power before them. But the truth becomes clear, as Gray's wild magic begins to utterly consume Leonhardt's refined spell. The noble's smug confidence shatters into pure terror, a scream catching in his throat as the darkness closes in. Seeing his star pupil about to be erased, the professor is forced to jump in, throwing up a hand to intervene. A massive golden barrier materializes, shielding Leonhardt just moments before he would have been annihilated. The old instructor lets out a shaky breath, realizing he had cut it dangerously close. But his own magic begins to crack and splinter under the immense pressure of Gray's power. With a final surge, Gray's untamed energy shatters the professor's defense completely. The resulting shockwave blasts through the hall, sending the onlooking students screaming for cover. The residual force of the blast tears through the room, sending students flying. Leonhardt himself is thrown to the ground, his prideful stance replaced with a painful sprawl. The magic professor rushes through the settling dust, calling out to his student in a panic. Leonhardt struggles back to his feet, trying to play it cool and insist he's fine. But the professor can only stare, a bead of sweat tracing down his face as the true danger sinks in. He glances at the shattered floor, realizing that without his shield, Leonhardt would have been a corpse. His gaze then snaps to Gray, recognizing that this level of power surpasses even the Academy's faculty. He confronts the boy, demanding to know what exactly he just did. Gray, however, is lost in his own thoughts, feeling the attack was almost pitifully weak. He begins to suspect the Academy teaches a far tamer version of the spells he learned in the field. Gray wonders if he used the wrong spell, but the professor confirms it was indeed an ether bullet. The old mage's face is grim as he explains that the quality of Gray's ether is completely different. He didn't use normal energy, but rather a volatile, super-compressed ether. The entire student body can only stare at the wreckage, having never heard of such a thing. The professor explains that it's a power even faculty members struggle with, and no one else here could replicate it. Whispers erupt through the crowd, with students assuming this incredible power is why he got special admission. But Gray is just confused, feeling like something is fundamentally wrong with their assessment. He flashes back to the subjugation squad, where every soldier was taught this level of magic as a basic requirement. He casually forms another dark orb, asking the professor if he's joking, insisting anyone can do this. The professor is left utterly speechless, letting out a hollow, disbelieving laugh at the boy's insane words. Gray just stands there, completely baffled by the old man's sudden outburst. The professor can't contain his excitement, letting out a booming laugh that echoes through the hall. He grabs Gray, pleading with him to transfer to the magic course, convinced he's a wizard, not a warrior. But Gray awkwardly refuses, explaining that he's always been told he's not very good with magic. This only enrages the professor, who scoffs at the idea, calling Gray an unparalleled prodigy. He declares that whoever called Gray talentless was an utter fool who didn't know a thing. The rest of the students can only watch in disbelief, amazed to see the notoriously strict professor acting this way. He gets deadly serious, saying it would be a crime against magic itself if Gray didn't study it. All Gray can do is sweat drop and offer a weak, nervous laugh, unsure how to handle this. But then, the professor's words hit him. Ether compression, a phrase that suddenly feels eerily familiar. The professor's words send Gray's mind reeling back to a memory of a lecture. A mage from his past life explains that before Odd was understood, magic was incredibly difficult. He remembers her teaching that one had to compress immense amounts of ether just to find a trace of it. She had looked back on those primitive methods as almost laughably inefficient. Snapping back to reality, Gray tests his theory, asking the professor if he knows about Odd. The professor just looks at him, completely baffled by the unfamiliar term. That single, confused reaction is all the confirmation Gray needs. He realizes with a jolt that this world, this era, doesn't know about Odd yet. This means all the knowledge he gained in his past life was actually knowledge from the future. But the professor, oblivious to this earth-shattering discovery, grabs him again, still trying to recruit him. But Gray calmly turns down the insistent professor, explaining that his heart belongs to the sword. The old man sighs, seeing the unshakable conviction in the boy's eyes. He makes one last attempt, telling Gray the offer will stand should he ever change his mind. Gray thanks him, relieved to have finally settled the matter. The professor dismisses him, and then makes a stunning announcement. He declares to the entire lecture hall that this class is far too basic for someone of Gray's talent. The other students can only stare in disbelief, whispering about the unprecedented favoritism. As Gray calmly walks back up the stairs, he can feel every single eye on him. But just as he reaches his seat, a hand suddenly grabs the front of his uniform. It's Leonhardt, his eyes sparkling with a bizarre intensity as he reverently calls him Lord Gray. Gray is completely creeped out by the sudden fanaticism, a chill running down his spine. Sometime later, after class, he finds himself holding a formal summons from Professor Ariel. He makes his way down the hall, wondering about this unexpected call to her office. His first thought is that the magic professor, Carlos, must be behind this. He sighs, bracing himself for what he assumes will be another tiresome recruitment pitch. Reaching the ornate door, he gives a polite knock, and a voice from inside invites him in. He opens the door, ready to announce his arrival, but he's met with a deadly surprise. A blade flashes past his face the instant he steps through the doorway. His reflexes kick in as he spots the glowing sword aimed right for him. It's Professor Ariel, launching a full-force attack without a single word of warning. But the person he effortlessly disarms isn't the professor, but another student, left completely stunned by his counter. Gray himself is taken aback. His body moved purely on instinct, a hardened reflex from a forgotten life. He stands over the girl on the floor, wondering what in the world that little welcome party was for. As the adrenaline settles, a sharp sense of confusion takes over. He takes a proper look at the student he just put in her place, and a strange feeling of familiarity washes over him as she meets his gaze. Suddenly, a slow, deliberate clap echoes from across the room. The attack was just a test. Professor Ariel sits at her desk, looking thoroughly impressed, confirming that her judgment of him was right. The other professors watching from the side comment on the fight, noting how Bella's flawless form made her sudden defeat seem almost planned. Hearing her name sends a shock through Gray's mind. Bella, he realizes this is Bella Albright. A chilling memory floods his mind. This isn't just Bella, this is the future sorceress. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel tears into her colleagues, mocking them for their inability to see the obvious. One of the professors quickly tries to save face, stammering that he was only joking. But his words mean nothing as he shamefully holds out his hand to pay up on the bet he just lost. Gray watches the bizarre scene unfold, completely baffled by what the professors are doing. With a triumphant grin, Ariel explains she was betting on him, and thanks to his performance, she won. She flicks a coin through the air, telling him it's his share of the prize money. He catches it, and his eyes go wide. A solid gold coin, a fortune he's never held before. But another, more perceptive professor watches from the sidelines, taking careful note of the new student. He recalls the fight, realizing Gray didn't just deflect the attack. He did it without even using his dominant arm. The professor notes how Gray instinctively protects his immobile arm. He and another instructor discuss the boy's condition, suspecting a serious injury. They conclude it's not a simple wound, but something much deeper and more complex. Gray is stunned, unable to believe they could discern so much just from observation. The professors explain that such insight is expected of them, adding that Ariel knew all along. Ariel, tired of the discussion, brushes them off, declaring Gray is her student and she's not giving him up. They concede for now, acknowledging his potential as they prepare to leave. But the mustached professor leaves him with a chilling ultimatum. If that wound doesn't heal, he's out. The weight of their words settles on Gray, a cold sweat beating on his skin. As they depart, Ariel watches them go, now left with her promising but deeply flawed student. With the other professors gone, Gray is left alone with a far more intimidating presence. Ariel leans in, a sly grin on her face, and declares it's time to talk about his magic. The two of them, along with Bella, sit down in her office for a private chat. She cuts right to the chase, revealing she knows about the super compressed ether he used in another class. In fact, the magic professor was so impressed he tried to recruit Gray, but Ariel flatly refused him. As she stirs her drink, her reasoning becomes chillingly clear. Her eye glows with an analytical light. To her, he is suited for the sword, not for magic. She can see he has no real knack for compression, and his hands show no signs of practice. Gray is stunned. Her eye saw right through his act, and he realizes lying is pointless. With a shaky hand, he takes a sip from his cup and admits that she is correct. Ariel leans in, asking him to divulge the trick he used, promising both secrecy and a reward. Her tone becomes serious as she places a hand on Bella's shoulder. She needs to know for the girl's sake. Gray nearly slips up, almost calling Bella by her future title of sorceress before catching himself. The conversation turns to Bella's greatest weakness. She's a genius at magic theory, but struggles with its practical application. Ariel explains that for some reason, Bella just can't get the hang of ether compression. This clicks for Gray. He'd heard Bella was a late bloomer, and now he understands why. But Ariel's analysis goes deeper, recalling that when Gray used the technique, he didn't seem to be compressing ether at all. If there's a way to bypass compression, she explains, then Bella won't have to be sent to a certain Professor Bradley. Gray's hand trembles as he hears the name, a name that clearly holds a dark meaning for him. The full name hits him like a physical blow, and his composure shatters at the mention of Varian Bradley. Ariel notes his reaction. Of course he knows the name. For Gray, it's impossible not to know someone so infamous. His mind flashes back to the rumors, the countless, bloody human experiments conducted by Varian Bradley. He remembers the apocalyptic magical disasters that burned cities and claimed tens of thousands of lives. The face of history's worst magic criminal surfaces in his memory, and Gray realizes with dawning horror that this monster is still at large. Ariel lays out the horrifying stakes. If Bella can't master the technique by year's end, she's being sent to him for surgery. The words hit Gray like a punch to the gut, completely shattering his composure. She confirms the grim reality, explaining that this surgery is nothing but a front for human experimentation. While it isn't public knowledge, the rumors are well known. Students sent to Bradley either die or are left permanently broken. Bella quietly accepts her fate, explaining she'll be expelled if she fails, leaving her with no other choice. But Ariel would rather see her quit the academy than let that man ever lay a hand on her body. Gray hesitates, knowing the magic he possesses is from a future that shouldn't exist yet. His hands tremble as he weighs the catastrophic consequences of altering the timeline. But then, a flicker of resolve hardens his gaze. He remembers the apocalyptic beings that brought ruin to his world. He remembers his own despair, his tears shed in a timeline of utter failure. The memories of countless allies being cut down flash before his eyes. A cold, determined smile forms as he makes a choice. A future that bleak deserves to be changed. With his mind made up, he calmly reaches for his cup, his decision final. He will teach Bella the impossible himself, how to wield super-compressed ether. Their stage for this history-altering lesson will be the Academy's arena. The blackboard is a chaotic tapestry of advanced magical theory, far beyond this era's understanding. With his lesson complete, Gray calmly declares that's everything he knows, reminding them of their vow of silence. Ariel smirks, confirming their magic contract is binding. Revealing his secrets would be a fatal mistake. Gray then turns to them, eager to know what they think of the future he just unveiled. The professor is the first to crack, admitting his knowledge is so advanced it's almost incomprehensible. But Bella, the prodigy, saw something else entirely, a perfectly organized lecture from centuries ahead of its time. Her eyes gleam with utter fascination. She believes his explanation alone has advanced magic by 100 years. Gray internally notes it's only knowledge from a decade in the future, but to them, it's a revelation. Ariel, still reeling, asks Bella if his incredible theories could possibly be true. Bella answers without hesitation. His logic is sound, and perfectly builds upon existing magic, making it very likely correct. Bella smirks, declaring that the quickest way to verify his theory is to test it right now. She looks at Gray, holding the spell formula, confident that it will work if he told the truth. Ignoring their baffled expressions, she turns to face the open training ground. With a surge of golden light, she summons her staff and unleashes her full magical strength. Gray's face pales as he recalls a terrifying rumor about the Albright prodigy. Her full power wasn't just city level, it was infamously and completely uncontrollable. But as the spell erupts, even Bella seems stunned by the overwhelming output. Gray realizes his fatal miscalculation far too late, a scream caught in his throat. An immense explosion of golden energy detonates, shaking the very foundations of the hall. He is utterly consumed by the blast, helpless against the raw, untamed power he just unlocked. The training hall is engulfed in a cataclysmic wave of golden light. Gray throws up a desperate guard, bracing himself against the raw magical pressure. He can't believe it, this is an overwhelming, world-ending level of power. But the killing blow never comes. He realizes she regained control just in time, saving his life. And there stands Bella, exhausted but triumphant, having finally tamed her own chaotic magic. The remnants of her spell swirl around her, a beautiful and terrifying vortex of pure energy. A grin spreads across her face. For the first time, wielding her own power is actually fun. But that momentary joy is cut short as her body begins to give out. Her ether completely depleted, she collapses to the ground, her staff clattering beside her. Gray rushes in just in time to catch her, but she simply tells him to relax, utterly drained. She's not hurt, just completely out of ether, having simply fallen asleep in his arms. A small, knowing smile forms on Gray's face. She actually did it. Professor Ariel watches from the side, absolutely stunned by the marvelous display of power. But even in her sleep, Bella mumbles that the credit belongs to the theory, not her. Ariel breathes a sigh of relief, deciding that with this success, the dangerous surgery is off the table. She's especially glad that Bella didn't have to sacrifice her magic control in the process. That last phrase catches Gray's attention, and he asks her to clarify what she means. Ariel reveals the grim truth. Bradley's surgery boosts power by forcibly breaking one's limits, but at the cost of control. A cold sweat runs down his neck as a terrible thought connects to his past life. Was that surgery the reason? But Ariel snaps him out of it, presenting a glowing crystal and declaring their contract officially fulfilled. With their deal concluded, Ariel announces it's her turn to fulfill her side of the bargain. She starts with his arm, explaining she has a special magic she wants to use on it. Gray watches, stunned, as her hand glows with a soft blue light, conjuring ethereal butterflies. She gently places her hand over his, channeling the potent healing energy directly into him. The room is engulfed in a brilliant flash, as a swarm of magical butterflies swirls around them. When the light subsides, a faint magical pattern lingers on his once immobile hand. He tentatively flexes his fingers, his eyes widening in complete and utter disbelief. It's moving for the first time in ages. He can actually move his hand again. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he clenches his fist and thanks the professor with a sincere smile. He asks how it was possible when even potions failed, but she just smirks, telling him not to compare her advanced nerve magic to simple remedies. She challenges him, asking if it really moves like it used to, and suggests he test it with a sword. In the training hall, with Bella Albright looking on, Gray eagerly prepares for the moment of truth. He grips a practice sword, the familiar weight, a welcome sensation in his newly restored hand. But as his fingers wrap around the hilt, a flicker of uncertainty surfaces. He pushes it aside, unleashing a flurry of fluid motions, his blade a blur in the air. Then he stops, his expression growing serious. Something is off. Just as he feared, the movements lack the perfect, instinctive flow he once possessed. Ariel explains the harsh truth. She may have repaired his nerves, but her magic cannot heal wounds to his soul. She confirms he heard her correctly, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Modern magic may not have proven the soul's existence, she admits, but she firmly believes it does. And she's not just guessing, she says, covering one eye with her hand. Because with her unique eye, she can see the state of his soul directly. Her vision reveals his soul is a swirling orb of energy, slowly healing on its own. Gray latches onto her warning. He must not overexert himself. He asks if this means he should stop practicing with the sword, but she says normal training is fine. In fact, she's more interested in what kind of insane swordsmanship could possibly wound a soul. She then mentions there's already a famous example of someone who uses their soul to fight. With a knowing smirk, she drops a name that sends a chill down his spine. Amy White. Gray freezes, his mind reeling. How could she know that name? In this timeline, they haven't even met. Unaware of his inner panic, Ariel points out that his fighting style looks exactly like he learned it from Amy. But on second thought, Ariel muses, there is a slight difference in his style. Gray's heart sinks as she speculates his master must be even more skilled than Amy White. Desperate to change the topic, he tries to play dumb, asking if swordsmanship can even damage a soul. Ariel simply adjusts her glasses, coolly stating that no ordinary swordsmanship ever could. She lays out her case, reminding him that a normal fighter couldn't one-shot an ogre general. He realizes with a jolt that she already knew about his display of overwhelming power. Of course she did, and she smiles, adding that thanks to him, she's practically won a bet. She was shown the aftermath, a scene of carnage that even the most powerful magic couldn't replicate. With a finger pointed at his chest, she cuts to the chase, asking if he used that mysterious power. He asks if she can truly see it with her eye, and she confirms it without a hint of doubt. Her eye flares, revealing she can see his power leaking from a metaphorical chained door. Gray is speechless, a vision of that very door flashing through his mind. He realizes with chilling certainty that she isn't guessing. She can actually see his deepest secret. But Ariel isn't done, casually mentioning she's encountered a power with a similar vibe before. Gray is stunned, his mind reeling at the possibility of others with a power like his. She confirms it, but adds a chilling caveat she's not even sure if they're human. Then she drops the name that freezes the blood in his veins, the Liquidator. A smirk plays on her lips as she sees his reaction, knowing he recognizes the name. Panic floods Gray's mind. Why is that monstrous being from his past being mentioned in this era? At that moment, Bella stirs on the floor, murmuring that she's surprised the name was known at all. Ariel muses that given his knowledge of future magic theory, his reaction isn't so surprising. The pieces click together for Gray. She's figured out his secret, that his knowledge is from the future. Leaning in, she cuts straight to the point, asking him exactly what he knows about the Liquidator. Gray is guarded, only revealing that he knows it's a catastrophic threat to all of humanity. Memories of the monster's overwhelming power flash through his mind, fueling his conviction that it must be destroyed. Ariel finds his resolve a bit extreme but agrees the being is dangerous. She then drops another name into the mix. Varian Bradley, who she says is continuing his experiments. Gray is confused, failing to see how that infamous magic criminal is connected to any of this. With a knowing look, Ariel lays out the terrifying connection for him. The Liquidator is the very being that Bradley is trying to summon, a revelation that shatters Gray's entire understanding of the threat. The gears in Gray's mind begin to turn, connecting dots from his past life. He suddenly recalls how the Academy's forces always seemed to know exactly where the Liquidator would appear. With that memory, a sickening dread begins to dawn on him. An unthinkable possibility starts to form in his mind. Was the Academy itself involved in summoning the apocalyptic beast all along? Snapping back to reality, he insists Bradley's experiment must be stopped, and Ariel calmly agrees. Unfortunately, she explains that she lacks the authority to shut down a fellow professor's work. Gray immediately demands to know who these so-called higher-ups are that allow this. But Ariel's hands are tied. She reveals she isn't even allowed to disclose their names. Hess left stunned, realizing the Academy's leadership is a far more tangled and corrupt web than he ever imagined. A new idea sparks in Gray's mind. Bradley is a known criminal, so the rules shouldn't apply. He remembers the piles of bodies from Bradley's illegal experiments in his past life. He tells Ariel confidently that he knows the location of the lab. They can catch him red-handed. But Ariel flatly rejects his plan, much to his shock. She explains that breaking into a professor's lab is a major crime, and without solid proof beforehand, they'd be the ones locked up. Gray is left speechless, realizing he has no evidence beyond his own memories. He clenches his fist in frustration, forced to accept that even she can't bend the Academy's rules. Seeing his disappointment, Ariel smoothly pivots the conversation to his own mysterious power. Gray's head snaps up, stunned by her offer to help him learn control. She just smiles, revealing there's a professor who specializes in handling exactly these kinds of unknown forces. Ariel leans in, revealing the professor's name is Heathcote Longfellow, and Gray is instantly stunned. The name echoes in his mind. This is the legendary master who trained the Sword Saint herself. She knew that would get his attention, and offers to arrange private training for him starting the very next day. Gray's spirit soars as he eagerly accepts. This is exactly the kind of guidance he came here to find. He can't believe he's already found such a crucial lead on mastering his mysterious power. And just like that, the next day's training begins with the intense gaze of his new legendary mentor. Gray thought he'd be learning sword techniques or energy control from Heathcote Longfellow, but he can't figure out why his first lesson is just an all-out sprint through the forest. They're covering a huge amount of ground within the Academy, pushing far past a normal jog. Heathcote senses his student's wandering mind and barks at him to focus and run until his body gives out. Heathcote declares that they won't touch a sword until every drop of physical strength is burned away to awaken the soul. Gray pushes onward, trusting the legendary master's method, but he worries about Varian's plans moving forward without him. The old swordsman sets a blistering pace, forcing Gray to dig deeper than ever before. He can't help but wonder if this is truly the most effective use of his precious time. After a full week of this grueling training, Gray reports back to Professor Ariel in her office. He admits it's been almost entirely running, but even he can't deny that he feels a tangible increase in his strength. Ariel simply gives a knowing smile, remarking that this sounds exactly like Heathcote's style of teaching. Their meeting is suddenly interrupted as another man enters the office. He presents a letter, sealed with red wax, telling Ariel it just arrived for her. Gray watches as she accepts the message, her focus immediately shifting to its contents. Ariel's expression hardens as she silently absorbs the letter's contents. Gray immediately senses the shift in the air, asking what's wrong as she hands him the page. His eyes widen in disbelief as he begins to read the message for himself. It's a letter from Balian Bradley, coldly dismissing Bella's new power as a mere imitation. A surge of rage grips Gray. This is just a cruel technicality to force Bradley's own agenda. He realizes Bradley is determined to push Bella into an operation she no longer needs. Gray desperately asks if she can just refuse, but Ariel explains the contract is airtight. With no loopholes, Bella's only choices are expulsion from the Academy or the surgery. Gray's face sets with grim determination, refusing to accept either of those outcomes. Suddenly, Ariel slams her hand on the desk, looking to Gray with a direct plea for his help. Gray's solution is simple and direct. He demands to know where Bradley's lab is, intending to expose him and void the contract. He pauses for just a moment, a thought crossing his mind. A confident smirk then spreads across his face. He playfully reminds Ariel that she was the one who just warned him about the dangers of acting without proof. Ariel's expression softens. She agrees they'll find the evidence, placing her complete faith in him. But then she reconsiders, admitting she might have already had proof from the start. With a flare of light from her glasses, she reveals her special eye has been telling her he was telling the truth the entire time. It just took her this long to finally admit it to herself. A revelation that seems to catch Gray's attention. Now fully convinced, and her resolve hardened, she tells Gray to lead the way. With a surge of righteous fury, Ariel declares that together, they will drag Bradley's crimes into the light. Gray reveals the location of the secret lab, pinning it to the mountains near Torwell village. Their destination is a harsh and desolate range of snow-swept peaks. Ariel's mind clicks into place. She recalls that Bradley does have an Academy-authorized laboratory there. The sheer audacity of it all hits Gray conducting illegal experiments right under everyone's noses. Ariel explains that it's the perfect cover, a place where no one would bat an eye, even if he stayed for long periods. On top of that, she sighs. Professors have an unwritten rule not to interfere with each other's research labs. Gray's resolve hardens, realizing that as long as they find evidence, their breaking and entering will be justified. But just as their plan is set, a knock at the door interrupts them, and Ariel allows a student named Bella to enter. Bella Albright steps forward, presenting a sealed letter to her professor with a look of concern. The letter, marked with a simple crimson seal, immediately changes the atmosphere in the room. Ariel turns with the letter, confidently telling them not to worry. She'll take care of everything. Bella is stunned by this, unable to understand what her professor means. She asks if Ariel is really planning to confront Varian Bradley all by herself. A small, almost arrogant smile plays on Ariel's lips. Her expression says it all. She believes she alone is more than enough to handle him. Bella trembles slightly, shocked by the professor's overwhelming confidence. But Gray steps forward to stop her, declaring that he's going with her. Inspired, Bella quickly agrees, insisting that it's her problem to face as well. Ariel lets out a frustrated sigh, trying to make them understand the gravity of the situation. She can't let them go. Varian is a lunatic, and there's no telling what he'd do if he caught them. Gray argues that the danger is precisely why he must go, confident that his power will be a vital asset. He even adds a more practical reason: if his supervising professor vanishes, he'll be expelled. Alongside Bella, he makes his final plea. Let them at least decide their own fate. The fierce determination in both their eyes reflects in her glasses, showing they won't back down. Ariel closes her eyes with a sigh, realizing they would probably follow her regardless of her orders. She finally relents, agreeing to let them join the mission, but only on one condition. Her expression turns dead serious as she gives them their one and only rule: prioritize their own safety, above all else. Gray and Bella accept the terms without a moment's hesitation, their resolve now unified. With their agreement secured, the scene shifts to a desolate, snow-capped mountain range under the night sky. Atop one of the peaks sits a foreboding fortress, their final destination and the lair of Varian Bradley. Hiding in the tree line, the trio observes the lab, Bella questioning if this is truly the place. Ariel confirms their mission is to find evidence of Varian's illegal experiments. A bead of sweat rolls down Gray's face as he grimly agrees, a dark memory resurfacing. Bella trusts his judgment but can't help but worry about the danger they're walking into. Ariel lays out the plan. Varian is away, so they'll bypass the trapped entrance and bust through a side wall. The sheer recklessness of the idea leaves Bella speechless and visibly concerned, but Ariel just smirks, reminding her they're already breaking the law and giving her a chance to back out. With a tight grip, Bella makes her decision, her hesitation vanishing in an instant. She asks Ariel if she's really going this far just for her sake, but Bella's own determined gaze provides the answer. She knows this is wrong, and she's seeing it through. Gray's eyes burn with intensity as he explains that Varian's experiments threaten the entire world. Bella is completely taken aback, struggling to process the sheer scale of that accusation. Ariel steps in, comforting Bella, while admitting that even if Gray is exaggerating, the man must be stopped. She gives a reassuring smile, clarifying they aren't putting themselves in danger solely for Bella's sake. With the decision made, Ariel barks the order to move, leaping into the air as the others follow. She unleashes a torrent of arcane energy, channeling a spell of immense destructive power. The magic slams into the wall, erupting in a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Gray can only stare at the devastation, a nervous laugh escaping him at her frankly over-the-top display. He stands at the edge of the newly blasted hole, the team ready to enter the secret lab. But his eyes widen in horror, reflecting the shocking sight that greets them from within the darkness. Peering down into the abyss, they see a sprawling, multi-level prison complex. Inside, emaciated arms are bound in heavy, soul-draining shackles. The cells are filled with the bodies of those who didn't survive the horrific experiments. Ariel grimly notes that they won't have to search very hard for evidence of Varian's crimes. The sheer number of victims leaves the students stunned, but Ariel remains focused. Her analytical eye instantly identifies at least 14 different forbidden spells at work. Gray, however, feels a cold chill run down his spine, sensing a deeper evil at play. His gaze is drawn to a blood-stained altar at the center of the room, a nexus of dark energy. Bella trembles, torn between their mission to gather evidence and the urge to rescue any survivors. But Gray cuts her off, warning that they can't linger, not with Varian's return imminent. But just as Gray warns them, a chilling voice pierces the silence from above. The students look up to see a shadowy figure, who asks if they were looking for him. Ariel, ever composed, watches as the man steps into the light. It's none other than Varian Bradley, the very monster they came here to expose. The students are stunned. He was supposed to be at a conference, far away from here. But Varian just smirks, explaining he sent a double so he could conduct an important experiment. He glances toward his caged victims, referring to them as fresh materials. Had hoped to use them while they were still viable. Varian adjusts his glasses, his pleasant demeanor evaporating in an instant. With a surge of dark mana, he announces a sudden change of plans. The air grows heavy as the students realize the full weight of their situation. Varian sees them reflected in his glasses, not as people, but as superior new materials for his work. He muses aloud, certain they were foolish enough to come here without telling a soul. After all, if 3 little students were to suddenly go missing, who would ever point the finger at a respected professor like him? He tries to calm their fears with a twisted promise, calling them ingredients for progress. Since he can't let them leave alive, Hell makes sure their sacrifice is put to the best possible use. But as he revels in his monologue, a brilliant explosion of energy erupts right in his face. The entire chamber is rocked by the sudden, powerful blast, and it was Ariel who fired the first shot. Her expression hardened and ready for battle. Bella follows up the attack, her own mana gathering into a brilliant sphere. But both she and Ariel look on with tense expressions, the energy crackling around them. From within the smoke, a voice declares the attack magnificent. Professor Varian Bradley is completely unharmed, musing that the divine eye Ariel still has her talent. Her power only makes him grin, realizing he should be paying closer attention to the other recruits. He condescendingly dismisses their attack, mocking the very idea of students trying to kill a professor. Bella glares back, arguing it's better to fight than to be killed, though she admits she missed her chance. Seeing the power gap, Ariel orders a retreat, insisting they have enough evidence for the academy to act. But Varian scoffs, asking if they really thought he'd let them just walk away as he gathers a storm of dark magic. He unleashes the terrifying spell, a swirling vortex of destruction aimed right at the students. Ariel throws up a powerful wall of golden magic to intercept the terrifying attack. She pours all her strength into the barrier, with Bella watching in horror from behind. Varian simply scoffs, dismissing her defense as utterly pointless against his creation. He proudly calls it the Gluttony Flame, one of the twisted fruits of his research. This dark magic doesn't just break defensive spells, it actually devours them for fuel. The professor smirks, knowing that in theory, this attack simply cannot be blocked. Ariel's hands tremble as her golden shield begins to crack under the relentless assault. Through her glasses, her divine eye glows, desperately trying to analyze the magic consuming her own. But just as her barrier is about to shatter, Bella leaps forward to intervene. She summons her own icy magic, creating a second defensive line against the overwhelming darkness. But even their combined efforts are not enough. The reinforced barrier begins to splinter and crack. Realizing they've lost, Ariel makes a desperate choice, summoning a spell pouch and telling Bella to get it to Gray. Bella catches the artifact, understanding the hidden message. Heathcote needs to see this, and he will know what to do. To create an opening, Ariel stomps the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave of mana to push the darkness back. She screams at Bella, who is frozen in shock, urging her to escape while she holds the line. But Bella refuses to abandon her, declaring that the professor's barrier is failing and that she will take over. Ariel furiously reminds her of their promise to prioritize survival, knowing her defense is just a temporary shield. With a final, desperate surge of power, she gives it her all as the last of her magic shatters around her. As Ariel starts to buckle under the overwhelming pressure, Bella looks on with a calm resolve, telling her it's fine. In the next instant, a blinding explosion of pure white light erupts, consuming the entire battlefield. But instead of being overwhelmed, Bella calmly states that his spell isn't actually that strong. It just requires a slightly different kind of defensive magic, a concept that sends Varian reeling. He roars in disbelief, demanding to know how she learned the secret counter-theory to his gluttony flame. Bella coolly explains that someone recently taught her a new way of thinking, making his ultimate spell seem easy. Livid, Varian demands that she name the traitor who leaked this top-secret information. He screams for the name, promising a quick and clean death if she just cooperates. But she simply looks back at him with a smug little smile, cheekily telling him it's a secret. Her mind flashes back to a lesson from Gray Lee, a swordsmanship student of all people, who pieced together this revolutionary magic theory. Realizing she's just mocking him, Varian's patience finally snaps completely. With a grim finality, he says fine, and reveals a massive, pulsating magic crystal, ready to end this for good. Done playing games, Varian gives his final, chilling command. She will burn alive for him. With a single, decisive clench, he shatters the potent magic crystal in his fist. A torrent of dark, screaming souls erupts from him, flooding the entire chamber. The horrifying energy swirls into a maelstrom of pure destructive power. He unleashes a tidal wave of forbidden magic straight towards Bella and the others. Gray shouts out in concern, but Bella assures him her barrier is holding strong. But a flicker of doubt crosses her face. She knows it can only hold for so long. Varian's smug grin returns, mocking her, knowing her mana won't last more than a minute. Realizing it's a war she can't win alone, Bella tells her sensei to attack while she defends. Ariel doesn't hesitate for a second, her mystic eye flaring to life as she prepares to counter. Ariel's eyes narrow as she finds a weak point in the raging soul storm. She pushes her mana through Bella's barrier, a spark of lightning igniting in the darkness. The professor unleashes her full power, wrapping herself in a torrent of crackling energy. She hurls a massive bolt of lightning directly at the smug magic criminal. The attack rips through the air, a spear of brilliant blue aimed right at Varian, but just as it nears its target, the spell begins to waver and dissolve into nothing. Varian doesn't even flinch, mocking her pathetic attempt to counterattack. A jolt of pain hits Ariel, and Gray realizes Varian's soul flames are simply absorbing her magic. They stand helpless before him, their strongest offensive spell completely nullified, and the situation is about to get worse. As Bella gasps, her mana reserves nearly empty. Ariel grits her teeth, reminding him this is why she told him to run away. Her attack failed, and now she sees no way out of this nightmare. But Gray steps in front of her, sword held ready, telling her to leave this to him. Bella looks on, utterly confused, asking what he could possibly be planning. Gray just smirks, assuring them his sword will reach, no matter the distance. A wave of panic hits Ariel. She warns him that using that power again could kill him. He remains silent, knowing she's right about the risk. Then he declares that him dying alone is far better than all three of them perishing. Across the room, the smug criminal Varian finally senses a change in the air, and his eyes widen in disbelief, reflecting the image of Gray launching an impossible attack. For a split second, Varian's smug grin remains, even as the impossible slash finds its mark. Gray's gaze is cold and absolute, the residual dark energy of his attack swirling around him. The world tilts, and Varian gets a final, horrifying view of his own headless body from across the hall. Bella is completely frozen, her mind refusing to comprehend the sheer speed of what she just witnessed. And just like that, the infamous criminal's body slumps to the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Ariel's eye flares with insight. She realizes this is the first time she's ever seen the true, staggering technique. But the power unleashed was too much for the space to handle, and the entire ceiling begins to fracture. Bella looks up in a panic as chunks of stone start raining down from above. The whole structure comes crashing down, threatening to bury all three of them right then and there. Suddenly, a figure descends, and a pink barrier erupts, effortlessly deflecting the deadly cascade. Ariel watches through the remnants of the barrier, a smirk on her face as she admits that was beyond her expectations. Her expression shifts to concern as she turns to Gray, asking if his body is holding up after that display. Gray stares at his hand, admitting his dominant arm is aching and numb from the backlash. But with a surge of willpower, he forces his trembling fingers to grip the hilt of his sword. Ariel observes his resilience, noting that his training is clearly paying off, and he quietly agrees. He reflects that the old him would have been unconscious for days, but now it's just a hurting arm, a huge improvement. A flashback reveals the source of this endurance: Heathcote Longfellow's brutal training, pushing him to the absolute limit. Back in the present, Gray clenches his fist, the pain a grim reminder of how far he's come. He then turns to the professor who saved them, thanking her for their survival but apologizing for forcing her hand. She dismisses his apology, reminding him he was the one who insisted on stopping Varian, and he offers a quiet, grateful thank you. Ariel offers him a piece of advice, telling him to avoid using that power for a while. She warns that if he pushes it again, the damage might become irreversible. Gray's eyes widen, the serious implications finally sinking in. He's clearly unsettled by the diagnosis of his own unstable power. All he can manage is a quiet apology for the trouble. The professor then turns her attention to Bella, asking if Gray's ability was magic, since she couldn't sense any ether. Bella looks troubled, admitting that it's impossible to explain that level of power as simple magic. She then requests that Ariel not probe any further and keep what she saw a secret. But Ariel's expression darkens as a red energy gathers in her hand, asking why she should do that. She gives Bella a chilling ultimatum: promise silence, or she will be forced to erase her memories. Faced with no other choice, a terrified Bella quickly agrees to a magic contract. Ariel doesn't waste a moment, immediately beginning the spell to bind their promise. With a swift signature, the deal is officially sealed, ensuring Bella's silence. Now, allies of circumstance, they find themselves in the grim underground facility. Gray points out several unconscious people, noting they're just magically asleep. Ariel agrees, deciding to secure them before they proceed any further into the lab. She casts a spell, and a brilliant golden light fills the dark chamber. The victims are instantly encased in protective pods, safe from any external harm. With the civilians secured, the group ventures deeper into the horrifying laboratory. Ariel's gaze falls upon rows of lifeless figures, her eye revealing the grim truth of the human sacrifices. These horrific experiments, Ariel deduces, were designed to enhance a human's magical abilities. But as they venture deeper, she finds no trace of the liquidator experiments she was looking for. This doesn't add up for Gray, who remembers this exact location as the site of a catastrophic incident. Then, a chilling memory surfaces. The disaster wasn't the lab, but a deadly miasma that erupted from the ground. He stops dead in his tracks, and his sudden tension makes Ariel ask what's wrong. Bella watches him with concern, her own mind racing as she pieces together his realization. If what he's thinking is true, she wonders, could there be another facility hidden right beneath them? Gray voices their shared suspicion, suggesting the real lab must be underground. Intrigued by the possibility, Ariel activates her perceptive eye to scan their surroundings, and just as the theory is spoken, dark, corrupted energy begins to seep through the cracks in the floor. At first glance, Ariel's specialized eye can't find any hidden passages, but her perception digs deeper, sensing something beyond the physical realm. She stops abruptly, realizing there's a different kind of secret here. Kneeling down, she focuses her power on the corrupted floor tiles. Faint traces of teleportation magic flicker into existence, revealing the true entrance. She calculates the destination, a hidden facility, 300 meters straight down. Gray questions if they can even reach it, but Ariel confirms her magic is more than capable. With a simple nod of trust, he decides they're taking the risk. A brilliant red magic circle erupts at his command, enveloping the entire team. Ariel remains cool, knowing that if she's wrong, they're about to teleport into solid rock. The teleportation completes, leaving Gray and Bella utterly disoriented by the sudden shift. They've arrived in a vast, sterile, and impossibly large city deep beneath the ground. Ariel herself is shocked that such a massive space could exist hidden away. Her senses immediately flare, detecting a tremendous output of ether from all directions. She points towards a central structure, identifying it as the epicenter of the energy. But her unique eye sees a completely different power is leaking out, one far greater than any magic she knows. A chilling familiarity washes over Gray as he recognizes the oppressive aura. Ariel turns to him, her expression grim, confirming his unspoken dread. She declares with certainty that this is the power of the liquidator. The group now stands before the source, a single ominous building at the heart of the dead city. Before them stands a single, massive door at the heart of the complex. Ariel confirms the immense power is radiating from this very spot, a grand magic circle laid out on the floor. She approaches, sensing the lingering aura but not the liquidator itself, and places a hand on the cold surface. Bella voices her concern, but Ariel just shoots back a confident smirk, telling her to relax. With a slight push, she cracks the door open, explaining that it holds no real power. It's just a symbolic centerpiece for the ritual, a fact she assumes Gray already understands. The true source of this energy, she reveals, isn't what's behind the door. It's stored within the massive, glowing magic rigs surrounding the entire area. But as she speaks, the entire apparatus roars to life, erupting in a violent surge of crimson energy. Gray recoils in alarm, demanding to know if she's actually trying to summon the very monster they came to find. Bella panics, realizing the magic is far too dangerous and needs to be shut down now. But Ariel calmly stops her, stating that her predictions show this setup can't truly summon the liquidator. Just then, a dark, bird-like silhouette appears as the energy barrier cracks wide open. Gray shouts out to the professor, watching in alarm as space itself seems to tear apart. The entire chamber is flooded with a violent surge of unstable, chaotic power. Both Gray and Bella are left completely bewildered by this turn of events. Ariel, however, seems to have expected this all along. She explains that these devices don't summon the beast, they just punch a tiny hole into its dimension. Their true purpose is to funnel the immense power that leaks through the gap, and the core they're using to crystallize it is powered by human lives. 10 souls, she can sense, have already been sacrificed. Ariel adds that the molding process likely required even more sacrifices than she first thought. She grimly concludes that the people they saw upstairs were simply raw material for this dark ritual. Bella can't fathom why anyone would go this far, but Ariel tells her she's already seen the answer. She reminds them of the unnatural black flame that Varian used in his fight, explaining that the crystal that boosted his power is the horrifying final product of this machine. The professor warns that this catalyst isn't limited to flames, and mass production would be catastrophic. As they process this, the ominous cracks on the summoning platform begin to mend themselves. Gray realizes this means Varian wasn't trying to summon the liquidator after all. Ariel inspects the machinery, concluding the ritual pushed the rigs to their absolute limit. Bella, however, is simply in awe, recognizing the apparatus as insanely valuable and precise spatial magic. Ariel explains that the cost is astronomical. Only one organization could possibly fund 8 of these machines. Bella's mind jumps to the obvious suspect, the Discar Empire. But the professor immediately dismisses the idea. She clarifies that even the world's biggest country lacks the specialized magical research for such a feat. Lost, Bella wonders what other power could possibly exist on that scale. Who could possibly possess magical technology that dwarfs even the mighty empire? It's Gray who quietly speaks up, connecting the horrifying dots himself. Bella turns, completely shocked by his sudden appearance and his chilling conclusion. Ariel confirms his deduction with a simple bingo, impressed that he figured it out. No other research body on the planet has the budget or the talent to support this kind of operation. The implication hits Bella like a truck. The World Union Academy, their world's supposed protector, is behind it all. Ariel understands their shock but states the cold, hard fact. No one else could pull this off. But Gray refuses to accept it wholesale, arguing that this doesn't make the entire academy their enemy. He flashes back to his past life, remembering the academy's top forces fighting desperately on the front lines. They protected civilians until the very end, and having seen that, he can't believe the institution itself is evil. Ariel's heterochromatic eyes gleam as she looks at him, confirming he's hit the nail on the head. She agrees that most of the academy works for humanity and would never approve of such monstrous experiments. However, she reveals a darker side. Countless hidden researchers and secret facilities operating in the shadows. The conspiracy runs deep. Whoever backed Varian had serious authority that he couldn't have wielded alone. Bella looks worried, asking if this means they can't trust the academy at all. Ariel gives her a chilling answer. After decades on the inside, she knows it's not an organization you can trust blindly. Ariel explains the chilling logic. The people behind this likely believe they're acting for the greater good. The truth they follow is one buried deep in the darkness, hidden from the world. Gray impatiently asks how they can find the mastermind, but Ariel is already trying to scan the facility. She reports that the cover-up is perfect. Not even a trace of magic remains on the equipment. But before she can elaborate on another complication, the entire lab erupts in a blinding flash of light, catching Bella completely by surprise. Gray whips around, stunned by the violent explosion tearing the room apart. The entire structure begins to collapse around them in a storm of shrapnel and energy. Ariel calmly deduces this was a trap, a self-destruct mechanism to eliminate any investigators. But Bella has no time for analysis, screaming that they need to get out of there immediately. But while the students are panicking, Ariel wears a smirk of complete confidence. She coolly tells them to calm down, dismissing the explosion as mere magical explosives. A professor from the prestigious World Union Academy, she declares, isn't weak enough to die here. With a single touch to the floor, a massive golden magic circle erupts beneath them. Ariel warns Gray and Bella not to step outside the circle as pillars of light activate. The entire group is suddenly engulfed in a brilliant flash, lifted from the collapsing structure. In an instant, the powerful spell teleports them out of the doomed facility. They reappear far away, materializing safely in a forest under the moonlight. Her spell was so powerful it didn't just save them, it rescued every single captive. Gray, recovering on the ground, looks around and realizes everyone made it out alive. Bella admits she thought it was the end, still shaken by their narrow escape. But Ariel calmly reveals she brought back some extra baggage from the facility. These glowing purple canisters are the hard evidence she needs to expose the entire conspiracy. Sometime later, the group has finally returned to the World Union Academy. They stand inside an opulent office, ready to give their full report. Ariel confirms that all the rescued survivors are now safe in the Academy's medical wing. The headmaster, Orodrom Alexandro, formally thanks them for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. His tone quickly sharpens, however, as he asks about the magic engines they recovered. A single one of these devices is a priceless artifact, worth more than a national budget. Ariel confirms there were 8, realizing Varian must have had an incredibly powerful backer. But the headmaster reveals the shocking truth. The magic engines are stolen goods. He explains they were hijacked mid-transport in an attack that wiped out 78 Academy agents. The sheer scale of the massacre sends a shockwave of disbelief through the entire group. Ariel's mind immediately races, connecting this tragedy to a horrific incident from 15 years ago. The headmaster gravely confirms her suspicion, noting that the stolen cargo back then was carrying these very engines. He then names the infamous organization responsible for the slaughter, Blood Drinker. Gray knows the name all too well, calling them parasites that always crawl back from the shadows. The mere mention of the group is enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. But for Bella, this is deeply personal. her eyes blazing with hatred as she reveals they also murdered her parents. Orodrom elaborates on their terrifying resilience, a foe that can be crushed 100 times yet always returns. The headmaster continues, explaining that some say Blooddrinker is behind over 70% of all crime-related deaths. The truly chilling part is his suspicion that some of them have already infiltrated the academy itself. Gray can't believe it, demanding to know how the academy could possibly turn a blind eye to criminals in their midst. Ariel calmly interjects, explaining that the academy's current policy is to foster talent, regardless of one's background. Orodrom confirms this with a grim look, adding that this policy extends even to known criminals. Bella is disgusted by the notion, declaring that such people should be punished, not protected. The headmaster agrees with her in principle, but regretfully states that the higher-ups see things differently. She questions his authority, but he shockingly admits that his title is meaningless. He's just an underling. He reveals his actual power is laughably small, before asking if they want to know who is really in charge. The question hangs in the air, leaving Gray and Bella utterly stunned and waiting for the answer. Instead of an answer, Orodrom offers them a challenge. If they want to change things, they must grow stronger. He explains that as their power grows, so will their access to the academy's deepest secrets. The headmaster reveals there's an upperclassman whose influence is so vast, he single-handedly created the policy of accepting criminals. Gray immediately connects the dots. If they can surpass that one student, they could potentially change everything. Orodrom confirms his theory with a grim certainty, stating that around here, strength is the only thing that matters. A silent resolve hardens between them, their fists clenching at the new path laid before them. But as the headmaster watches them, a private, amused thought crosses his mind. He reflects on a recent incident, knowing that Ariel should have had no chance of winning against a foe like Varian. This means one of these two students had to be the real game-changer, proving Ariel's eye for talent is as sharp as ever. A sly smile creeps onto his face. He's eager to see what kind of monster she's truly been cultivating. Leaving the headmaster's office, Gray walks alone down the long, empty corridor. He clenches his fist, the dark markings on his skin a stark reminder of his past and his power. It all clicks into place for him in this academy. Raw strength is the only language that matters. To uncover the truth or topple the system's king, he knows he must first focus on getting stronger. Lost in thought, he's suddenly broken from his trance by a voice calling out to him. Before he can even fully turn, a vicious kick comes flying out of nowhere, aimed right at his head. The attack is a complete surprise, a blur of motion meant to end the fight before it even starts. But Gray's instincts scream, and he pivots in a flash, throwing up his arms to defend. He absorbs the heavy impact with a solid block, the force of the blow echoing down the hall. His attacker lands, stunned that he's still standing, as Gray demands to know what his problem is. The student mockingly throws the question back at him. He sneers that a special admission reject like Gray has no right to walk these halls. Gray calmly places a hand on his sword, noting this is just another hater of the special admission students. Just as a real fight seems imminent, the student smirks and points past him. He notes that reject number 2 has just shown up, as Professor Ariel appears down the hall. With that, the bully decides to retreat for now, turning his back on Gray. But as he walks away, he's secretly reporting to someone, apologizing for the tight surveillance. Wiping a bit of blood from his lip, he promises to send a replacement to get the job done. A sinister look crosses his face as he names his chosen operative, Varian. Professor Ariel hurries over to Gray, demanding to know what just happened. He calmly explains that a student kicked him for being a Divine Eye special admit. She checks for injuries, and realizes that without any, her hands are tied by official rules. But then she leans in with a sly grin, suggesting he could just go punch the guy's lights out. Gray is completely caught off guard, shocked that a professor would even suggest that. Ariel just sighs, claiming her eyesight has been getting worse and she might not notice a little fight. Finding her excuse a bit too suspicious, Gray decides to let it go, wanting to avoid trouble. He does, however, have one serious question for her. Are special admits truly that disliked? Gray admits that, while they get mocked sometimes, this is the first time it has ever turned physical. A shadow crosses Ariel's face as she processes the fact that her students are being bullied. Ariel apologizes, wishing she had more authority to protect her students. But Gray calmly tells her not to worry, reminding her that he wouldn't even be here without her. He smiles, vowing that he, Bella, and the others will prove her Divine Eye program wasn't a mistake. The memory of Amy White's radiant power flashes in his mind, followed by Bella Albright, weaving potent magic into the air, and Jacob Bloomfield, a blur of deadly, precise strikes. Gray's fierce loyalty leaves Ariel momentarily stunned. She closes her eyes, a soft smile gracing her lips as she thanks him, but her expression hardens as she raises a finger to his, reminding him not to treat this as someone else's fight. With her unique eyes fixed on him, she reveals that out of everyone, her expectations for Gray are the absolute highest. She tells him that while the others are top tier, Hez the first she's ever met who could truly surpass humanity. Gray sweats, finding the comparison to those legends a little intense, but Ariel's gaze remains locked on him. He quickly shakes it off, realizing that kind of weak thinking is a luxury he can't afford. The true enemy, the Liquidator, still looms in his memories, an unstoppable force that even the world's strongest couldn't scratch. The fate of this world, this entire timeline, rests squarely on his shoulders. With that heavy burden, his focus shifts back to the present day at the Academy's Grand Coliseum. The swordsmanship instructor announces the day's lesson, live combat practice, with pairings listed on the board. Gray steels himself, knowing he has to be sharp for this practical training. He feels the pressure. One screw up here and hell brings shame to all the Divine Eye admits. His eyes scan the list, and then he sees it he's been paired with the one and only Leonhard Appius. His opponent is Leonhard Appius, the top student of the swordsmanship course, the strongest first year. The instructor announces that all pairings were made based on similar skill levels, urging them to go all out. Gray can't help but scoff internally. Similar skill levels felt like a sick joke for a special admit like him. He knows this is bad, recalling how Leonhard already despises Divine Eye students from their last encounter. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts as Leonhard appears right behind him, startling him. The top student looks genuinely ecstatic, saying becoming number 1 was worth it just for this fight. He grabs Gray's uniform, passionately asking him to witness the swordsmanship he's trained so hard for. Gray is just completely bewildered by this guy's overwhelming and almost manic intensity. But that dazzling smile tells a different story. He's just thrilled to have a legal reason to beat Gray down. As the students gather in the vast arena, the instructor's voice echoes, asking if they are ready. With the instructor's signal to begin, the entire arena explodes into a flurry of duels. Leonhard, however, ignores everyone else, his eyes locked on Gray as he charges forward. Their swords collide with a deafening ring of steel, sending sparks flying across the floor. Gray immediately feels the overwhelming force behind the strike, struggling to hold his ground. With a sharp twist, he parries the blow, managing to push the top student back for a moment. Leonhard's eyes gleam with surprise and excitement. This is exactly the challenge he wanted. He comes rushing back in, his blade now glowing with a menacing blue aura. Gray tightens his grip, bracing his body for the immense power he can feel building up. Their blades meet again in a blinding flash, the impact even more intense than the first. Amidst the sparks, Leonhard flashes a confident grin, acknowledging that Gray is unexpectedly strong. Gray stares down his blade, his entire body trembling from the sheer pressure. Their swords become a blur of motion, a violent storm of steel echoing through the hall. Hez holding his own, but admits he can't match the raw power with both his arms. Gray analyzes his opponent's technique, a perfect, by-the-book style honed to an insane level. Even with all the experience from his past life, he feels himself being pushed back. He realizes Leonhard is a true monster, a prodigy fighting with terrifying instinct. The other students can only watch, stunned by the sheer speed of the exchange. Whispers spread through the crowd, he's actually keeping up with Leonhard. But the top student is just getting warmed up, a chilling smile on his face. He could do this all day. Gray, however, feels his own stamina failing, knowing he can't last much longer. He barely deflects the furious assault, knowing his professor's training is the only reason he's still in this fight. Leonhard, on the other hand, is perfectly composed, mockingly wondering why his opponent isn't even breathing hard. But beneath the surface, Gray knows he's running on fumes and needs to find a way to end this immediately. A memory flashes through his mind, the instructor's advice to treat this like a real battle. With that thought, his resolve hardens, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous new focus. Seeing an opening, Leonhard raises his sword, preparing to deliver the final, decisive strike. Gray dives low, the attack missing him by inches as he tumbles to the ground. But it's not a fall of defeat. He slams his open palm against the floor with purpose. The unexpected move leaves Leonhard completely stunned, his arrogance turning to disbelief. As he tries to stomp his downed opponent, Gray catches the boot with his bare hand, unleashing a defiant burst of energy. With a powerful twist, Gray throws Leonhard completely off balance, the elite student's surprise turning to shock. The look in Gray's eyes is terrifyingly real, and Leonhard understands this isn't a game to him. But the noble's pride won't let him accept defeat, and he reaffirms his grip. He tells himself that losing this fight is simply not an option. In the next instant, the cold steel of a blade rests against his neck. The duel is over. Gray stands victorious over his fallen opponent. He offers a hand, casually calling the match a draw despite his clear advantage. Leonhard accepts the help up, but he knows it was anything but a tie. He admits that in their final clash, He was just swinging wildly, while Gray had a clean shot at his heart. Gray chose to aim for the neck instead, a deliberate act of mercy that proves who truly won. Gray just shrugs it off, saying that aiming for the heart felt a bit extreme for a mock duel. Leonhardt, however, isn't having any excuses. He calmly accepts that he still lost. He thanks Gray, admitting he's finally learned the difference between practice and true combat. Gray sheepishly concedes that using a kick might have been a cheat move in a sword class, but Leonhardt counters, reminding him that in a real fight, there's no such thing as cheating. With a newfound fire in his eyes, he takes a confident step forward. He points his sword directly at Gray and demands another round. This catches Gray completely off guard. He wasn't expecting an immediate rematch. He realizes he only won by a fluke and doubts he could beat Leonhardt in a straight fight. But before he can answer, a voice from the crowd yells for them to hold it right there. An arrogant student steps forward, reminding everyone that this is a sword class, not a brawling match. He scoffs at Gray, questioning how a special admit loser got paired with the Academy's top talent. Gray remains silent, thinking to himself that he had no say in the matchups. But Leonhardt steps in, coolly informing the loudmouth that the professor deemed Gray the only worthy opponent. Right on cue, the instructor himself strolls in, confirming that he paired students based on their true strength. He looks at them both, declaring that Gray is the only one in the class who can actually take on Leonhardt. Turning to the disgruntled student, he offers a simple challenge. If he's not satisfied, he can prove it himself. Beat Gray, the instructor says, and he can be Leon's opponent. The student's face breaks into a confident smirk. He boasts that he's on a different level, having defeated an examiner just to get into the academy. Leonhardt watches with a knowing smile, seeing his own past arrogance reflected in this new challenger. Leonhardt pats Gray's shoulder, thinking this is a good opportunity for everyone to recognize Gray's true power. But more importantly, he's absolutely seething that this nobody dared to interrupt his time with Lord Gray. The arrogant student just stares back, completely oblivious to the danger he's in. Suddenly, Leonhardt's face contorts with pure rage, his eyes glowing as he decides this crime alone is worthy of death. His opponent is completely baffled, wondering why Leonhardt is suddenly so incredibly furious. The instructor casually offers a new rule. They can use only their swords. He then turns to Gray to see if he accepts. Gray internally admits he has no idea how strong this guy is, but knows he can't be a pushover if he passed the normal exams. He can see his opponent is physically superior, with stamina and strength built from years of proper nutrition that he never had. Gripping his wooden sword, he accepts the duel, reasoning that he won't get expelled just for losing a practice match. The instructor leans back, confirming it's just practice, but with a sly look, he tells them not to hold back. With their wooden swords drawn, both students take their fighting stances. The moment the match begins, his opponent lunges forward with incredible speed. He's determined to teach this special admit a harsh lesson about his proper place. Their blades clash in a shower of sparks, the impact ringing through the training hall. But Gray feels something strange in the exchange, a subtle disconnect in the force. His opponent's strike doesn't carry the weight he was expecting. The recoil from the impact sends them both staggering backward. The arrogant student is completely baffled, thinking Gray's power feels surprisingly light. Yet, it's his own hand that's now trembling and numb from the shock of the blow. Gray watches him, calmly wondering if his opponent is actually holding back for some reason. Before the student can even process what happened, his sword is knocked aside. He's sent tumbling across the arena floor, the spar ending in a single, decisive blow. The instructor's voice cuts through the stunned silence of the other students. The match is over. Gray, however, looks genuinely worried, having only aimed for the sword and not the person holding it. But his opponent's pride is shattered. He scrambles for his weapon, claiming he was just caught off guard. With tears of pure frustration streaming down his face, he screams for a rematch. The instructor just sighs, completely unimpressed, and waves him on to try again. So he charges forward once more, swinging his sword with wild, desperate abandon. The result, of course, is exactly the same, over and over again, until all that's left is Gray standing over him, asking a question that's lost all meaning. "Are you okay?" Through swollen lips and a single, frustrated tear, the student tries to insist he's fine. But his face, puffed up like a balloon from Gray's non-lethal strikes, tells a very different story. The instructor has seen enough of this sad display, calling a halt and ordering the boy to the infirmary. With the pathetic spar concluded, he officially announces this year's first-year representatives, Gray and Leon. Leon smirks with satisfaction, but Gray is completely caught off guard by the sudden title. The instructor explains their new duty. They will fight the second-year champion in the annual inter-year battle. He then points a finger at Gray, revealing a damning statistic. The first years have lost this battle 35 times in a row, but he smirks, sensing this year might be different. That number hangs in the air, a testament to the seemingly insurmountable wall ahead of them. Gray asks if the power gap is really that big, and the instructor confirms it without hesitation. A single year here changes everything. The instructor explains that losing is not just normal, it's fully expected. Leon smirks, feeling that just being chosen to fight is an honor in itself. He gives Gray a reassuring pat on the shoulder, telling him not to stress it. And with that final piece of advice, the swordsmanship class is dismissed. Gray thinks it over, concluding the battle isn't as serious as he first imagined. But his mindset quickly shifts as a Divine Eye student. This is his chance to prove he can actually fight. A new resolve hardens within him. He knows he has to train relentlessly. Elsewhere, the Academy's faculty meeting is moving to its final agenda item. Professor Ariel sits at the table, listening as the subject is raised. A new face, Professor Boudra, makes a stunning proposal to expel the other Divine Eye student, Amy White. Ariel immediately questions the absurd suggestion, stating she's the one managing the Divine Eye students. But Professor Boudra claims that's exactly the problem, beginning his argument. He points out that Amy White failed her exam, and while every other failure was expelled, she got to stay. Ariel fires back, defending Amy's progression toward world-class combat ability. The only thing holding her back, she explains, is the severe physical backlash from her power. But one of the other professors scoffs, tired of hearing that same old excuse. He mocks her explanation, twisting it to paint Amy as a useless student with a fantasy power. Ariel stands firm, insisting that Amy could gain control any day now, and pushing her would ruin that chance. Her colleague, however, has heard enough, accusing her of letting a substandard student stay indefinitely. With a sharp glare, Ariel retorts that the Academy's purpose is to nurture talent, not expel the gifted just because they don't fit the system. Professor Boudra lets out a smug little chuckle, mocking the very idea of talent. He condescendingly admits that maybe the old special picks were good, but this current batch? They're nothing but failures. Another professor agrees, listing off names like Amy, Bella, and Jacob, and suggests it's time to abolish the Divine Eye program entirely. Ariel is completely stunned by the proposal, unable to believe what she's hearing. But Boudra's faction reminds her that the program can be dismantled with a simple majority vote from the faculty. Other professors join the pile-on, whispering that the current Divine Eye students are far from impressive. They dismiss Bella Albright's progress as minor and even question if she has enough mana to be viable. Ariel is left speechless, a bead of sweat forming as she struggles to formulate a defense. The council agrees that, while past students were great, the new generation just doesn't have the same impact. And as they all share a knowing, vicious smirk, Ariel realizes she's completely isolated in this fight. One by one, the other professors voice their agreement with Boudra's faction. Ariel realizes with a growing dread that the opposition is far stronger than she ever imagined. Professor Boudra leans in with a vicious smile, declaring the Divine Eye program completely outdated. He mockingly asks if she truly believes her judgment is superior to everyone else's in the room. Her hand tightens into a fist. Every fiber of her being wants to scream yes. But she holds her tongue, knowing that lashing out will only provoke them further. She's already isolated, well aware of the animosity these people hold for her. To win, she needs the support of the neutral faculty, and she can't afford to alienate them now. Trapped by their political maneuvering, a cold sweat runs down her face as she's left utterly speechless. Boudra leans back, reveling in her silence and taunting that she must finally know she's past her prime. Another professor chimes in, advising her to retire before she completely ruins her legacy. The mockery continues as they suggest she should just start her own school if she's so attached to her methods. The room fills with cruel laughter at her expense, doubting any student would follow the washed-up Divine Eye. Ariel's entire body trembles, struggling to contain her fury at the public humiliation. But deep down, her conviction remains unshaken. She knows her students have real talent. They just need time. She resolves to do whatever it takes to stop them from being expelled before they can prove themselves. Just then, the topic pivots as one of the faculty members brings up a student named Gray. The others recall the name, noting he's a promising first-year swordsman picked for an upcoming battle. A sinister idea begins to form among Ariel's opponents, seeing a new opportunity. They lay down a challenge. Let Gray's performance in the competition decide the fate of the entire Divine Eye program. Ariel's Divine Eye flares, a cold fury rising as she realizes they've backed her into a corner. The headmaster, Orodrum Alexandro, listens with a cool, unreadable expression, weighing the proposition. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek. She knows this is a trap she can't easily escape. She tries to argue, explaining that Gray's power isn't meant for mock battles, but for real life-or-death situations. But her words are cut short by a fist slamming down on the table. The other professors tired of her excuses. One of them shouts her down, declaring that if a student can't perform in training, they're useless in real combat. Flustered, Ariel insists they don't understand, that Gray's abilities are a completely different kind of swordsmanship. But the decision has already been made in the minds of everyone at the long, imposing table. The headmaster rises, cutting the argument short, announcing the meeting is over since the discussion is going nowhere. With a final, decisive tone, he agrees to their terms. They will all watch Gray's performance and decide her fate then. Ariel can only stare, her protest dying on her lips as the meeting is declared over. The other professors file out, gloating about the show they're about to witness. One silver-haired instructor pauses, his expression far more serious than his colleagues. Soon, he too is gone, leaving Ariel utterly alone in the cavernous meeting hall. She sinks into her chair, overwhelmed by a crushing sense of failure, feeling too weak to have protected her student. Her thoughts drift to Gray, remembering his resolve to shield everyone, even if it meant dying alone. She knows his swordsmanship isn't for a mock battle. She's seen how it shatters his own body in a real fight, and she realizes the request she's about to make of him is completely unfair. Even so, a desperate hope remains, a silent plea building within her. Clasping her hands, she prays that somehow, he can find the strength to help them. Her prayer is a desperate whisper, begging for a way to help these kids. Tears stream down her face, a testament to her resolve to protect their future. And just like that, the day of the inter-year battle arrives. Inside a colossal arena, the announcer's voice booms, signaling the start of the event. First up is the top first-year student, Leonhardt, wearing a smug, confident grin. Beside him stands the top second-year, Lunel Hartman, his expression serious and unreadable. Then there's the first-year challenger, Gray Lee, who looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, and his counterpart, the second-year challenger, Deeble Redardal, radiating pure menace. Gray's blood runs cold. He recognizes this guy from the hallway, and can't believe his luck. The announcer declares it's time to witness what these four are truly capable of. And it seems the whole academy has turned out to watch, the stands packed with professors. Among them, a smug Professor Boudra looks like he's already won. Lunel finds the massive crowd unusual, commenting that last year's battle was practically empty. Leonhardt is initially surprised too, until a sudden realization dawns on him. He smirks, convinced the faculty is here to see Gray's skills, praising their excellent taste. Lunel just stares, wondering if his partner has always been this full of himself. But the real reason is soon revealed. They are here for the final battle of the Divine Eye Special admits. This news sends a ripple of shock and confusion through the spectating students. Gray overhears this from the arena floor, completely blindsided by the word final. From the stands, one of the professors sneers, asking if Hez really the only one who wasn't told. Professor Boudra leans in with a twisted smile, dropping the bombshell. The Divine Eye class is being abolished. The news hits Gray like a truck, and he immediately turns to Professor Ariel for any sign that this is a lie. But Ariel is lost in a memory, recalling her fear that telling Gray the truth would push him to use a power that could kill him. It was a risk she decided she couldn't let him take. So back in the present, she puts on a calm facade, telling him Boudra is just trying to break his focus. Gray and his teammates stand on the arena floor, looking up at her. But he doesn't miss the faint tremor in her hand as she clutches her chest. A small, knowing smile spreads across his face. He understands her unspoken message and bows his head in acceptance. Boudra just scoffs at the display, eager to watch them fail and embarrass themselves. Boudra continues his tirade, confident that Gray's failure will finally discredit Ariel's famed Divine Eye. But down on the arena floor, Gray hears every word, and he decides he can't just let that insult slide. Boudra's face contorts in disbelief. A student dares to talk back to him? Gray's eyes narrow, warning that while he can be insulted, slandering Professor Ariel's judgment is crossing a line. The sudden and fierce defense leaves Ariel completely stunned, but Boudra just scoffs, mocking what little strength her supposedly failing eyes could have possibly seen in him. Unfazed, Gray simply accepts the challenge, vowing to prove him wrong. This quiet confidence sends the old professor into a sputtering rage, calling him an arrogant brat. As the announcer calls for the participants to split up, the tension finally gives way to the start of the match. Ariel can only watch, appreciative of his loyalty but deeply concerned about what he's actually planning. Ariel considers Gray's chances, thinking his practical swordsmanship might have worked against a normal opponent. But her expression darkens with worry. She knows he's been matched with someone truly terrible. His opponent is Deeble Redardal, a student who was surgically altered into a living weapon. With inhuman reflexes, he's the absolute worst matchup for Gray's ambush tactics. A sudden, dreadful realization hits her. Is he planning to use that ability? Across the arena, Gray sits stoically, as if sensing her rising panic. She mentally pleads with him, telling him not to worry about her, and not to push himself. A small, almost imperceptible smirk appears on his lips. It's a silent, confident answer to her unspoken fears. He glances over, his eyes assuring her that he knows exactly what he's doing. The announcer's voice echoes across the massive coliseum, calling the representatives forward for the final match. A holographic projection of the headmaster explains the rules. The arena is warded against fatal blows, and victory is achieved by forcing the opponent's safeguard to activate. The fighters are instructed to treat this as real combat, and the two top students lock eyes with deadly intensity. With swords drawn, Gray and Leonhardt face off as the inter-year top student match officially begins. Without a single wasted moment, Leonhardt lunges forward, a blur of motion intent on overwhelming his opponent from the start. Gray, however, remains completely unfazed, calmly raising his sword to meet the challenge head-on. Their blades meet in a furious flurry, sparks flying as Leonhardt unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. But Gray parries each strike with chilling precision, his movements fluid and economical, never giving an inch. He ducks under a wide swing, his body moving with an unnatural grace that turns defense into a counterattack. Before Leonhardt can react, Gray pivots and lands a powerful kick, sending the golden-haired prodigy staggering backward. The prodigy grimaces, admitting to himself that trying to fight like Gray was a foolish mistake. Gray offers a rare compliment, conceding that Leonhardt is stronger than he was as a first year. But the matches continue, and Lunel Hartman steps up, ready to pick up the pace. He smirks at his opponent, tauntingly asking if he thinks he can even keep up. The fight ignites in a blur of motion, their blades clashing in a furious exchange. His opponent is immediately on the defensive, barely managing to parry the onslaught. Lunel gives him no room to breathe, his eyes locked on as he prepares a final, decisive strike. Realizing he's hopelessly outmatched, the student yields just as a protective barrier activates. With a decisive and almost effortless victory, Lunel Hartman is declared the winner of the top student match. And with that concluded, the next stage is announced, the challenger match, as the representatives are called to step forward. As the representatives prepare, Leonhardt wishes Gray good luck for the coming match. Gray takes a steady step forward, knowing he ran his mouth and now must deliver. His hand tightens on his blade, recalling the endless monsters he faced in his past life. Compared to those hopeless battles, he's certain this is a fight he can win. He drags his sword across the arena floor, the screech of steel building the tension. Standing ready, he makes a dark, silent promise to the absent Professor Bradley. He's going to send this opponent to the same hell he sent the professor to. The two combatants face off as the final selection match is set to begin. With the signal, they explode into motion, blades clashing in a blinding flash. Diebel Ratterdal meets the charge head-on, his eyes sharp and completely focused. Sparks fly as Diebel is forced to parry Gray's aggressive two-sword style opening. The sheer force of the impact jolts him. He can't believe how heavy the blow was. He knew Gray's reflexes were boosted, but this raw strength is something else, making him question how to even fight back. Gray, however, knows there's a certain skill he could use, but a flicker of hesitation stops him. His mind flashes back to Professor Ariel, her voice filled with urgency, pleading with him not to use that power. He remembers casually agreeing, not fully grasping the weight of her words. She had stressed that no tournament victory was worth risking his life over. Not only that, but the arena's barrier wouldn't hold the power, and he might end up killing his opponent. Snapping back to the present, the memory of that dire warning hangs heavy in the air. But there's no time to dwell on it as Diebel explodes forward, launching his own counterattack. Gray resolves himself. He would die for the divine eye slot, but he won't kill for a simple tournament victory. With that lethal power off the table, he explodes into motion, choosing a different path. He meets Diebel's charge with a furious series of blocks and parries, sparks flying from their blades. Diebel presses his attack, using his refined technique to find an opening, but he's immediately confused. For someone with such monstrous stats, Gray's movements are surprisingly simple. He quickly realizes it's not a lack of skill Gray is deliberately holding back, and Diebel can't figure out his plan. A wild, almost unhinged grin spreads across Gray's face, as if he's enjoying this far too much. That cocky expression vanishes in an instant, replaced by a look of pure shock. Diebel's sword connects with a sharp clang, sending Gray's weapon flying out of his grip. Before Gray can even react, the cold steel of Diebel's blade is already at his throat. Diebel is thrown for a loop, recalling a moment where he felt Gray's attack was utterly undodgeable. Yet somehow, Gray manages to block the counterattack, and he himself has no idea how he did it. The block felt impossibly fast, as certain he shouldn't have been able to react in time. This leaves Diebel completely baffled, wondering if Gray had deliberately weakened his own attack mid-swing. From the stands, Professor Ariel's sharp eyes are locked onto the strange exchange. Her unique sight activates, her glasses glowing as she perceives something beyond the physical. She sees a swirling, unknown purple energy gathering inside Gray's chest. To her, the fight seems incredibly one-sided, but she can't quite put her finger on why. The other professors just assume the second year is a sadist, dragging out the fight for his own amusement. Meanwhile, Gray is overwhelmed by a flurry of strikes. Looking like he's barely hanging on, Professor Budra chuckles, coming up with his own brilliant theory. Deeble is protesting the divine eye slot. The other professors laugh along, calling him a considerate student, as the brutal, one-sided beatdown continues below. But Ariel's voice cuts through the chatter, screaming for them to end the fight immediately because it's getting dangerous. Professor Budra turns to her with a smug, dismissive grin, wondering what could possibly be so dangerous. The swordsmanship instructor decides to calmly explain the obvious to the seemingly panicked professor. He reminds her the entire arena is protected by a powerful spell that automatically blocks any fatal blow. It's designed so students can fight without fear unless she has some other reason to want this stopped. Down on the field, Gray takes another hit, a grimace twisting into a strange, almost defiant smile. Ariel desperately tries to explain that she knows about the barrier, but it won't be enough for what's about to happen. Before she can finish, a violent torrent of dark purple energy erupts from Gray, stunning everyone into silence. Ariel's eyes widen in horror as Gray's face twists into a terrifying, unhinged grin. He raises his sword, now wreathed in a storm of raw, dark power that crackles around him. With a single, focused swing, he unleashes a wave of pure, destructive energy at his opponent. The attack carves a massive, brutal trench straight through the solid stone of the arena floor. Deeble barely holds his ground, his feet sliding back against the overwhelming force. But Gray's gaze remains locked, cold, and utterly merciless. An impossible chasm now splits the arena, a testament to the power he just displayed. The wave of energy finally slams into the arena's protective field, causing it to light up violently. Professor Budra breaks into a cold sweat as sparks fly, the impenetrable barrier starting to fail. The crowd erupts in panic, and Ariel screams in frustration. This was exactly what she warned them about. Ariel realizes with horror that Bradley must have planted something inside Deeble. She immediately throws her hand forward, attempting to cast a binding spell. But her magic fizzles out against the powerful spectator barrier. She can't interfere. Screaming, she declares an emergency, demanding they disable the barrier and cancel the tournament. The other professors can only watch in abject terror, completely frozen by the chaos. With direct intervention impossible, Ariel yells for Gray to forget the fight and just run. The suggestion seems almost alien to Gray, whose expression remains cold and unfazed. He knows instantly that turning his back on this opponent means certain death. Meanwhile, the sheer pressure from the fight washes over the stands, terrifying the students. Mass panic erupts as the spectators scream and fall over each other, desperate to escape. Amid the chaos, one of the professors knows their magic won't reach the arena in time. He realizes it's far too early for this, but there's simply no other choice. He believes Gray is the only one who can pull this off, a desperate last-ditch effort. The silver-haired professor screams out a cryptic piece of advice for Gray. Gray is taken aback, questioning how he's supposed to just become a sword. But with his professor's faith behind him, he knows he has no choice but to try. He closes his eyes, focusing his entire being into the concept of a single, perfect blade. The air around him shifts as the dark energy condenses, sharpening with intent. His form becomes a blur of motion, no longer a boy swinging a sword, but the strike itself. And in a blinding flash, two impossibly fast attacks finally collide. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through Gray, his own dark energy lashing out. But it's Deeble who recoils, his enhanced senses struggling to process what just happened. In this new state of heightened perception, Gray wonders if his opponent was always this slow. No, he immediately corrects himself, gripping his sword tighter. He realizes with chilling certainty that it's not Deeble who slowed down, but he who has become impossibly fast. With a single, fluid motion, Gray's blade slices past Deeble's desperate defense. The living weapon is completely outmaneuvered, his attack shattered as Gray lands a devastating blow. Deeble is sent flying across the arena, a helpless projectile against overwhelming force. He smashes through the supposedly unbreakable defense barrier with a thunderous crash. The professors are in utter disbelief, screaming as they realize a mere student just shattered their academy's defenses. The professors stare at the carnage, one of them asking if the other student is even okay. He frantically screams for the med team, fearing the worst for the boy who just broke their barrier. But from the crater of rubble, a hand emerges, crackling with a sinister dark energy. The professor's face pales in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. Because Deeble rises, not only unharmed, but now cloaked in a violent, monstrous aura. From the stands, Ariel screams a warning, telling Gray that the fight is far from over. Deeble's eyes flare with a demonic light as his newfound power erupts from his body. Vicious tendrils of pure darkness lash out, catching Gray completely by surprise. The shadowy whips tear through the arena with terrifying force, shattering stone and earth. The faculty members are frozen in terror, stammering as they witness this horrifying transformation. Ariel cries out in panic as the professors struggle to disengage the arena's barrier, needing 10 more seconds. Down below, Gray is forced to evade a storm of shadowy attacks ripping through the stage. His eyes remain sharp and focused, tracking every move of the monstrous figure before him. Deeble lunges from the chaos, his form now barely human, wreathed in pure destructive energy. But Gray meets the assault head-on, their swords clashing with an explosive impact. The transformed Deeble is stunned, realizing that Gray's strength and speed are impossibly inhuman. Gray smirks, fully aware that he isn't exactly a normal combatant either. With a surge of his own power, he repels the attack, sending Deeble flying back across the arena. He watches intently, however, noting with grim focus that his opponent is still completely unscathed. As Deeble rushes in again, Gray effortlessly blocks the strike, knowing the attack is simply too slow. But in the next instant, something goes horribly wrong as blood explodes from Gray's mouth. From the sidelines, Ariel screams his name, her professional composure completely shattered. He realizes with chilling certainty that if he doesn't retaliate now, this is the end. He needs more power, and a crimson aura begins to surge from his very soul. Something deep within him, something ancient and terrible, finally answers the call. His eyes ignite with a terrifying, crimson glow, promising nothing but destruction. In a flash, he's back on the attack, moving with a speed Deeble can no longer track. The so-called living weapon can only scream in agony as he's torn apart. Gray watches the result of his counterattack, his expression cold and utterly merciless. Dark, shadowy tendrils now writhe around him, a testament to the new power he's just unleashed. The professors can only stare in utter disbelief at the raw power on display. Down in the arena, the stone floor is completely shattered, a testament to the brutal clash. Ariel realizes with a jolt that the protective barrier has suddenly disengaged. An invisible shockwave erupts from the center, blasting the spectators back in their seats. The backlash of Gray's own dark energy surges, wrapping Deeble in a crushing bind. But the cost is immediate, as Gray gasps for breath, barely able to remain standing. A dark, spectral figure manifests before him, the embodiment of his borrowed power. The shadows turn on their master, brutally impaling Gray from the inside out as he screams. Ariel is the first to reach him, frantically pouring healing magic into his ravaged body. The other professors rush in behind her, urging her to hurry before it's too late. Bathed in a sea of emerald light, Gray lies on the verge of death, his body a canvas of blood. Ariel's healing magic desperately pours into him, stitching together the fatal wounds. She finally lets out a breath of relief, thankful that he's stable, but then she feels it. In the very next moment, Gray is on his feet, wiping his chin with a confident smirk. The other professors are dumbfounded, the swordsmanship instructor asking if he's really okay. But Gray just turns to Ariel, casually asking for her professional opinion on his condition. Dropping her monocle, Ariel activates her special eye, peering past the physical and into his very soul. What she sees there stops her cold. It's something that defies all logic. After unleashing such a volatile, soul-devouring power, his soul is completely unscathed. She calmly tells him his body is fine, hiding the fact that she's looking at a complete anomaly. Ariel confirms their plan to lessen the backlash was a success, much to her relief. The swordsmanship instructor, however, can't believe his eyes, questioning if this is the reduced recoil. Her aura flares as she reminds him that without their support, Gray would have died on the spot. She explains this brutal method was necessary for Gray to experience the recoil himself. Still, she admits to herself that a lot of things went off script during the chaotic fight, especially the part where Deeble, the Academy's living weapon, had to be carried away completely broken. Returning to the present, she turns to the headmaster and asks for the official ruling. The judge recounts how Deeble's last resort protective barrier was triggered by Gray's final attack, and with a thunderous voice, he declares the representative of the first years the official winner. The entire stadium erupts in a deafening roar, celebrating the impossible upset. Among the stunned professors, one remarks that with this victory, the Divine Eye student has shattered the first year's 3-5 loss streak. But another realizes the record is meaningless now. After a fight like that, no one can deny Ariel's judgment was sound. Her critics are forced to eat their words, admitting that her controversial special admission slot has been completely vindicated. In fact, they feel a sense of shame, having almost expelled a student with such monstrous potential from their academy. As the crowd murmurs, Ariel rushes past them, her focus solely on one person. She grabs onto Gray's arm, the tension finally leaving her body. With tears of relief welling in her eyes, she quietly thanks him for proving her right. Meanwhile, the other professors agree that those who push to abolish her program should be held accountable. All eyes in the stands suddenly turn, focusing on one very specific, very guilty-looking individual. Professor Budra begins to sweat, realizing the political tide has just turned violently against him. Realizing he's cornered, Professor Budra stammers out a pathetic excuse and makes a run for it. The other professors just watch him flee, their smug expressions saying it all. Two of the older staff members note that the old saying holds true, never pick a fight with the divine eye. They comment that Ariel has mellowed out over the years, a remark that clearly irritates her. Gray watches the exchange, realizing there's more to Professor Ariel's past than he knows. But now that the distraction is gone, his focus sharpens on what's truly important. The Academy's headmaster, Orodrom Alexandro, approaches him with a serious look on his face. The headmaster's usual warmth is gone, replaced by a cold, analytical intensity. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Gray cautiously asks what this is about. Orodrom gets straight to the point, questioning the unnatural power that Deeble Rattardal used in their match. The headmaster explains that a supposedly safe match put a student's life at risk, and the Academy will investigate. He formally apologizes, stating the Academy is fully responsible for failing to detect the anomaly with Deeble. Gray, however, plays it cool, brushing off the apology and saying everything turned out fine in the end. Orodrom thanks him for his understanding, but his expression shifts, the pleasantries now over. With a piercing gaze, he points out that after Deeble went berserk, Gray also unleashed something unusual. A bead of sweat rolls down Gray's face. He knows exactly what the headmaster is referring to. Hess talking about that strange power, a magic so alien that modern theory can't even begin to analyze it. The headmaster leans in, demanding to know what that power of his truly is. Gray is caught, scrambling for an answer, knowing he can't possibly explain the truth. He can't reveal anything about his regression or the hidden mastermind, so he simply replies that he has no idea. Orodrom scoffs at the answer, finding it hard to believe Gray is ignorant of a power he used himself. Gray quickly passes the buck, claiming he was clueless until Professor Ariel noticed it and explained it to him. But Ariel knows this is a complete lie. She remembers him wielding it freely against the ogre general. His private plea flashes in her mind. He needs her to go along with this story for the sake of his mission. And in that moment, she understood his angle, marveling at his foresight. He doesn't act like this is his first life. Touched by his trust, she had agreed, feeling she had no choice but to step up and support his play. Back in the present, she strides forward, corroborating his story for the headmaster. She spins a convincing tale about observing his potential and recruiting another professor to help him gain control. With unwavering confidence, she asks the headmaster to leave all research regarding Gray's power to her. Orodrom pauses, considering her request, and admits to himself that after that fight, he can't really say no. With his decision made, Orodrom grants her full command over Gray and the Divine Eye Special Group. Ariel is momentarily stunned by how easily her audacious lie was accepted, stammering a quick thanks. But inwardly, both she and Gray share a silent, cunning smile. Their risky gambit paid off perfectly. The headmaster then pivots, announcing their trip to a secure ward to check on the downed Deeble Rattardal. He specifically requests Ariel's unique perception for the examination, and she confidently agrees to help. They soon arrive at a heavily guarded door, marked with a strange, glowing sigil that denotes its importance. Inside the observation room, Ariel takes a slow sip of tea, gathering her thoughts before the big reveal. Turning to the others, she begins to explain the results of her analysis on the power that struck Deeble. Her conclusion is a bombshell. The energy signature is a near-perfect match for the infamous liquidator. Suddenly, all focus shifts to Gray, the dark power swirling in his chest, now tied to a world-ending threat. She continues, revealing the dark energy crystal is identical to those from a notorious research facility. Gray, stone-faced, cuts to the chase, demanding to know what happened to Deeble. Ariel pauses, taking a slow, deliberate sip from her teacup before answering. Then, with chilling certainty, she delivers the verdict. He's already dead. Gray's hand clenches, but Ariel quickly clarifies her statement was not entirely accurate. The moment that unholy power activated, Deeble Rattardal simply ceased to be himself. In fact, she theorizes his soul may have been gone long before the power was even implanted. Her gaze then locks onto Gray, stating it's obvious this was a targeted attack on him, retaliation for killing Varian Bradley. Gray calmly processes this, the gears turning as he connects the dots. He realizes that if Deeble was altered after Bradley's death, then a third party must be pulling the strings. Ariel confirms his theory there's a much bigger fish hiding behind this whole conspiracy. She promises to investigate the connections, but her intuition is already pointing somewhere dangerous. The corruption, she suspects, reaches the deepest parts of the academy itself. Gray listens intently, offering his help in any way he can as she begins to walk away. She pauses by the window, her hand resting against the glass. With a soft smile, she simply thanks him for his willingness to get involved. Her glasses then flash with a different light as she shifts topics to his unique power. Gray confirms he can now use it without soul damage, but the physical recoil was much more severe. He looks up, a little confused by her seemingly unconcerned expression. But then she delivers the good news. His training is about to enter the next stage, and his face lights up. Ariel confirms his hopes with a confident smile. She promises he'll learn to control his power far better than he ever imagined. The scene shifts to a massive training ground, lined with endless rows of armored dummies. Gray stands alone in the center, facing what looks like an entire army of targets. He's already aware that this training method is known for being extremely dangerous and painful. The silver-haired professor in charge gives him one last chance to back out, offering safer, slower options. But Gray's resolve is absolute, his answer immediate and unwavering. Seeing his determination, the professor accepts his choice and tells him to get started. Gray closes his eyes, shutting out the world to focus his mind. He must remember that sensation from before, the feeling of becoming a single, perfect blade. His sword hums as dark, crackling energy begins to envelop the blade. The power surges, wrapping around Gray in a violent crimson aura. His eyes snap open, burning with resolve as he decides it's time to begin. With a single step, he launches forward in a blinding flash of red. The first armored dummy shatters into pieces before it can even register the attack. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, carving through the rows of targets. From a distance, all that can be seen is a single figure cutting down an entire army. The spectating professors are stunned, muttering in disbelief at his incredible speed. Even the silver-haired instructor who set up this trial is taken aback, watching in silence. But Gray doesn't notice their shock, lost in the rhythm of pure, focused combat. But this incredible speed comes at a price, and his body begins to violently tear itself apart. He cuts down one last dummy before the immense backlash sends him crashing to the ground. Completely spent, he lies in a pool of his own blood, surrounded by shattered armor. On cue, a team of healers steps forward, activating their recovery magic in unison. A powerful green light envelops Gray, beginning the agonizing process of mending his broken form. He endures the searing pain as the magic forcibly knits his muscles and bones back together. Every second is a trial, but this is the only way for his body to learn to endure the strain. The healing subsides, and he slowly pushes himself up, offering his quiet thanks. The silver-haired professor nods, noting that he lasted longer this time and will adapt with more reps. Gray stands, sword ready, realizing he was too focused before to notice the brutal cost of his power. He steadies himself, a grim figure amidst the carnage he just unleashed upon his own body. The reality sinks in. This incredible power comes at the cost of excruciating pain. His instructor approaches, explaining that this suffering is simply the sign of him pushing past his limits. Still, he admits the training is excessive, leaving the final decision to Gray. The shattered remnants of his armor lie as a testament to the sheer brutality of the test. But for Gray, there is no hesitation, no doubt in his mind as he readies his sword. His eyes gleam with resolve. He is ready to go one more time. Just as they're about to start again, a commanding voice orders them to stop. Professor Ariel has arrived, her presence immediately halting the entire session. She surveys the wrecked training hall and declares this hellish regimen is limited to once a day. Gray stands defiant, stating his body is healed, and asking if this brutal method will at least spare his soul. But Ariel's gaze is sharp. She explains that physical injuries are one thing, but pushing his body this hard again could permanently damage his nerves and ruin his swordsmanship. She knows he understands this better than anyone, reminding him of a past where constant injury held him back. The instructor breathes a sigh of relief, admitting even he would hesitate to run this training multiple times a day. He drops a piece of shattered armor, the clatter echoing the severity of the situation. Finally, he asks the real question. Why is Gray in such a rush to get stronger when he's already powerful? Ariel steps forward, a heavy burden on her shoulders as she confesses that this is all her fault. She explains that by dragging him into the conflict with Bradley, she made him an enemy of the Academy's hidden powers. The situation is so dire, she admits, that even if they tried to hide him, they couldn't guarantee his protection. She apologizes, confessing that getting stronger is now the only way for him to survive. But Gray gently places a hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry. He makes it clear that stopping the liquidator experiment was his own choice, a path he had to follow. Moved by his resolve, Ariel says all she can do is help him make the most of his exceptional power. The swordsmanship instructor smirks, sensing from her words that she already has something in mind. He then turns to Gray, asking if he's forgotten the quickest way for a swordsman to power up. A glint of realization flashes in the instructor's eyes. Standing amidst the shattered armor, Gray is completely lost, a question mark hanging over his head. The instructor reveals the answer with a knowing look. The fastest solution is simply changing swords. Gray looks down at his weapon, confused, since the Academy sword is supposed to be top tier. Ariel explains that while the sword is fine for a normal student, it simply can't withstand his overwhelming power. He looks at the blade, the realization dawning on him that no ordinary weapon could handle that kind of force. With a confident smirk, Ariel reveals a golden key, offering to take him to her personal vault. The instructor is floored, unable to believe she's seriously considering giving a student a weapon from her collection. But Ariel simply holds the key steady, brushing off his concerns without a second thought. She channels a flicker of her power into the intricate device. Instantly, a massive magic circle of light erupts from the key, engulfing the training ground. Gray looks on, stunned, as she declares that he has more than earned this right. Before them, a colossal gateway of pure light materializes, and she invites him to follow. And without hesitation, Gray steps forward into the brilliant light, ready to claim his new power. The moment he steps through, Gray's eye widens in utter disbelief. He's met with a sight he could never have imagined: mountains of pure gold. And it's not just coins, but priceless potions and magical artifacts everywhere. The vault is a colossal chamber, a personal treasury of unimaginable wealth and power. Ariel, completely nonplussed, casually leads the way, looking for the sword section. Gray can only follow, his mind still trying to process the sheer scale of it all. They finally arrive, and she reminds him the goal is to find a blade that suits him perfectly. The instructor boasts that it's the greatest collection in the world, while Gray sees nothing but dangerous, intimidating weapons. Even Ariel admits that with so many legendary swords, making a decision won't be easy. She explains that due to his power, he can only test one sword a day, so they'll have to pick their candidates carefully. Ariel decides to start with a simple test: the sharpest sword in the entire armory. Gray grips the hilt and lifts the massive greatsword, immediately feeling its immense weight. She acknowledges its heft but promises him that its cutting power is second to none. To prove the point, she gestures toward a solid stone pillar, inviting him to give it a try. Gray plants his feet, struggling for a moment to get the unwieldy blade into a proper stance. With a yell, he brings the sword down in a devastating arc that shatters the very air. The blade carves through the stone pillar like paper, embedding itself deep into the vault floor. A bead of sweat rolls down his face, but he can't help but smile, amazed by the raw power. The instructor, however, is unimpressed, noting that its power is useless if it's too heavy for combat. Ariel has to agree, though she privately thinks there's no harm in having one for a special occasion. Ariel explains it's a situational weapon, best used against massive, durable foes. She even offers him a magic storage pouch, so he won't have to lug the colossal blade around. Gray is stunned, finding it hard to believe she'd just lend out such a treasure. With a gentle smile, she insists it's better for the sword to be used than to collect dust. Her tone shifts, reminding him of the powerful enemies he's up against. Her words hit home, triggering a painful memory of his past failures. He recalls the utter helplessness he felt as his comrades died, unable to change a thing. Snapping back to the present, his resolve hardens as he gratefully accepts the sword. Just then, another professor steps in, warning him to keep the weapon hidden. He reveals the blade's staggering worth, no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's jaw drops as he hears the true price, not 10,000, but 10 billion. He immediately tries to back out, stammering that he can't possibly accept something so valuable, but Ariel firmly refuses to take it back. With a knowing smile, she clarifies this isn't a loan, it's a gift, reasoning that he would only hold back if he thought he had to return it. He can barely believe what he's hearing, asking if she's serious, to which she gives a dead certain confirmation. She explains that if 10 billion is the price to protect her divine eye's admission, she'll gladly pay it, calling the sword a late reward. Still, the sheer weight of the gesture leaves him speechless and hesitant. Noticing his doubt, Ariel leans in with a playfully threatening gaze, cornering him by asking if her investment isn't worth the cost. Utterly defeated, Gray has no choice but to accept, gripping the hilt and promising to cherish the weapon. A warm, satisfied smile spreads across her face, pleased that he has finally taken the gift. With the legendary sword now in his hands, she turns to discuss more mundane equipment for his regular training. Gray can't help but be impressed by her armory, but his companion, Heathcote, isn't surprised in the slightest. He explains that with Ariel's divine eye, an artifact that can perceive true value, amassing wealth is trivial for her. She turns to Heathcote, asking for his expert opinion as an instructor on which sword would be best. He scans the vast collection of blades, considering the options carefully. His eyes land on a simple, yet well-crafted longsword, deeming it a worthy choice. With Ariel's permission, Gray takes the sword in hand, ready to test its balance. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a lightning-fast practice swing. The blade cuts through the air, a blur of motion as he tests its feel. He flows through a series of elegant and powerful slashes, a whirlwind of steel. After the display, Gray offers his verdict with a deadpan expression. It's not bad, he guesses. But as he holds the blade, Gray can't shake the feeling that something is off. Heathcote cuts straight to the point, confirming that the sword simply doesn't suit him. The instructor considers this for a moment, a new idea clicking into place. He gestures toward a massive greatsword embedded in the floor, an experimental weapon. With a confident smirk, Heathcote suggests that this particular blade might be the perfect fit. Gray's attention is immediately captured by the strange, powerful weapon. Unlike the others, it hums with an otherworldly blue energy along its length. Heathcote simply tells him to try holding it, knowing what will happen. His eyes narrow with focus as he grips the hilt, bracing for its immense weight. But to his utter shock, the enormous sword lifts as if it were lighter than air. Gray inspects the weapon closer, confirming his suspicion it has no edge at all. Heathcote explains it's an experimental prototype, an unsharpened but incredibly durable slab of steel. He tells Gray that with his power, a sharp edge is irrelevant. No normal sword could withstand his strength anyway. The instructor warns that as Gray's power continues to grow, even the finest blades would eventually just slow him down. Hez proposing a future where Gray fights not with a blade's edge, but with pure, overwhelming force. To demonstrate, Heathcote sets a metal training dummy's head on the floor. He brings the massive greatsword down in a devastating arc. The dummy isn't cut, but cracks and shatters from the raw kinetic impact. It's completely caved in, deformed by a power that doesn't need to be sharp. Both Gray and Ariel are left speechless, stunned by the sheer destructive potential of this new fighting style. Ariel cuts in, thinking Gray is better off with a regular sword and that Heathcote is just showing off. Still, she offers to show him other weapon sections if he's set on trying something new. But Gray just gives a slight smirk, completely ignoring her suggestion. The armory is filled with countless blades, from brutal greatswords to elegant rapiers. He states plainly that his only interest is in checking out the swords here. His gaze locks onto a greatsword with a crimson blade, noting it seems both stronger and lighter. Deciding to try that one too, he walks deeper into the vast weapon hall. His eyes are sharp with focus, scanning the racks for the perfect fit. But then, his attention is completely captured by a different weapon. A sleek, silver longsword. A strange feeling hits him, an intense and sudden familiarity, as if he's seen this blade before. He calls out to Professor Ariel, asking specifically about that mysterious silver sword. She explains it's not famous, just a well-made blade left by a student who graduated. With a determined look, Gray asks if he can test it out, and she readily agrees. He steps forward and takes the longsword from its mount, feeling its weight. The moment he grips the hilt, a jolt of recognition hits him. It fits perfectly. Taking his stance before a training dummy, he prepares for a single test swing. In one clean, effortless motion, his blade flashes, slicing the dummy completely in two. From the sidelines, Heathcote lets out a small, impressed sigh, watching the display unfold. A confident smirk lights up Gray's face, stunned by how natural the weapon feels. It's more than a good fit. It feels like has been training with this very sword since birth. Ariel smirks, asking if he likes it, and Gray can only give an enthusiastic I do. He holds the sword with a confident grin, admitting he's never felt a weapon so easy to wield. But she isn't finished. She wants to test its compatibility with his unique power. Gray hesitates for a moment, worried he might break a sword belonging to another student. She simply waves off his concern, certain the blade would prefer action over gathering dust. Convinced, he runs a hand along its smooth, cold surface, his reflection staring back. He asks about the alumnus who forged such a masterpiece, and she reveals the name, Metallum Norum. That name hits him like a lightning bolt, his red eye widening in utter shock. His mind flashes to the legendary figure, the world's greatest master swordsmith. With that revelation hanging in the air, the true test is about to begin in a grand coliseum. Ariel explains the true purpose of this test. He must push the blade to its absolute limits. With a confident smirk, she presents the gleaming sword, deciding to start with this particular one. She wants to see exactly how his unusual power will interact with such a unique weapon. Gray accepts the challenge, striding into the center of the Grand Colosseum alone. He closes his eyes, reaching deep within to summon the familiar, chaotic energy. A crimson aura begins to flare to life, crackling around his shoulders and arms. He prepares to channel the raw power through the legendary sword in his hand. But his eyes snap open in confusion as absolutely nothing happens. He turns back to the observers, apologizing for the failure and insisting he'll try again. He tries again, but his chaotic power seems to recoil from the blade, refusing to be channeled. The crimson energy erupts from him, but instead of infusing the weapon, it just clings to his body. With a soft flutter, the entire manifestation falls apart, leaving him standing alone and powerless. Frustration flickers across his face. He can't understand why his ability isn't activating. Ariel calmly approaches, asking if he feels physically unwell or any different than usual. He assures her that he's fine, which leads her to a new conclusion with a sly grin. The problem, she suspects, isn't him, but a fundamental incompatibility with this specific sword. To test her theory, she pulls out a case, preparing to summon a far more ordinary blade. A new, simpler sword materializes as she offers it to him for the next attempt. Gripping the simple blade, Gray squares up against a field of armored training dummies. He focuses his mind, reciting his mantra as a dark, crimson energy begins to leak from the sword. In a flash, his power erupts, unleashing a violent red aura that engulfs him. A confident, almost cruel smirk spreads across his face. He's finally done it. But as his eye glows with power, a strange, cryptic voice echoes deep inside his mind. The sudden intrusion shatters his focus, making him wonder if he's hearing things. The voice speaks again, a mysterious warning that leaves him staring at the blade in confusion. From a distance, Heathcote remarks to Ariel that this activation should have been straightforward. Shaking off the bizarre experience, Gray decides to press on with the test. He dashes forward, a blur of red light, and begins carving through the first line of targets. He realizes that while the output feels the same on the surface, something is fundamentally different now. The sword moves with an unnatural grace, swinging smoother and faster than ever before. His entire body feels light, unburdened, as if the very laws of physics are bending for him. He becomes a blur of motion, a crimson web of death that ensnares every target in his path. Armor plating shatters and dummies are torn to pieces before they can even fall. The spectating professors can't believe his speed, realizing he's on a completely different level now. The entire arena becomes his stage, each red dot a target he's already marked for destruction. It feels less like running and more like flying, a dance of pure, unadulterated power. A helmet splits in two, a casual display of the force behind his every move. With each destroyed target, his focus intensifies, his glowing red eyes locked on total victory. He finally stops, breathing heavily, and realizes there are no more targets left to cut. He grips his sword, remembering this exact same test from before. Last time, he could only defeat half, but now, he's wiped out every single one. From the observation deck, Professor Ariel watches the lone figure standing in the arena. The other instructors are completely stunned, wondering how he is even conscious. Her shock suddenly turns to panic as she screams for him to drop his weapon immediately. His grip finally loosens, and the sword clatters loudly against the stone floor. The moment the adrenaline fades, his body gives out, and he collapses to his knees. Without hesitation, the professors surge forward, their hands already glowing with healing magic. They desperately race to his side before the damage from his own power becomes irreversible. He tries to push himself up, but his body has already hit its absolute limit. Every fiber of his being screams as his remaining strength rapidly fades away. Before he can collapse completely, Heathcote is there to catch him, telling him not to overdo it. Ariel joins them, noting that even with their healing, his massive blood loss has left him severely weakened. Heathcote offers a bit of encouragement, pointing out that this means he's broken a new barrier. But Ariel is more pragmatic, warning him that fighting so recklessly without a dedicated healer is suicide. Her attention then turns to the weapon left on the floor, and she picks it up to inspect it. She marvels at the blade. Despite the intense battle, it doesn't have a single scratch. As her unique eye focuses on the steel, she senses something more than just fine craftsmanship. She can't be sure if it's just her imagination, or if the sword's faint glow has actually grown stronger. The sword in her hand suddenly flashes, resonating with a distant tower. Ariel whips her head around, her unique eye sensing a terrifying surge of power. Heathcote and Gray are confused by her sudden reaction, asking what's wrong. But before she can answer, a catastrophic explosion of crimson energy erupts from the Academy's spire. All they can do is stare in utter disbelief as the world is consumed by the blast. The shockwave hits them hard, knocking them off balance as debris rains down from above. The very heart of the Academy is torn apart in a storm of destruction. Down below, students scatter in pure panic, screaming as chunks of the building plummet toward them. Instructors immediately deploy barrier magic, desperately trying to protect their students from the fallout. And Gray, still recovering from his duel, can only watch in horror, wondering what just happened. Heathcote immediately identifies the blast's origin, the hazardous materials vault. This was a man-made explosion. Ariel's sharp eyes caught something else, a flicker of teleportation magic. hinting at a brazen robbery of the Academy HQ. The other professors are in disbelief. The vault walls are meant to withstand powerful magic and block teleportation entirely. But Ariel silences them with a chilling discovery. She detected liquidator energy mixed in with the smoke. She realizes they must have used those unstable crystals from the underground lab to shatter the defenses. The implication hits Gray like a thunderbolt. The ones responsible, they must be Varian's allies. The students below can only stare in terror as the heart of the Academy burns from a direct, hostile assault. In the aftermath, a briefing confirms their fears. A follow-up investigation revealed several items were stolen from the vaults. It was a place no outsider should have ever been able to reach, let alone detonate. And the fact they bypassed the teleportation inhibitor and escaped cleanly points to only one conclusion. Ariel adjusts her glasses, her voice cutting through the tension with a single, damning conclusion. This was an inside job. Gray can hardly believe it. The very foundation of the Academy crumbling in his mind. With a cynical glint in her eye, she suggests the institution was never truly trustworthy to begin with. He argues that if the enemy controlled the Academy, they could have just taken what they wanted. But then it clicks for him. The explosion was necessary because they had no legal way to acquire the stolen items. Ariel confirms his thoughts, adding that the main culprit is almost certainly the blood drinker. The name hits a nerve, reminding Gray that those are the same monsters who murdered Heathcote's parents. She warns him that because he killed Varian, he is now squarely in their crosshairs. He must keep his guard up at all times, especially when he's outside the Academy's walls. Gray gives a solemn nod, understanding the new, personal danger he now faces. With the new threat identified, Gray heads back to his daily life at the Academy. He walks into the lecture hall, but the air is thick with a strange, somber tension. Every student seems to be on edge, hunched over their desks with grim expressions. Gray can't help but wonder if this bleak mood is somehow connected to the recent explosion. Another student approaches, surprised to see him, and asks if he's heard about the new drill. The words outdoor march jog his memory. He does recall receiving a notice, but his classmate is baffled by his calm reaction, since Gray clearly hasn't grasped the details. The student explains it's a 16-hour march through monster territory, plus a week of extra combat training. He starts freaking out, unable to comprehend how Gray can be so composed about the grueling schedule. His mind spirals, picturing sleepless nights and constant ambushes, crying out that half the students drop out from this ordeal. But Gray is completely unfazed, thinking that on a real battlefield, there are no time limits at all. His mind drifts back to his past life, to a grueling march with his old subjugation squad. He remembers the constant threat of ambushes, where some were nearly killed by monsters during training. Back in the present, he reasons that with professors watching over them, it should be much safer now. Leonhard appears, impressed, noting that even a hellish drill can't seem to shake Gray's composure. Gray just offers an awkward chuckle, not wanting to explain the true source of his calm. Still, seeing the fear in his classmates gives him pause. He feels a hidden danger and resolves to stay sharp. The day arrives, and an instructor stands before the gates, announcing the start of the annual marching drill. He gives a stark warning. The test is brutal, and failure often means not returning for the second year. Before them lies a vast, unforgiving wilderness, the stage for their grueling trial. Gray recognizes their destination, the desolate, almost uninhabited edge of the Wintel continent. With a final command, the instructor leads the cohort of students out from the Academy gates. Their long march begins, a single file line of black uniforms against the vast green landscape. A stern, silver-haired professor guides them directly into a dense forest, setting a grueling pace from the start. One student quickly notices they've veered off into the trees, questioning the lack of a path. The professor doesn't even break his stride, retorting that it wouldn't be training if they walked on a comfortable road. A wave of despair washes over the students as they realize just how brutal this drill is going to be. They have no choice but to follow him deeper into the unforgiving woods, the trail disappearing behind them. Before long, students are already panting, their pampered academy lives having left them unprepared for this. The instructor just scoffs, informing them it's only been 8 hours, and they're barely halfway through the day's march. The news hits the students hard. They're not even halfway through the first day's torture. But the instructor just keeps walking, shouting back some empty words about how their bodies will adapt. The students aren't buying it for a second. They know he's just lying to keep them from collapsing. As they suffer, a few can't help but notice Leonhardt, who is walking ahead without breaking a sweat. It's to be expected from the top of the swordsmanship course, a completely different level of stamina. But even Leonhardt is watching someone else, Gray, who's been keeping the same perfect pace from the very start. Elsewhere in the line, a female student struggles to keep up, every step an agony of exhaustion. Her weary eyes catch a sudden, unnatural movement just off the trail. Before she can react, A horrifying spider monster leaps out, and she lets out a terrified scream. But in an instant, a flash of steel flies past her and pins the creature silently to a tree. The student is left stunned as Gray moves past her without a word, his weapon already drawn. She stammers out a thank you, but he just gives a simple warning about the forest's poisonous creatures. Watching from behind, Leonhardt realizes Gray isn't just walking. He's in a state of perfect readiness. He can't even imagine the level of training it would take to maintain such focus for 8 straight hours. For Gray, however, this is nothing, thanks to the hellish training he endured in his previous life. A quick flash of those brutal, sleepless nights reminds him how easy this march is by comparison. But his physical stamina isn't what's truly bothering him right now. He recalls Professor Ariel's pointed warning to always stay vigilant outside the academy's walls. This drill feels like a setup, an isolated area with low security, yet the academy knows their exact position. The lead instructor clenches his fist, and Gray's suspicion hardens. Something is about to happen, and right on cue, the drill instructor hopes to himself that nothing bad will happen. He suddenly bellows for everyone to halt, bringing the entire group to a dead stop. The exhausted students pant heavily, confused by the sudden command. That's when another instructor steps forward, announcing a special meal training exercise. The students process the strange words, a mix of confusion and hope on their faces. But the mere mention of a meal sends one student's imagination soaring. Visions of a grand feast fill their minds, and a massive cheer erupts from the group. They celebrate, believing a long-awaited break and a hot meal are finally here. Gray alone remains silent, his instincts screaming that meal training is a trap. The instructor just smirks, turning to the overjoyed students to crush their naive expectations. He explains that on a march, they cook for themselves, and just like that, their delicious fantasy shatters. The instructor continues, stating he's divided the exhausted students into balanced squads. Each team is to grab a set of cooking tools and begin preparing their own meal. With a wave of his hand, a magical board materializes, displaying the new squad assignments. Gray scans the list, his eyes landing on his own name under Squad D, listed as the leader. A sweat drop forms as he worries if anyone will actually listen to the special Divine Fate student. His newly assigned squad mates quickly spot his name on the list as well. To his surprise, they approach him with friendly smiles, ready to introduce themselves. Gray is completely caught off guard, having braced himself for immediate rejection. He cautiously asks if they're really okay with him as leader, only to be met with genuine confusion. They assure him that after witnessing his brutal inter-year match, he's the only one they'd trust as leader. Basque even presents the cooking gear they've gathered, already asking Gray for his first order. Gray is floored by this sudden respect, realizing that his one battle completely changed his reputation. His hand clenches with a newfound understanding. So this is how the academy works, it's all about merit, and he's finally earned his place. Just then, Leonhardt cautiously approaches the instructor, pointing out a critical issue. He explains that their supplies are missing a key component: food. They only have a pot and a fire starter. The professor just scoffs, lecturing them that on a real mission, they'd be lucky to even have a pot. The students are left completely speechless by this harsh lesson in survival. But as the instructor turns away, a calm voice calls out to him with due respect. It's Leonhardt, who can't believe they're expected to march long-term without even basic food supplies. The instructor confirms his logic is sound, but only for missions that are planned in advance. He explains that in a real emergency, with supply lines cut, they'd be on their own. Magic storage is a luxury, so most of the time, they'll be hauling their gear just like this. His gaze darkens as he asks if they want to die helpless when that day inevitably comes. The harsh dose of reality lands like a punch, leaving the students completely stunned. Humbled, Leonhardt formally apologizes for his short-sightedness as Gray observes from behind. Gray, however, can't help but smirk, realizing the magic bag he got was far more valuable than he ever knew. Just as the tension peaks, the instructor announces he has some good news for the weary students. He reveals the forest is teeming with monsters, and he's about to turn off the repellent magic. The instructor's good news is that they won't have to worry about finding food, a statement that leaves them utterly confused. With a casual snap of his fingers, he releases the monster repellent. The shimmering magical barrier instantly shatters, leaving the students completely exposed. Panic ripples through the ranks as the harsh reality of their situation sinks in. While others scatter, Gray's small squad turns to him, desperately asking for a plan. He just sighs, unimpressed by their fear. The objective is simple: they hunt and eat to survive. Gray calmly explains that he's been analyzing their surroundings the entire time. The tracks he spotted belong to small and mid-sized monsters, perfectly manageable with a sword. His teammates are still nervous, wondering how they'll even track something down in such a huge forest. Gray offers a chillingly simple solution: They just have to walk around and let the predators come to them as one is already watching from the shadows. Gray explains that staying put is a fool's game. They'd just be fighting other squads for the same limited prey. He then cheekily offers an alternative. If they're too scared to fight, they can always just hunt for bugs and snakes instead. The mere thought of eating insects sends Rumia into a panic, who immediately insists she'd much rather hunt monsters. With that settled, the others quickly reaffirm their trust in him. Whatever Gray decides, they will follow. Bask, in particular, has complete faith, knowing Gray's call is always the right one. So they move out, venturing deeper into the forest with Gray leading the way, his eyes scanning every detail. He suddenly stops, crouching to inspect the ground as his teammates watch with bated breath. He brings a finger to his lips, tasting the earth and whatever traces were left behind. Straightening up, he calmly announces that it's here, leaving his squad completely confused. A moment later, a loud crash from the trees proves him right. Something big is coming. And just as predicted, absolute terror flashes across Rumia's face. A monstrous bear with flaming eyes bursts from the foliage, its roar shaking Bask to his core. The beast charges, sending students scattering as it barrels directly toward him. He realizes with a jolt that this is a real monster, far faster than anything he'd imagined. But before fear can paralyze him, his body instinctively twists, narrowly dodging a lethal claw. He's almost surprised to find his body moving on its own, pure training taking over. All those brutal academy drills, all that conditioning, it's all kicking in now. He steels his nerves, refusing to let the academy's training be underestimated. With a defiant shout, he brings his blade down hard on the charging beast. The sword bites deep, and a spray of blood confirms a solid hit. A smirk crosses his face. He actually thinks he's got this handled, but his moment of triumph is cut short by a massive claw lunging for his throat. The reflection in his eye shows the beast's maw, and his confidence shatters into pure terror. Suddenly, the world splits in two as a flash of steel bisects the monster from head to tail. Gray stands over the carnage, his expression completely unfazed by the chaos. The pink-haired student collapses to the ground, his body trembling from the close call. A flashback reveals Gray's precise strike, plunging his sword directly through the monster's eye. Had been just a hair's breadth away from being torn apart by its claws. But with fluid, almost inhuman grace, he slipped right past the fatal blow. A flicker in his crimson eye reveals the cold, calculated focus of a true predator. And with one final, brutal cleave, the monster's head is separated from its body. His blade thuds into the earth, the sheer force of the blow leaving it deeply embedded. The other students can only stare, their minds struggling to process the sudden, violent end to the fight. With a grunt, Gray struggles to wrench his sword free from the monster's incredibly dense skull. He shakes his hand, noting just how tough the creature's bones really were. Turning to the terrified student, he offers a hand up, casually asking if he's okay. Gray calmly explains that focusing on survival is more important than landing a single killing blow. A lesson that Bask, still sweating from his near-death experience, has just learned the hard way. The reality of the situation finally sinks in for the group. This is no mere training exercise. And later, around a crackling fire, the students make a meal out of the very monster that almost devoured them. While Bask is shocked that the bear meat is actually good, Gray casually drops some survival knowledge. He explains that knowing which monsters are safe to eat is a crucial skill for any expedition. Rumia is impressed, wondering if he was trained in more than just sword fighting. But a dark look crosses Gray's face. These are lessons from a past he'd rather forget. He tries to play it off, but Bask can tell there's a lot more to him than he lets on. Their meal is interrupted by another group of students, looking absolutely miserable. Their leader, covered in muck, explains that their own food run ended in complete failure. Gray glances at the massive amount of food they have, clearly enough to feed an army. The desperate student's face lights up, thinking they're about to be saved. But an instructor appears from the shadows, declaring that sharing between squads is forbidden. With the instructor's decree, the other squad's hopes are utterly crushed, leaving them to stare at their empty pot. The next phase of their brutal training begins. A long, grueling march deep into the wilderness. Finally, as evening falls, a drill instructor brings the exhausting trek to a halt. The students don't waste a second, collapsing onto the ground in a wave of sheer relief and exhaustion. Gray's squad is just as spent, but they have the small comfort of knowing they won't be going to sleep hungry. But their minds immediately race with dread, wondering what fresh hell the instructors have cooked up for them now. To their surprise, the instructor explains the next exercise is a supplied camping drill, with tents and rations for all. The catch? They'll be simulating surprise attacks all night, forcing each squad to organize a proper watch. Some students are already whispering, plotting how they can camp near another team and slack off on their duties. But the instructor's sharp ears pick up their lazy schemes, and his cold stare tells them that's not going to happen. He makes it crystal clear. They've been spaced out on purpose, and there will be no slacking off tonight. With that, another instructor steps up, announcing that the real training starts now. He warns them all to hurry. The slower they are to prepare, the less precious sleep they'll get. Back at Gray's camp, the squad immediately gets down to business, debating the dreaded watch duty. Rumia and Bainas are practically begging for a full night's rest, realizing a two-person watch is impossible. Gray overhears and agrees, settling on a one-person shift to maximize everyone's sleep. But then comes the hard part, deciding the order. Gray explains the first and last shifts are the easiest. He then volunteers for the second shift, leaving the tougher middle slots for the others to fight over. To his surprise, Basque immediately claims the third shift, wanting to repay Gray for saving him earlier. A rare, genuine smile forms on Gray's face as he accepts the offer, a flicker of trust finally igniting. With the schedule set, Gray gives the final instructions for a smooth watch rotation. Night settles over the forest, and Rumia takes her position alone by the crackling campfire. Inside his tent, Gray finally allows himself to fall into a deep, much-needed sleep. For a moment, he seems completely at peace, a rare sight for the battle-hardened student. But a shadow moves through the darkness, its footsteps silent in the tall grass. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting as it's drawn for a stealthy strike. Rumia, still on watch, seems completely oblivious to the approaching threat. The assailant stalks forward, closing the distance to their unsuspecting target. But even in sleep, his senses are sharp. Gray's eyes snap open, alert and dangerous. Hess instantly on his feet, realizing the noise he heard wasn't a monster, but something far worse. His hand stills on the tent flap. This is a human presence, and they're trying to be silent. Through a tiny opening, his crimson eye scans the perimeter with lethal focus. He sees Rumia still sitting by the fire, supposedly keeping watch over the camp. But she looks exhausted, dismissing a faint noise as just her imagination. Gray knows better. It wasn't his imagination. Someone is absolutely here. He considers if it's a professor checking on them, but quickly decides he can't let his guard down. Ariel's warning echoes in his mind that taking down Varian would make him a target. She had told him to be especially careful whenever he left the safety of the academy. This could be an assassin, and he realizes it's far safer to assume the worst. Staying here is a trap. He quietly slips out of his tent while Rumia remains blissfully unaware. Gray melts into the shadows of the forest, moving with silent urgency. He glances up at the full moon, realizing its bright light makes this forest as clear as day. A double-edged sword. Easier to spot his enemy, but far harder to hide himself. But as his foot snaps a twig, a smirk crosses his face. This reminds him of old lessons learned the hard way. He's thrown back to his training under the divine bow, Jacob Bloomfield, who called out their clumsy, noisy footsteps. Jacob had taught them the secret to true silence, landing on the toes first, letting the heel touch last. The goal wasn't to make no sound, but to make sounds that blended with the forest itself, to become one with nature, to erase the very rhythm of a human predator. And now, in the present, Gray puts that lesson into practice, his steps becoming utterly soundless. With his dagger drawn, he's no longer the hunted. He is now the one stalking his prey. He moves like a phantom through the trees, spotting his quarry just ahead. The mysterious figure is crouched low, completely unaware of the shadow closing in. In an instant, a blade is at his throat, a cold voice ordering him not to move. Gray's eyes glow with deadly intent, promising death for any sudden movement. He demands to know the man's name and affiliation, but the reaction is pure confusion, because the face that turns to him belongs not to an assassin, but to Professor Heathcote. Gray quickly plays it off as a training exercise, an excuse the flustered professor readily accepts. Heathcote admits he was completely caught off guard, impressed by Gray's flawless stealth. He even jokes with a nervous laugh that at this point, he can't tell who's teaching whom. But Gray's suspicion lingers. He wonders if it's a trick, but the weapon seems too plain for a real kill. Still, Gray's instincts scream that something isn't quite right. Heathcote, for his part, nervously gestures to his neck, still shaken from the close call. After a tense moment, Gray finally lowers his sword, deciding it's safe to trust him for now. The immediate danger has passed, but the air remains thick with unspoken questions. Just then, another student appears from the shadows, sword drawn. It's Rumia. She's shocked to find the professor and Gray standing there in the dead of night. Heathcote explains he was simply checking their watch, but Gray spotted him instantly. Hez thoroughly impressed, praising their group's flawless vigilance and perfect camp setup. But this only confuses Rumia, who was certain Gray was supposed to be asleep. Before Heathcote can react, Gray coolly asks the professor what gave his position away. Gray casually points to a snapped twig, explaining the sound it made was distinctly human. The professor is floored, asking if Gray is seriously claiming he detected an attack in his sleep. With a deadpan expression, Gray dismisses it as a coincidence, saying he wasn't fully asleep yet, leaving Rumia utterly bewildered. He glances over at his other teammates, Bask and Binas, who are sleeping peacefully, completely unaware. Heathcote can't contain his amusement anymore and breaks into a hearty laugh. He declares that between the recent mock battle and this, Gray continues to surprise him at every turn. The professor's gaze turns serious, as he wonders if there's anything left for the academy to even teach a student like him. With his mind made up, Heathcote announces that Gray is now banned from participating in Night Watch training. Gray looks genuinely concerned, asking if removing one person won't disrupt their group's schedule. Smirking, Heathcote reveals a glowing artifact, declaring that their group is now exempt from mock attacks between 1 and 3 a.m. He'll just assume Gray is on watch. Not only that, Heathcote jots down a note, giving Gray a perfect score for his Night Watch training. He closes the book, the special treatment now official. With a final command, he dismisses Gray and tells the others to continue their duties. As he walks away, the professor can't shake the feeling of unease, wondering how a student got behind him without a sound. He tries to rationalize it, telling himself that such stealth is impossible for someone Gray's age. But as he glances back at the boy, the undeniable proof of his skill is right there. The question hangs in the air, a mystery that Heathcote is dying to solve. Just who is this kid? The next morning, the grueling field training resumes as an instructor barks orders for everyone to move out. All around, students are groggy and miserable, complaining that the night's alert drills left them no time to sleep. Yet amidst the exhausted crowd, Gray marches on, completely refreshed and unfazed by it all. The students are pushed to their absolute limits, stumbling through the dense forest. They trudge on for what feels like an eternity, their bodies screaming for a break. Finally, as the sun begins to set, the instructor up ahead brings the entire column to a halt. He turns and announces that this is where they will be making camp for the night. A wave of panic spreads. Some dare to hope for rest, while others dread a surprise nighttime training session. But the instructor simply tells them to relax. The day's training is officially finished. He gestures toward a clearing where tents and a campfire are already waiting for them. The students are so overwhelmed with relief they can barely believe it, their faces a mixture of shock and joy. It doesn't take long for the sheer exhaustion to claim them, one by one. The moment their heads hit the pillows, they are all completely and utterly unconscious. But while his peers are dead to the world, Gray Lee lies awake, a familiar suspicion creeping in. He knows that if the academy is letting them rest this much, it only means one thing. Tomorrow will be hell. Across the way, Leonhard offers a knowing smirk, remarking that he's sure Gray will be just fine. Suddenly, an instructor's voice cuts through the quiet, ordering all the students to gather up. But instead of another drill, another instructor steps forward, announcing that the food is ready. And it's not just rations, it's a massive, glistening banquet laid out before their weary eyes. The students, who were expecting more torment, are absolutely stunned by the incredible feast. The instructors cheerfully serve them, even encouraging everyone to grab seconds. Their lead instructor tells them they've earned this, a proper rest to recover from 2 days of brutal training. But a sinister grin twists his face as he thinks to himself they should enjoy it while they still can. With their brief respite over, the students' eyes are drawn to their next destination, a towering mountain peak. The lead instructor announces the next phase, dangerous zone traversal training in the Gastia mountain range. Feeling refreshed and full from the feast, the students march forward with a renewed sense of confidence. They venture deep into the wilderness, a long column of uniforms against the dense green forest. The instructor leads the procession, his stern gaze sweeping over the students, including the ever-watchful Gray. Some of them feel optimistic, thinking that after a good rest, they can handle whatever comes next. Others remark that no one has dropped out yet, which is to be expected from those who passed the academy's exam. But the instructor's grim voice cuts through their chatter, informing them the real training starts now. He warns them of the water lizards ahead, monsters that will kill most of them before they can even react. The students' bravado shatters, replaced with cold fear as they question what kind of training this even is. He reminds them that this is a dangerous zone, where stealthy predators are the norm. Luckily, the water lizards are sluggish during the dry season, conserving their stamina. As long as the students make no loud noises, they should be able to pass unnoticed. But he leans in with a sinister grin, adding that this season also makes them thirsty for their blood. The final warning is simple and grim. If a lizard notices you, consider yourself already dead. For Gray, though, this silent march is nothing new. It just reminds him of hunting with his old master. The instructor's keen eyes catch Gray's perfect, silent footsteps amidst the clumsy group. He correctly guesses Gray has monster hunting experience but warns him not to let his guard down. Then, turning his attention to the other students, he mutters that it's the same tragic story every year. His patience finally shatters, and he explodes at the students, yelling that they are way too slow. His booming voice ironically warns them against making noise, leaving the students baffled by the contradiction. The group scrambles to fall in line, their boots shuffling nervously on the forest floor. Their terrified faces show the pressure is already getting to them. Gray, however, is just annoyed, thinking the academy should have taught them stealth before a live-fire exercise. The instructor then calms down, clarifying that their current noise level is fine, but any loud sounds are forbidden. With that vague instruction, he leads the long, single-file line of students deeper into the woods. He suddenly halts them with a raised hand, declaring that from this point on, all speaking is banned. Any sound will result in a point deduction, and with the rules set, he orders the silent march to begin. They proceed in absolute quiet, the instructor leading the way through the dense trees. One student smirks to himself, already convinced this is just a slow, easy mountain hike. This student scoffs internally, convinced there are no real monsters out here. It's just a silly stealth exercise, and hell play along to protect his precious points. But his overconfidence makes him careless, and a loud crack echoes from under his boot. A split second of dead silence is followed by pure, dawning horror on his face. Gray glances back with a chillingly intense gaze as the clumsy student falls to the ground. He's still muttering about his score, desperately trying to believe no monsters will show up. But before he can finish that thought, a blur of motion erupts from the tree line. Instantly, the more competent students are on high alert, their blades already drawn. Gray, of course, is already in a combat stance, perfectly prepared for what's coming. The loudmouth on the forest floor, however, can only stare in frozen terror. The student's face twists in sheer terror as the sound of snapping branches fills the air. A pack of vicious, blue-skinned raptors explodes from the trees, their eyes locked on their clumsy prey. He can only stare, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes his arrogance has just signed his death warrant. But before the final blow lands, a flash of steel cleaves straight through the lead monster's skull. It's Professor Heathcote, his face stern and splattered with blood as he saves the student from his own stupidity. He lands with devastating force, his single strike not only killing the beast but shattering the ground beneath it. The professor's blade remains buried deep in the creature's head, a clear message of his authority. But the fight is just beginning, as another monster lunges from the foliage, targeting Gray. This time, however, it's Leonhardt who intercepts, leaping into the fray with his sword alight. He meets the beast head-on, his blade crashing against its hide in a brilliant flash of combat. But to Leonhardt's horror, his powerful strike barely even tickles the creature's tough hide. The monster shoves him back effortlessly, its armored skin proving far too durable. Before it can retaliate, Professor Heathcote appears in a blur, sinking his blade into the beast's neck. He roars at the students, telling them to fall back immediately. This is no place for them. The instructors form a wall of steel, engaging the monsters to cover the students' retreat. Watching from the sidelines, the students realize with dawning horror that even the professors are only inflicting shallow cuts. But their experience wins out, and soon, the reptilian monsters lie dead on the forest floor. The students are completely baffled, wondering how the instructors managed to win so decisively. One gray-haired student calmly explains that the creatures were weak due to the dry season. This prompts a chilling question from another student. What would have happened if it were the rainy season? The instructor with the mustache simply scoffs at their naivety. Heathcote then elaborates with a chilling grin, explaining that they only run this exercise after confirming there will be no rain, because if they hadn't already cleared the area, every last one of the students would already be dead. With that grim lesson hammered home, the order is given to resume the march. The students push onward, trudging through the dense, unforgiving forest. Their climb finally ends as an instructor casually dispatches another monster without breaking stride. He stands over the corpse, sword dripping with blood, and gives them a simple good work. The students collapse onto the ground, utterly drained from the relentless pace. Gray walks over to Leonhardt, who seems particularly worn out, and asks if he's all right. Leonhardt admits his body is fine, but the constant tension and forced silence are mentally excruciating. Gray simply states that this grueling pace is the entire point of their training. The lead instructor, Heathcote, then gives them a status update, noting they've only been spotted 4 times, which is a good record. He offers them one last chance to ask questions before they enter the next territory, where silence will be mandatory. But just as they prepare to move, Gray interrupts, saying something has been bothering him. He points to a lone cloud in the sky, observing that it seems to be growing larger and is positioned directly upwind. The other students glance around, completely confused by his strange observation. Heathcote's eyes narrow, however, and he quietly commends Gray for his sharp eye. He quickly consults another professor, who confirms that clouds like that shouldn't even be forming this season. As they all watch, they see it's true, the small, white puff is undeniably, unnaturally expanding. Without a second of hesitation, Heathcote shouts the order to retreat, canceling the training and demanding they evacuate immediately. But the other instructors immediately push back, with one senior professor insisting they should keep going. He scoffs at Heathcote's caution, questioning why head halt training over a single tiny cloud. Heathcote retorts that the cloud itself is an anomaly, and student safety must come first. Another professor sides with the senior instructor, reminding them of his years of experience and that they should trust his judgment. Flustered, Heathcote tries to argue that the danger is clear, but he's quickly being overruled. The senior instructor smugly dismisses his concerns, deciding they'll just pick up the pace as a new training exercise. He turns to the students, commanding them to follow his lead, as if their lives depend on it. With a grim look, he sets the rules: no falling behind, no fighting lizards, and absolute silence. As if on cue, the sky breaks, and a torrential downpour suddenly engulfs them all. The students can only obey, marching silently into the dark, rain-soaked forest, their unease growing with every step. But Heathcote knows something is deeply wrong. This rain feels unnatural. His eyes narrow as a horrifying thought surfaces. This could be an artificial storm. Meanwhile, the lead instructor complains about getting wet, completely oblivious. Graylee approaches him from behind, unable to stay silent any longer. He quietly warns the professor that making noise here is a death sentence. A sudden blur of movement flashes between the trees, proving him right. The instructor turns just in time to see a massive reptilian monster looming over him. It lunges forward with a furious roar, its red eyes locked on its prey. With a single, devastating swipe, the beast sends the arrogant professor flying. The man is struck hard, his body ragdolled as the monster closes in for the kill. But before the final blow can land, a blade flashes through the rain. Gray drives his sword deep into the monster's neck, saving the stunned professor. The creature lets out a pained, furious roar, its initial attack thwarted. In its agony, its massive tail whips around with blinding speed. The professor is still frozen in place, unable to process the sudden violence. The tail smashes into him with devastating force, sending blood flying. He's launched helplessly into the air, completely overpowered. The impact sends him crashing brutally into the rocky ground below. The other students can only watch in horror, screaming the professor's name. Miraculously, the dazed and bleeding instructor begins to push himself up. From the sidelines, Graylee questions how a professor could get hit so easily. The other students are in a panic, realizing these monsters are faster than anything they've ever seen. Fueled by rage and the pouring rain, the wounded creature moves like a blur. But the lead instructor staggers to his feet, commanding the other professors to stay sharp. He leads the charge, his colleagues flanking him as they dive toward the beast. The instructor meets the monster head-on, his blade clashing with its armored hide. He lands a vicious slash across its face, drawing a spray of dark blood. With a powerful follow-up, he carves a deep gash along the creature's back. But the monster is too fast, its massive tail whipping around to intercept him mid-air. The instructor is sent flying, crashing to the ground once again as his counterattack crumbles. The enraged beast lunges forward, pouring its last ounce of strength into one final, desperate attack. But the professor's move is won, and the lead instructor's blade flashes, ending the creature's rampage for good. Standing over the dismembered corpse, the team exhales, believing they've somehow survived the ordeal. The lead instructor isn't celebrating, grimly stating that the drill is officially cancelled. He's hiding his own injury, a deep, bleeding wound sliced clear through his leg. One of his colleagues orders the emergency teleportation spell to be cast immediately, but the female professor in charge looks up in terror, admitting the spell simply won't activate. Panic begins to set in as he demands to know if anyone else can get them out. Another instructor confirms the failure. Their magic is being actively blocked by an unknown force. The lead instructor's face hardens. The terrible truth finally sinks in. This was never a drill. It's a trap. The students whisper in fear, realizing the unnatural rain is part of the attack. Professor Heathcote is at a loss, wondering what they can possibly do now. One of his colleagues insists their only option is to pitch camp and wait. But Heathcote retorts, questioning if this artificial rain will ever actually stop. The female professor agrees that holding up is better than fighting lizards with their current strength. As the lead instructor is healed, he reminds Heathcote they were just lucky to have no casualties. But she points out a fatal flaw. The rain expands the lizard's territory, making nowhere safe. Trapped with no good options, Heathcote desperately tries to find a way through this. A calm voice suddenly cuts through the downpour, calling out to him. He turns to find Graylee standing there, sword in hand, ready to change the equation. Gray calmly states that with recovery magic available, he is ready to fight and find a way through. Heathcote knows that power could work, but he's terrified, questioning if Gray's body can handle the strain. But Gray reminds him of the cold, hard truth. Staying here means waiting for a death that will surely come. The professor desperately argues back, reminding him Ariel forbade using that power more than once. Gray simply clenches his fist, dismissing the grave warning as a perfect chance for some practice. Heathcote insists the warning wouldn't have been so severe if simple healing could fix the aftermath. Unmoved, Gray turns the pressure back on him, asking if he has any other plan to save the students. The other students stand by silently in the rain, their lives hanging in the balance of this decision. Cornered and out of options, Heathcote can only stutter, unable to offer a single alternative. Gray leans in, his expression unreadable, ready to deliver the final, cutting question. He asks with a chilling smirk if Heathcote will really let everyone die just to protect him. The professor is shattered, the impossible choice written all over his face. His mind flashes back to a conversation with Ariel, who warned him of Gray's self-sacrificial nature. She knew this willingness to throw his life away was both his greatest strength and weakness. With a look of deep concern, she had begged Heathcote to stop him from doing anything irreversible. And back then, the professor had promised her he would. Now, in the pouring rain, the weight of that broken promise crushes him. He looks at the students whose lives depend on this one decision, and he finally relents. With his head hung low in defeat, Heathcote can only offer a quiet, pained apology. He bows before Gray, formally asking him to lend them his forbidden strength. A faint, knowing smile crosses Gray's face as he accepts the monumental task. But another professor's voice cuts through the downpour, questioning if Heathcote can even make decisions on his own. This man, Professor Gallic, is livid, thinking it's a joke to entrust everyone's lives to a single student. Heathcote fiercely defends his choice, insisting he's seen Gray's power firsthand during their training. He stares down his colleague, his mind made up. He argues that they should take a chance, to bet their survival on Gray's strength. As the students watch, Gray's eyes flare with a crimson light, ready to unleash his forbidden power. But Professor Gallic flatly refuses, declaring he will not allow such a reckless gamble. Instead, he orders another instructor to contact headquarters for reinforcements, believing it to be the only safe play. The instructor calmly replies that he's already sent the message, but their communications are currently being jammed. Professor Gallic smirks, mockingly praising the instructor for confirming the bad news so quickly. He turns to the students, using the moment to lecture them that acting on their own is just asking for trouble. His frustration then boils over as he confronts Heathcote, accusing him of trying to get the students killed. But Heathcote calmly points to a freshly slain monster, asking how many more of these they can afford to fight while they wait. Gallic stubbornly insists that waiting is still far safer than wandering into the unknown. With a dangerously sharp smile, Heathcote tells him to keep his voice down, unless he wants to invite their next attackers personally. The chilling warning hangs in the air, Heathcote's face set like stone. He glances over at the students, huddled together in the pouring rain, their weary faces reflecting the grim situation. They can only listen, exhausted and terrified, as their fates are debated. For the first time, Professor Gallic seems to be at a loss, finally grasping the deadly reality of their position. But amid the terrified students, Gray Lee remains completely unfazed, his eyes cold and sharp. Heathcote watches from the side, a confident, almost mocking smirk on his face. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent washes over the group, and raw panic erupts among the students. Heathcote's sword is already in his hand as he confirms their worst fears. The enemy is here. He glances back at Gray, quietly telling him to be ready to step in if things get out of hand. Gray gives a silent, steely-eyed confirmation, ready to act at a moment's notice. A pack of vicious, raptor-like monsters bursts from the trees, descending on the professors. Heathcote moves like a phantom, his blade a blur, as he intercepts the first creature. In a flash of silver, he slices clean through the monster, blood spraying into the rain. But the attack is overwhelming, and in the chaos, Professor Gallic is blindsided and slammed to the ground. The raptor's blades cross, silencing Professor Gallic's pained cry with a final, fatal cut. But there's no time to mourn, as Heathcote and the instructors move like phantoms to intercept the rest. They coordinate perfectly, bringing one of the beasts down in a flurry of precise strikes. One professor smirks, thinking this is easy, but his colleague knows better, warning him the fight isn't over yet. And he's right, as the sounds of combat have just attracted more of the creatures from the dark forest. The escalating threat makes Heathcote glance back, his eyes landing on Gray, his silent insurance policy. Without a word, Gray unsheathes his blade, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos. The other elite students follow his lead, their swords ringing as they prepare for battle. But Heathcote stops them, declaring it's the professor's duty to protect them, telling them to watch and learn. His eyes ignite with a brilliant blue aura as he finally gets serious, ready to end this himself. With a single command, Heathcote and the other professors surge forward as one, Even Gray can't help but be impressed, watching them flawlessly handle multiple beasts at once. This, he finally understands, is the true, overwhelming power of the Academy's elite faculty. They move with cold precision, calling out targets to systematically thin the Horde's numbers. Their blades become a whirlwind of steel, carving through the reptilian monsters with ease. One instructor calmly faces down a snarling beast, his sword gleaming in the dark. He effortlessly sidesteps a desperate lunge, seeing the perfect opening for a counterattack. With a clean and fatal thrust, his blade sinks deep into the creature's chest. Seeing the tide turn so decisively, the other students begin to cheer, thinking it's all over. But Gray keeps his composure, his gaze fixed on the last monster standing among the fallen. But one of the lead professors senses it too, a subtle shift in the air that puts him on edge. Even so, the others are relaxed, healing minor wounds and believing the fight is already won. Feeling victory is at hand, two of them lunge towards the last remaining monster for the final blow. They descend in perfect formation, a synchronized attack meant to end this decisively. Their blades gleam, poised to strike down the beast and close out the battle. But from the darkness, new figures emerge, their own swords raised not against the monster, but at the professor's backs. The ambush is silent and brutally effective, their steel piercing clean through the unsuspecting instructors. In a flash, the tide of battle reverses into a one-sided slaughter, the elite faculty cut down in an instant. From a distance, Gray's eyes narrow, his worst suspicions confirmed in a spray of blood. The professor's premature celebration ends in a final, agonizing scream. One of the traitorous professors screams as his arm is cleanly sliced off in the chaos. But the veteran instructor Heathcote is already in motion, cutting down the remaining reptilian monsters. He gives a knowing glance to Gray, silently thanking him for the timely warning. He and another loyal instructor stand back to back, vowing to keep the beasts busy. In the pouring rain, the sounds of their swift counterattack fill the dark woods. The monster threat is dispatched with brutal efficiency, their corpses left bleeding on the forest floor. With that distraction handled, Heathcote turns his cold gaze upon the captured traitors. The two ambushers, now disarmed and terrified, can only sweat under his stare. With Gray at his side, Heathcote looms over them, demanding an explanation for their betrayal. The pathetic traitor tries to spin a story, claiming he was just fighting a lizard when someone attacked him. But his desperate plea is cut short by Heathcote's cold, single-word judgment. Pathetic. The professor calmly informs him that everyone present saw their failed assassination attempt. He notes that the swordsmanship students are more than capable of seeing the obvious. The traitor's face falls, realizing there's no way to talk himself out of this. Heathcote explains that the Academy, full of valuable targets, is no stranger to such plots. He lays out their entire plan with chilling accuracy, from killing a professor to kidnapping students. The students listen in horror, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. Heathcote then turns to Gray, commending him for his quick thinking that saved them all. But Gray simply looks back, suggesting the professor knew what was happening from the start. Gray dismisses the idea of having prior knowledge, stating he simply saw that the instructors were trying to kill them. A sly smirk crosses Heathcote's face. He confirms Gray's blunt assessment is more or less correct. The lead traitor is floored, panicking that their meticulously crafted plan must have been leaked. But Heathcote silences his rambling, making it clear there was no leak, and no one knew beforehand. It was Gray who figured it all out, explaining that their movements gave them away completely. He admits that for a while, he just assumed the instructor was laughably incompetent. But as the fighting intensified, his actions became too suspicious to be mere clumsiness. He was taking hits he could have dodged, and using the chaos as cover to attack his own allies. Exposed by a student's sharp eye, the captured traitors can only stew in their bitter defeat. With the immediate threat handled, Heathcote turns to Gray, asking about the toll his power has taken. Gray calmly assures him the damage is minimal, feeling more like a severe muscle ache than anything serious. But their brief moment of relief is shattered by a weak, mocking laugh from the captured instructor. It quickly escalates into a full-blown, unhinged cackle, his eyes wide with a terrifying glee. Heathcote glares down at him, wondering if the man has finally snapped under the pressure of his failure. But the traitor just smirks, ominously informing them that they haven't realized the truth yet. He tells them to stop focusing on him and to think about the situation they are truly in. They're stranded in hostile territory. A powerful seal blocks all escape, and no reinforcements can reach them. His capture means nothing. The real trap has already closed, and their fate, he gloats, is sealed. His voice rings out with a final, chilling promise that echoes in the students' horrified minds. But then he pivots, claiming their goal was never a massacre. A twisted path to survival has been prepared. Heathcote, sensing the trap but with little choice, demands to hear the terms of this supposed offer. The traitor agrees, But his offer has one condition, singling out Heathcote, another professor, and Gray Lee. A sickening, triumphant grin spreads across his face as he reveals his truly depraved masterstroke. The three of them must take their own lives, a public sacrifice to save everyone else. He promises the terrified students that if these three comply, all the others will be spared. The traitor scoffs at their stunned silence, mocking their hesitation and savoring their impossible choice. But Gray doesn't negotiate with terrorists, and his blade is suddenly at another traitor's throat, freezing the entire standoff. The traitorous instructor can't believe it. Gray appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. The lead traitor, however, merely smirks, convinced that taking a single hostage is a pointless gesture. But his arrogance fades as a chilling thought hits him. Gray didn't just move fast, he used teleportation. With his blade drawing blood, Gray begins to calmly dismantle their entire plan. He points out that disabling teleportation would be impossible without the help of the Academy's own magic professor. His hostage can only choke on his own breath, the cold reality of being exposed setting in. The traitorous professor trembles, stunned by how sharp this student is, and calls out to Heathcote in desperation. His plan, his life, it's all flashing before his terrified eyes. And just like that, the tables turn completely as Heathcote's sword finds the lead traitor's throat with a new set of demands. Heathcote spells out his grim intentions, promising to dismember them one by one if they refuse to cooperate. Gray reinforces the threat to his own hostage, warning the magic professor not to try anything clever. With the traitors cornered, Heathcote screams a final command, forbidding any use of teleportation magic. But the magic professor remains stubbornly silent, trembling under Gray's blade. Seeing their refusal, Heathcote decides he's done waiting and prepares to make good on his promise. The lead traitor can only scream in sheer terror, realizing his execution is imminent. With a flash of steel, Heathcote's sword descends to deliver the final blow. But in a last-ditch effort, the magic instructor slams his hand onto the ground, unleashing his power. A brilliant golden light engulfs everyone as a forced teleportation rips them all from the forest. And just like that, a blinding flash of golden light erupts right in the middle of the Academy grounds. The entire expedition squad, along with Heathcote and the traitors, are spat out of the chaotic portal. Nearby Academy staff are stunned by the sudden explosion of mana, rushing to see what happened. They arrive to find the disheveled first-year swordsmanship squad, wondering what on earth is going on. Heathcote calmly steps forward, explaining they encountered a deadly anomaly and initiated an emergency evacuation. He then drops the bombshell. The anomaly was an assassination attempt orchestrated by their own faculty. The terrified students quickly back him up, shouting that their own professors tried to kill them all. One student recounts how the entire squad was nearly wiped out, if not for Gray and Heathcote's intervention. The Academy staff are left speechless, struggling to comprehend the scale of this internal betrayal. With students collapsing from exhaustion and injury, the first priority becomes tending to the wounded. While other students are collapsing, Gray remains perfectly composed, as if it were just another day. But protocol is protocol, and soon, mana-suppressing cuffs are brought out for everyone involved. Heathcote announces that no one is exempt. This is to prevent any conspirators from covering their tracks. With the situation under control, the interrogations begin, with each person's file laid bare. Gray faces his questioner with an unnerving calm, his expression giving nothing away. Other students, however, completely crumble under the pressure of the investigation. Even high-ranking professors start sweating profusely, their panicked faces telling a story of guilt. Heathcote listens to their denials and excuses, his expression hardening with every lie. The news of the betrayal sends a wave of shock and fear through the rest of the student body. Gray stands beside a sharp-looking professor, watching as the Academy's ugly secrets are exposed. A gavel slams down, a sound of absolute finality echoing through the grand hall. Total silence falls over the assembly as Heathcote prepares to address the entire Academy. The time for judgment has come, and he is here to deliver the ruling on the expedition's catastrophic failure. He names the ringleader, Professor Wormel, and his co-conspirator, the deputy supervisor, Professor Balin. They were aided by two magic professors, Galak and Rant, who created the false environment to trap the students. Heathcote declares that three of the traitors showed no remorse and had no mitigating circumstances for their crimes. Therefore, under the unforgiving laws of the Academy, there is only one punishment that fits their betrayal. The gavel strikes again as he delivers the sentence with a single, chilling word: death. But the verdict isn't over. He grants the interrogator limitless authority to torture them for information first. The students listen in horror, realizing the executions will only happen after every last secret is ripped from the traitors' minds. Heathcote leans in with a cold glint in his eye, promising them their end will be anything but easy. Professor Wormel immediately panics, begging for mercy and claiming he's already confessed everything. but the terrifying shadow of the interrogator looms, and his pleas fall on deaf ears. A piercing scream echoes through the hall as he's violently dragged away to face his torment. The other two traitors, Balin and Rant, can only watch, paralyzed by the sheer horror of what's happening. Their turn comes in an instant, a flurry of brutal, punishing blows, silencing their protests. Professor Gallic watches in wide-eyed terror as her former colleague is left a bloody mess on the floor. With the grim task complete, Heathcote savagely orders the guards to take the trash away. The three broken professors are hauled from the hall, their fate sealed. With them gone, Heathcote turns his attention to the last conspirator, Professor Gallic. Her colleague, however, is given a sliver of mercy. He will live, but only to serve in the notorious convict corps. Heathcote explains to another professor that the traitor's last-second aid to the students earned him this reduced sentence. But as the man is led away by hooded guards, Heathcote adds that living isn't always the better outcome. Later, Gray walks with a silver-haired professor, who notes that Gray has already endured a similar baptism by fire upon enrolling. Gray simply smirks, reflecting on his bloody history and how he's getting used to being caught in these incidents. He gazes at the academy grounds, remarking that he never expected the world's greatest educational institution to be crawling with criminals. The whole experience, he admits, has shattered the pristine image he once had of this place. His companion seems to understand, commenting that it figures he'd feel that way. The professor then offers a popular theory, that the academy isn't a school, but a brutal selection facility for the gifted. He turns to Gray, genuinely curious to hear what he thinks of that assessment. Gray looks down, admitting that he's honestly wondered the same thing himself. The professor seems to apologize for posing such a cynical question, but Gray turns back to him, clarifying that there is one thing he is absolutely sure of. Looking up with conviction, he states that coming here has undeniably made him stronger. A single leaf drifts into his open palm. He crushes it in his fist, explaining that while the academy itself might be untrustworthy, he's met teachers like Ariel and Heathcote who he can truly rely on. A confident smile spreads across his face as he asks if that isn't enough. Heathcote is taken aback by the profound maturity in his student's words. He remarks that Gray really doesn't sound like a student at all. Heathcote walks alongside him, explaining that the real training starts now. With a firm hand on his shoulder, he clarifies that everything before was just a warm-up. He assures Gray that from this point forward, his growth will be immense. A confident smirk spreads across Gray's face. He looks up at his mentor, declaring that becoming stronger is exactly the plan. The scene shifts to an amphitheater where an instructor addresses the gathered students. He announces that with their march complete, basic physical training is officially over. But before they move on, he intends to show them the goal they must strive to achieve. The instructor draws his sword, facing down a massive stone pillar as he gathers his power. In one clean, devastating strike, he completely shatters the stone, setting a new, terrifying standard. He then turns his attention to a solid steel stake, their next challenge. The task is brutally simple: slice it cleanly in a single strike to pass to the second year. The students pale as they're told the alternative is expulsion, a fate that befalls half of them. One of the professors steps in to explain what expulsion from the academy truly means. For a first year, it's not the end of the world. They'd simply transfer to a regular academy. But even an expelled student from this place is considered a monster in the outside world. He lays out the hierarchy. A failure here is still the top of the class anywhere else. They could even skip transferring and join an elite royal guard immediately. The reality begins to sink in just by being accepted. They are already top-tier talent. Gray finally understands what Master Arya meant. The gap between this place and the world is insane. Still, Gray clenches his fist, understanding the sheer pressure they're all under. But the instructor interrupts their worries, telling them to focus on the task, cutting a massive metal pillar. The other students murmur in disbelief, wondering if it's even physically possible to cut something so dense. With a slight smirk, the instructor hands a standard sword to one of the doubters, simply telling him to try. The student takes his stance, gathering all his strength for a single, decisive blow. He swings down hard, but the blade shatters on impact, the recoil throwing him completely off balance. His sword flies from his grasp as the force sends him stumbling backwards onto the ground. He cries out in pain, clutching his hands which are now throbbing from the violent vibration. The instructor calmly picks up the broken hilt, lecturing him that a swordsman must hold their blade even in death. Gray, however, speaks up, asking if there are any rules on which sword to use. Confident Ariel's gift would slice it with ease. The instructor shuts him down. Only standard-issue swords are permitted. Still, he admits that Gray could probably pass this test right now. Gray knows he could just overpower it, but that feels wrong. If this is a promotion requirement, it has to be achievable without his unique gift. A new plan begins to form in his mind, to combine a proper technique with his own innate ability. The thought sends a jolt through him. If successful, he might even reach the level of the monstrous liquidator. He remembers the sheer destructive force of that being, a terrifying benchmark for power. His hand clenches into a fist, his mind made up. With burning determination in his eyes, he realizes this is his path to becoming stronger. The instructor then turns back to the rest of the students. Knowing they're all wondering the same thing, he asks if they believe the only way forward is with inhuman strength, just like Gray's. But with a slight smile, he confirms that, of course, that isn't the case at all. The instructor asks them to consider the overwhelming power gap between them and their professors. The secret, he reveals, is the infusion of life force, channeling the very essence of a human into their sword. Gray's eyes widen with recognition. This is a concept he remembers from his past life. He recalls that life force, or Odo, is used to refine ultra-compressed ether, realizing the academy must have weaponized it for swordsmen. Another instructor steps forward, explaining that modern methods have simplified the process, much to the students' shock. He presents the tool for this lesson, a life-draining demon sword designed to forcibly teach them the feeling. Standing in the center of the hall, he asks for the first volunteer to step forward. The students recoil in fear, absolutely refusing to touch a weapon with such an ominous name. They'd much rather wait and see what gruesome fate befalls whoever is foolish enough to try it first. But for Gray, the risk is irrelevant. If this sketchy sword is the key to getting stronger, he's listening. But as the crowd hesitates, a single hand rises, and it's not Gray's. He recognizes the determined face of the top student, Leonhardt, stepping up to the challenge. Leonhardt recalls his own helplessness against the lizards, knowing this is his only way to close the gap with Gray. The instructor internally agrees. Gray would be a bad example, so someone else needs to go first. He calls out Leonhardt's name, officially selecting him as the first tribute for this dangerous lesson. Leonhardt grips the hilt, and the life-draining demon sword immediately begins siphoning his energy. He's warned not to hold it for long, just a single test, slash, and then let it go. Bracing himself, Leonhardt plants his foot firmly, preparing to pour his strength into one attack. He unleashes a powerful swing, channeling the drained life force into a violent slash of dark energy. Exhausted and panting, he struggles to stay upright, the sword pulsing with a sinister power. He may not have cut the target, but he's stunned by the insane power he just unleashed. A grin spreads across his face. He realizes this is the key to surpassing his rivals. But the price for that power is steep, and he collapses backward, totally drained. A heavy silence falls over the training grounds as the aftershock settles. He hits the ground hard, but his grip on the demonic sword remains unbroken. Panicked students rush to his side, calling out his name in alarm. But the instructor calmly waves them off, explaining this is a typical result for a first-timer. He takes the blade, noting that running out of life force is temporary and Leonhardt will recover. Looking down at the unconscious student, he gives a rare compliment, impressed that Leonhardt held on. His gaze then shifts directly to Gray, offering him the next shot, which Gray calmly accepts. The other students watch in disbelief, stunned that he accepted without a moment's hesitation. Gray takes the demonic blade, its twisted hilt feeling almost natural as he holds it aloft. The moment he grips it, he feels the familiar, chilling sensation of his life force being drained away. Undeterred, he faces the massive stone pillar, ready to show them what real power looks like. He unleashes a single, devastating slash, a blur of red energy cutting through the air. The impact is immediate, a flash of light as the cursed blade bites deep into the stone, and just like that, the sword is lodged firmly inside the solid rock target. The backlash hits him hard, a freezing cold that feels like it's stopping his very blood flow. But unlike the previous student, Gray remains standing, perfectly composed on his feet. The instructor can only stare in awe, realizing this first year is on a completely different level. Gray is surprised, realizing he has more energy left than he anticipated, crediting Professor Heathcote's training. He remembers the endless battles, the countless times his body was torn apart. This is nothing new. He speculates his body has just grown accustomed to being broken. The instructor, however, pushes him further, asking if he can repeat the feat. Gray agrees to try. With a flash of determination, he pulls only to realize it's absolutely impossible. The cursed sword is lodged too deep, refusing to budge even an inch. The immense strain finally takes its toll, and his consciousness begins to fade. But with his last ounce of willpower, he focuses on one final task, sheathing the blade. He forces the hilt back into its scabbard with a decisive click, even as it remains stuck in the stone. His body finally gives out, and as he collapses, the instructor admits he now understands the source of Gray's monstrous strength. With both Gray and his rival passed out, the instructor turns their collapse into a teachable moment. He explains to the remaining students the sheer power of swordsmanship that consumes life force. It's a technique so potent, he claims, that only the World Union Academy properly teaches it. He then quizzes the class, a smug look on his face, asking if they know why that is. One girl suggests it's because you could die, but he clarifies the sword stops draining energy before it becomes fatal. The other students look on, visibly disturbed by the implications of what they've just witnessed. The instructor's gaze hardens as he prepares to reveal the real, much darker truth. But before he can, the ash-blonde student stirs, weakly guessing it's because the sword is a rare artifact. The instructor dismisses this. The academy has dozens of these blades, and more exist outside. The truth is far grimmer. In the past, these swords were used for training and caused countless deaths, forcing their use to be restricted. The students can only look on, a cold sweat breaking out as the grim reality sets in. Even while collapsed, the ash-blonde student points out the obvious flaw. If you can't move after a swing, the enemy will kill you long before the sword does. Gray then cuts through the tension, deducing that this is why no one outside the academy can use it. A slow, impressed smile spreads across the instructor's face, a perfect answer. He explains to the class that activating the blade once means nothing. True mastery means wielding it effortlessly, otherwise the power consumes its user, just as it did to countless swordsmen before. A wave of panic ripples through the students. They're supposed to use something that dangerous? The instructor gives no verbal reply, simply sheathing his own life force sword with a decisive click. He then announces their fate. They will all learn this power, and their training begins next session. With a final, casual warning not to be late for their other classes, the instructor dismisses them. As the other students file out of the massive hall, Gray is left alone with his thoughts. The moment the adrenaline fades, his body gives out, and he collapses onto the floor. He's furious with himself. Being a one-shot wonder is the same as being useless, and this weakness reminds him of that other power he possesses, the one he keeps sealed away, locked behind chained doors in his soul. Every time he's been forced to use it, the backlash has been immense, leaving him broken and in need of healing. He clenches his fist, steeling his resolve to finally gain control over his own body. This is why he came here. This academy is the only place he can truly become stronger. A dangerous smirk crosses his face as he wonders what would happen if he combined these two devastating powers. And so, his brutal training regimen begins, with the sound of stone pillars shattering. He's out on the second training ground, pushing himself from day until dusk. But he's not alone. Another student has been watching his destructive practice with concern. After cleaving another stone target in two, Gray takes a moment to catch his breath. He knows this is incredibly inefficient, needing a 3-minute break just to recover enough life force for one swing. But despite the slow pace, he can feel himself starting to get the hang of this immense power. He hesitates to push harder, knowing that if he does it without breaks, he'll just collapse again. Yet he can't bear the thought of losing this feeling, this rare moment of control over his own body. Just as he prepares to continue, the other student runs toward him, calling out for him to stop. He reminds Gray of Professor Ariel's specific request. She wants to be present whenever he uses the life force sword. Seeing the student's point, Gray calmly agrees to the request. He's skeptical though, wondering how they could possibly call a teacher as busy as Ariel. But the student confidently replies that the professor already cleared her schedule, expecting his breakthrough. Gray is stunned. She even predicted the exact moment he'd learn the sword, all thanks to that incredible eye of hers. And right on cue, Ariel arrives, telling him to resume his training. But she hasn't come alone. She introduces the hooded figure beside her as a healer, here to support him in case he overdoes it. Understanding the precaution, Gray asks for permission to use the life-draining demon sword once more to recapture the feeling. Ariel gives him a knowing look and tells him to do as he pleases. She'll just be watching. With a nod of thanks, Gray's grip tightens on the hilt of his weapon, his focus sharpening. He plants his feet, ready to once again channel his life force into the blade. With a surge of power, he swings the demon sword, unleashing a vicious crimson arc. Yes, that's it. He recognizes the feeling he needs to recreate with a normal blade. From the sidelines, Ariel observes him silently, her mismatched eyes analyzing his every move. The time for practice is over. He sheathes the cursed weapon and draws his standard sword. Closing his eyes, Gray focuses inward, trying to replicate the sensation of drawing out his essence. He reaches deep, pulling on the power source that resides in his very core. A brilliant blue aura erupts from his body, swirling with pure life force, but it's not alone. His eyes snap open in confusion as a sinister red energy begins to bleed into existence. The ordinary training sword is suddenly engulfed in a chaotic, blood-red corruption. He realizes with dawning horror that a second, alien power is mixing with his own, and he has no idea what it is. Deep within his consciousness, a sealed power awakens, whispering for more. Gray stumbles, his body struggling to contain the overwhelming force. The demonic energy erupts, consuming him entirely in a vortex of red and black. He grits his teeth in agony, realizing his life force is being drained against his will, and he can't stop it. Ariel, unfazed, simply gives a quiet command to her mysterious hooded companion. In a blur of motion, the figure strikes. The two women stand perfectly still as the violent energy splashes harmlessly around them. Gray's power manifests into a monstrous arm, lunging toward a stunned Leonhardt. But the hooded figure's attack lands true, slicing clean through the demonic construct. The arm shatters into fragments, the immediate danger neutralized in an instant. Ariel calmly remarks that special powers and life force rarely harmonize well. Her hooded companion is revealed as she adds that even previous special students had this issue. This is Professor Lafanya Lixer, the Academy's master of healing magic. As she tends to the unconscious Gray, she notes his power felt exceptionally strange. A soft green light emanates from her hand, instantly stopping the bleeding from his arm. She then activates her signature ability, a unique healing magic called Forced Regeneration. A torrent of restorative energy floods into the severed limb. The light solidifies, miraculously forming the skeletal structure of a new arm. Tendons and muscle fiber begin to weave themselves over the newly grown bones. Ariel watches with a faint smile, impressed as always by the professor's incredible power. Lafanya Elixir credits Ariel for discovering her talent, glad she chose the path of healing. Her work done, she tells Ariel that Gray should wake soon, and then takes her leave. Hours later, Gray's eyes flutter open, his mind hazy and confused by his surroundings. His gaze slowly sharpens as a familiar voice cuts through the fog. He sees Professor Ariel, sitting calmly by his bedside as if nothing happened. His eyes lock onto her, trying to process the situation. She turns to him and asks a simple question. Does he remember what happened? The memories return in a flash, the pierced sword activating, the power surging out of control. He recalls the assistant severing his arm to stop the rampant energy, and the memory cuts off, leaving him stunned and speechless, staring at his perfectly restored limb. Ariel notes with a faint smirk that his memory is clear, confirming her fears were justified. Before Gray can even ask what she means, she casually shoves a spoonful of food into his mouth. He swallows, his gaze hardening as he demands to know if she anticipated this outcome. She clarifies that she didn't know for certain, but has witnessed something very similar before. The word before hangs in the air, leaving Gray completely baffled. Ariel's expression turns grim as she reveals the precedent. It happened when Amy White used life force. The name of the Sword Saint sends a jolt through Gray, his eyes widening in sudden realization. He immediately wonders if the legendary hero suffered the same catastrophic backlash. He presses Ariel for the truth, asking what exactly happened to Amy White. Her answer is chilling. Amy's body couldn't handle the power, and her arm was blown to pieces. Gray is left completely speechless by the gruesome outcome. Ariel tries to soften the blow, adding that the psychological shock was severe, and even now, Amy is uneasy using life force. But Gray latches onto the key detail. Uneasy means she can still use it, right? She confirms this, though admitting it took a tremendous amount of effort to get her there. He immediately asks how they managed it, and Ariel explains they used a form of contract magic to suppress her power. Through this magical seal, Amy trained, gradually loosening the contract's hold. A spark of hope ignites in Gray's eyes as he realizes that same spell could be his answer. But Ariel immediately shuts him down, explaining that it's just not going to work for him. The contract barely held Amy's power for 3 minutes. With Gray's, it'd be lucky to last half a second. The devastating truth sinks in that path to controlling his power is completely closed to him. She apologizes, confirming there's no known technique or precedent for his irregular power. Gray wonders if that makes it impossible, but she clarifies that with enough training, he could learn to isolate it. The problem is, she has no idea how he could possibly train for that without his power going berserk every time. He clenches his fist, realizing the terrible catch. 2-2. He can't practice if every attempt ends in disaster. Then, a chillingly simple and brutal idea forms in his mind. What if they just cut off his arm and healed him every time he failed? Ariel is utterly stunned, her face a perfect picture of disbelief at his insane suggestion. She asks if he's truly serious, pointing out that he could simply choose not to use the life force at all. His own innate strength is already overwhelming, more than enough to clear the upcoming promotion test. But Gray's goals are far loftier than just passing. He's determined to seize any chance to get stronger, no matter how slim. A knowing smile crosses Ariel's lips. She admits she figured he'd say that and agrees to arrange his gruesome training. He lays out his brutal plan. First, he'll swing the demon sword to sharpen his sense for drawing out life force. Ariel readily agrees, promising a supervisor will be on standby to sever his arm the instant his power goes wild. As she turns to leave, She warns him that this training will be a level of hell he can't even imagine. But despite the grim reality, she offers a genuine smile, letting him know she's rooting for him. A quiet, determined smile forms on Gray's lips. He looks up with sincere gratitude, ready to face the ordeal. Elsewhere, in the academy courtyard, the swordsmanship instructor hits the ground, completely spent from his own training. He complains that his practice sword is terribly inefficient, though he feels he's finally getting the hang of it. After a mere 30 minutes, he and his partner decide to wrap it up, not wanting to push their bodies too hard. But for Gray, the real training, the true test of endurance, is only just beginning. While some students take a break, a couple of them notice Gray is still going, tirelessly cleaving through stone. Bennis watches, amazed that Gray hasn't collapsed yet, admitting his stamina is just built different. Rumia adds that he even saw Gray out here in the morning, meaning he's been swinging that cursed sword all day long. The two of them exchange a look of utter disbelief at the very idea. Bennis tries to laugh it off, figuring his friend must have been seeing things. Rumia agrees, joking that if Gray really went from morning to night, he'd be dead by now. Just then, another explosive impact rings out, as Gray continues his relentless assault. His grip on the hilt is the only thing keeping him steady, his arms trembling from the strain. But even his monstrous endurance has a limit, and his body finally starts to give out. From a distance, the two students watch him collapse, one casually noting that he's finally down. On his knees, Gray gasps for air, his body screaming in protest. He had thought that just swinging this life-draining sword would be enough, but he's learned nothing. It hits him that this isn't real training, it's just a sloppy, self-taught grind. He stares at the battered stone, wondering if this brute force method can ever teach him what he needs. A flash of a past enemy, the overwhelming liquidator, reminds him of the power he's so desperately chasing, but he quickly shakes off the despair, knowing this is no time for doubt. The only way forward is to keep pushing until his body finally understands. So he plants his feet before a fresh target, his stance solid and unwavering. Closing his eyes, he calms his breathing, focusing his mind for one more attempt. A moment later, his eyes snap open, the fire of determination burning brighter than ever. He stomps his foot, anchoring himself for a powerful strike. With a flash of red energy, his blade arcs in a perfect, clean slice. He stares in disbelief, a bead of sweat on his brow had actually cut through. It finally hits him. This is the first time he's completely severed a fresh pillar. A confident smirk spreads across his face as the success sinks in. But that confidence quickly evaporates as a strange thought interrupts him. He glances down at his weapon, and his mind goes blank. It's just a normal sword. No magic, no special properties, just a standard blade and a perfectly severed stone. He brings the sword up close, questioning if this is some kind of mistake. The impossible reality of what he just did sinks in, leaving him completely stunned. He holds his sword high, the severed stone, a testament to his impossible success. Without a moment's pause, he channels that power again, cleaving through another pillar. The heavy chunks of stone crash violently onto the training ground floor, but the sudden exertion finally takes its toll, and his legs give out beneath him. He slumps against the broken pillar, completely drained but alive with a new understanding. A wide, almost unhinged grin spreads across his face. It was so much easier than he thought. He realizes the secret wasn't about feeling, but about repetition until it became pure instinct. Pushing himself up, he knows this is only the beginning, it's not over yet. He needs to practice this life force sword technique over and over again. He must swing it until it's no longer a special move, but a natural part of him. He wants this power to become a normal technique, just another tool in his arsenal. So he returns to the training grounds, sword held high, ready to grind. His classmates, however, can tell something's off. Gray's slash is different from the instructors, but Gray is lost in the zone, swinging again and again, completely oblivious to their stares. The sun sets and the moon rises, but his obsessive training doesn't stop. All that work requires a massive amount of fuel, leading to a well-deserved feast. And when Gray eats, he eats, leaving behind a mountain of evidence. He shoves food into his mouth with an almost primal hunger, replenishing every ounce of energy. His friends watch in pure astonishment, baffled by his bottomless stomach. From a distance, however, Leonhardt simply smirks, recognizing that Gray has already mastered the life force sword. When Basque asks for an explanation, Leonhardt calmly states that recovering life force burns an immense amount of energy. The fact that Gray can eat this much is all the proof needed to show how many times he's swung that sword. The gears start turning in his friends' minds as they process this revelation. They lean in closer, trying to fully understand the implications of his training. But Rumia latches onto a different idea entirely, her eyes sparkling with a glorious thought. A demon sword that lets you eat anything without gaining weight. Leonhardt has to clarify that it's not that simple. Training with life force is a grueling, agonizing process. Just then, a sharp gulp cuts through the air as Gray suddenly stops eating. A message crackles over the school's broadcast system, silencing the entire dining hall. It's a summons from Professor Ariel, and she's calling for one person, Gray Lee. His hand stills on the table, a sense of unease washing over him. A public summons like this is never a good sign. He arrives at an ornate door, the symbol of the magic department glowing ominously. Inside, Professor Ariel sits at her desk, thanking him for coming so quickly. She wastes no time, explaining that she called him here for something urgent. The urgency, she reveals, is about a special training assignment just for him. Has been selected for the Star Reader's special selection training, with a grim warning to be ready to fight at any time. Gray immediately understands the subtext, asking if this is basically real combat, and Ariel confirms his suspicion. With a cold expression, she clarifies that training is just a word they use. It's a twisted event where they send talented students to die without any support. As an example, she describes how past participants were teleported into a criminal stronghold. They were forced to wipe out every single enemy just for a chance to return. A brutal and bloody affair. Gray cuts right to the heart of it, asking if this so-called training is just a death sentence. Ariel doesn't even blink, confirming that of course students die. In fact, she adds with a piercing gaze, sometimes not a single one makes it back. The mission's reputation is so foul it was shelved for a decade, and she's genuinely shocked he was chosen. He's appalled by the less than half survival rate, wondering how they can even call it training. His hand hits the table, a clear rejection of the Academy's twisted logic. Stealing his resolve, he begins to offer his own suggestion for how to handle this. But Ariel is one step ahead, asking if he simply wants to refuse the assignment altogether. She explains that while it's normally mandatory, her special authority can get him out of it. Yet just as she's about to file the refusal, Gray stops her cold. His eyes gleam with cold logic. He knows the training is dangerous, but if the risk is that high, he reasons, then the reward must be equally effective. He asks her directly if it will make him stronger, but Ariel tells him to stop this line of thinking. So Gray puts her on the spot, asking for her professional opinion. Does she think he'll survive? If she says no, he'll drop it. But her eye flashes, her judgment already made. She shocks him by admitting that yes, she believes he would survive the training. After all, a first year with his level of power is an almost unprecedented talent. But even so, she says grimly, those with talent die, or rather, she corrects herself. They died. A cold sweat drips down Gray's face as he realizes this is personal for her. She begins to tell a story from 400 years ago, about two other unbelievably gifted swordsmen. The mention of 400 years ago sends a jolt through Gray. He stares at the professor, suddenly realizing just how ancient she must be. Ariel's face is etched with regret. She sent them to that training, but the result was a tragedy she never forgot. Of the two gifted swordsmen, one died. His body never even recovered. The other survived but lost an arm, a crippling injury that would spell the end for any swordsman. The thought makes Gray's hand clench, a stark reminder of his own arm failing him during the entrance exam. Ariel confirms his fears, noting that for a normal person it would be hopeless, but he was different. Gray can only look on in confusion, unsure of where her story is leading. She then asks if he knows of the legendary one-armed swordsman, Wajiro Duran. As Gray recalls the famous name, Ariel reveals that this legendary hero was the survivor from that day. Ariel finishes her tale, wondering how strong the legendary swordsman might have been if he'd never lost his arm. She insists she cannot let Gray suffer the same fate, tapping the desk for emphasis. Her heterochromic eyes glow with intensity. She refuses to allow his incredible talent to be wasted. Gray seems to understand, stating clearly that the training is too dangerous and he won't participate. But just as Ariel feels relieved, he stops her, admitting that one thing about her story bothers him. She looks back, confused, and asks him to explain what's on his mind. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, he flips her logic, asking if the training itself was the real reason Duran became so powerful. Ariel is stunned, instantly regretting her choice of story, and Gray can see from her face that he's hit the mark. She has no choice but to confess the reputation of the professor in charge, the infamous Starseer. Joining his class, she warns, is no different from volunteering for Professor Varian's monstrous modification surgeries. The name Varian sends a chill down Gray's spine, his mind flashing to the dark, twisted experiments. He remembers Bella Albright, the strongest mage alive in his past life, a masterpiece born from that very surgery. He considers his options. Of course, a safe path to power would be ideal, but if risking his life is the only way to get stronger, he realizes that might be a deal worth taking. He clenches his fist, a small, determined smile on his face, knowing that survival is still the ultimate goal. Ariel watches his expression shift, a deep sense of worry creeping in as she calls out his name. But before she can say more, a sharp knock echoes through the room as a messenger appears in the doorway. The student announces he has a letter from Central Command and presents a black, wax-sealed envelope. Gray takes it, confused by the name, but Ariel quickly explains it's what they call the Academy's top brass. With a sly look, she adds that no one really knows who they are or if they're even human. As Ariel reads, her eye widens, the letter's contents laid bare. It outlines 2 training options. One safe for many, the other a brutal trial for a select few. The writer's hand clenches decisively, having already chosen the high-risk, high-reward path for Gray. The letter coldly reminds Ariel that her authority is nothing compared to a Central Command special directive. Signing off as Professor Starseer, the writer frames this ordeal as a necessary step for the world's future. Ariel is stunned, muttering in disbelief. A directive of this level is completely unprecedented. The pressure mounts, a single bead of sweat betraying her growing panic. Gray, now holding the letter, is equally confused, wondering why this professor is so obsessed with his participation. He notices her distress and quietly asks what's wrong. Defeated, Ariel apologizes, explaining that the only way to avoid this training is to drop out of the academy. Gray listens silently, the weight of the decision now resting entirely on his shoulders. Ariel's mind races, torn by her choice to bring him here. The academy boasts the best results in the world, but it has also crushed countless prodigies. She begins to wonder if she made a terrible mistake enrolling him. With his talent, he could thrive anywhere. She could even find him a mentor if he just left now, but her offer is cut short by his immediate, unwavering refusal. Gray declares he's not dropping out, believing if he can't survive this, he can't survive at all. Resigned, Ariel admits she knew he'd say that, and sees no point in arguing. Instead, she offers a silver lining. This deadly training is what forges the world's strongest heroes. A confident smirk spreads across Gray's face. He thinks she should have just led with that. Ariel admits that she desperately wanted to stop him from joining the training, but seeing his resolve, she knows that's no longer a possibility. She lets out a soft sigh, finally accepting his dangerous path. Her eyes glow with concern as she gives him one final, simple command: come back alive. With a confident smirk, Gray clenches his fist, promising that's exactly the plan. The day of the special selection training arrives, and the chosen students are revealed. Gray stands beside the Academy's elite, Leonhardt, the second-year Lunal, and a third-year named Pons. They're met by a hooded figure who explains Professor Starseer won't be meeting them directly. A sinister smile creeps across the messenger's face as they begin the briefing. Their mission: to assault a human trafficking base run by the Blood Drinkers, a base that is supposedly out of stock. The students listen intently as they're warned. This isn't a game against dummies, but a real criminal organization. A group that will be fighting with full intent to kill, and their mission is simple: total annihilation. With the briefing concluded, the messenger nonchalantly asks if there are any questions. Lunal, ever the sharp one, immediately speaks up, pointing out this sounds less like training and more like military work. The messenger calmly agrees, explaining that opportunities to fight and kill actual people are rare, valuable experiences. In fact, they add, even most seasoned soldiers wouldn't make it out alive if dropped into a mission like this. Pons, looking a bit shaken, cautiously asks if a professor will be there to ensure their safety, but the response is chillingly direct. Facing death without any guarantees is the core objective of this training. The messenger then singles out the defensive magic on Pons' necklace, declaring that's also forbidden. To drive the point home, they're told not to rely on professors as combat assets, because they are completely on their own. The briefing leaves Gray pondering a strange thought: are some students stronger than the professors? Leonhardt casually agrees, noting that many instructors are just researchers, not combat specialists. His words trigger a grim memory for Gray, a stark reminder of his own lethal capabilities. With the weight of the mission sinking in, the students stand in stunned silence. Seeing no further questions, the messenger announces their deployment is in 2 hours. They have that short window to plan, prepare, and steel themselves for what's to come. A stack of papers hits the table, containing all the intel on their destination. Lunal grabs the files first, immediately realizing they're being sent deep into enemy territory. Gray quickly puts the pieces together, asking if this means the hideout lacks an anti-teleport barrier. The messenger acknowledges his sharp thinking, explaining that the field is indeed usually sealed tight. Apparently, they found a flaw in the barrier and destroyed it from a distance, creating a 10-hour window. The students have that exact amount of time to infiltrate and destroy the enemy's entire base. Pons Bard can't help but state the obvious. The enemy must have seen their raid coming. The messenger confirms it without a hint of concern. Destroying their barrier was basically a declaration of war. With a chilling smirk, she frames the chaotic, high-alert situation as good training. Pons is left speechless, staring at the intel, clearly disturbed by her callousness. He tries to steer the group towards some kind of strategy to increase their odds of survival, even by a little. Lunal, however, cuts in, suggesting they should confirm each other's abilities before anything else. He argues that while they've fought in mock battles, no one here knows what their teammates are truly capable of. But Pons just waves him off, confidently stating that it's fine. He can tell everything he needs to know just by looking. Lunal is left completely baffled by the sheer arrogance. Pons continues his little speech, declaring himself the strongest in the room by a wide margin. He even visualizes a power chart, placing himself at the top, with Lunal, Leon, and Gray far beneath him. The absurd confidence leaves Lunal utterly dumbfounded. Gray, however, calmly assesses the situation, finding it odd for a supposed bottom ranker to be so bold. Unfazed, Pons grabs his sword and dares them to challenge him right then and there. His glowing green necklace seems to hint at a hidden source for this overwhelming self-assurance. But that brazen challenge is the last straw. Lunal's patience snaps as he takes a heavy step forward. With a roar, he unleashes his aura, ready to make Pons eat his words. Pons meets Lunal's furious charge with a cold, unwavering gaze. Their swords collide in a blinding flash of golden light. Lunal is stunned by the resistance, but Pons finds the attack pathetically light. With a subtle shift, Pons prepares to end the duel instantly. He unleashes a single, overwhelming blast of energy that shatters the floor. The attack sends Lunal flying, leaving him defeated on the ground in a single blow. From the sidelines, the hooded messenger smirks, entirely unsurprised by the outcome. Pons taunts the fallen student, explaining that this is the gap between second and third years. Gray silently processes this, realizing the power difference is far greater than he ever imagined. But Pons adds a twist, noting this rule only applies to normal life force swordsmanship. Pons then turns his attention to Gray, casually admitting that if Gray went all out, even he would be one shot. Gray's eyes narrow, so his secret is out. But Pons just smirks, saying everyone knows about his legendary power. He recounts how Gray single-handedly stopped the first year's winning streak, a brutal legend that clearly reached the upperclassmen. Gray is visibly surprised that the bloody tale of his past has become common knowledge, but his focus sharpens, ready for what comes next. Pons continues, noting that he's also heard about the severe backlash from using that power. Gray confirms the drawback, admitting that going all out would render him unable to fight afterward. Pons advises him to hold back unless it's an absolute emergency, a trump card for an enemy even he can't defeat. An agreement is reached, and the four of them, now a squad, turn to leave. The scene transitions to an opulent hall, hinting at the high-stakes mission that lies ahead. 30 minutes before teleporting, the final strategy is being hammered out over hastily drawn maps. Pons takes command, announcing they have a rough layout of the enemy's positions. He immediately claims the most densely packed route for himself, ready to take on the biggest threat. The swordsmanship instructor questions how they should handle the other three, suggesting they pick at random. But Pons shuts that down, explaining he's already matched each path to their specific fighting styles. He points to the map, decisively assigning the first route to Lunal. With another gesture, he gives Leonhardt his assignment, leaving no room for debate. Trusting his senior's judgment, the instructor readily agrees to the plan. Leonhardt then leans in, seeking to confirm the final detail of their formation. His finger lands on the last path. Realizing this means Gray is being sent down that route, Leonhardt's eyes narrow, demanding to know the real reason behind Gray's assignment. Pons claims the terrain simply suits his fighting style, especially against special designated criminals. His gaze is sharp, a silent confirmation that there's far more to this story. And just like that, Leonhardt knows he's hit the mark. He realizes Pons is deliberately sending Gray to the one place where academy-trained killers are most likely to appear. Caught, Pons lets out a weary sigh, admitting he's been found out. He confirms their worst fears, revealing a special designated criminal is in that very zone. The instructor pales, realizing that even he, Leonhardt, and Lunal combined would be wiped out, which leads them all to the same grim conclusion. The only one who stands a chance is Gray. The entire mission, the fate of everyone, now rests solely on his shoulders. Pons begins to explain the nature of their world, a place where some humans possess monstrous strength. These are individuals with the power to single-handedly wipe out thousands of soldiers, and when that power turns to crime, the result is the birth of specially designated criminals. He explains that these criminals are leagues above the Academy's junior professors. Gray processes this grim reality, realizing a direct confrontation would be utter suicide for them. Pons knows the special selection training has never been easy, but this is a whole new level of brutal. Lunal immediately speaks up against the plan, arguing it's foolish to divide their forces against a superior foe. With a weary sigh, Pons prepares to spell out the cold, hard truth for the protesting student. He asks Lunel to consider what use he would be in a fight between Gray and such a criminal. In a battle where the power levels are so different, numbers are meaningless. You let the monsters fight the monsters. Leonhardt adds a critical weakness to the equation. Gray's power has a massive recoil that will leave him defenseless. Lunel still doesn't get it, arguing that surely they can be of some use after Gray takes down the main target. Losing his patience, Pons scoffs at their naivety, reminding them that they are 4 students against an army of blood drunkards. He lays out the cold, hard strategy. Clumping together is a death sentence, so they must split up to create chaos. Another student chimes in, agreeing with splitting up but proposing a 2-man cell might be a safer option. He quickly trails off, realizing he may have overstepped. Pons glares at him with pure disdain, making it brutally clear that he is not asking for their opinions. He reminds them of the immense power gap that just 1 year of seniority creates in this academy. The student is immediately silenced, as Pons explains that this gap applies to strategic ability just as much as combat. But Gray, having listened in silence, finally speaks up, admitting the plan sounds terrible and asking what Pons is really thinking. A hooded messenger announces the countdown, 10 minutes until teleportation. Gray realizes there's no persuading Pons, and infighting now would be disastrous. So, for the sake of the mission, he reluctantly agrees to the plan. Seeing Gray's compliance, Lunel Hartman also falls in line without objection. The final minutes before the operation begin to tick away under the night sky. Leonhardt pulls Gray aside, quietly asking if he's truly okay with this reckless strategy. With a resigned smile, Gray admits there's not much choice in the matter. Leonhardt then shifts topics, asking about the medicine storage in his designated area. He needs Gray to grab him some healing potions, revealing he's still recovering from using a powerful ability. Gray firmly places a hand on his shoulder, promising to leave it to him. Leonhardt's eyes burn with an unshakable resolve. He silently vows to deliver that medicine, even if it costs him his life. Meanwhile, in the dark underbelly of the academy, 2 guards are on cleanup duty. They complain loudly while mopping up floors slick with blood. One guard tries to rationalize their post, saying it's better than guarding the merchandise in storage. He laments that all the unsold stock has already been disposed of as test subjects or magic materials. His partner casually adds that keeping them alive is a hassle, always plotting to escape. But this thought brings a twisted, sinister smile to the first guard's face. He relishes the thought of an escape attempt, since it lets them inflict real pain. With a sadistic glint in his eye, he pulls a knife, revealing the true, cruel reason he works this job. His partner isn't so sure, but their sick conversation is about to be cut short. A sudden, sharp noise slices through the silence of the corridor. Both guards whip around, instantly alert. They both heard it. They try to figure out what could have made that sound down the empty hall. In a blink, the sadistic guard's head is sent flying in a spray of red. His partner watches, frozen, as the headless body collapses to the floor. A wave of pure terror washes over him, his mind unable to process what just happened. Before he can even react, a blade flashes through the air, ending his life. The killer is revealed, a blonde student, looking down at the bodies with utter contempt. Hess joined by a companion, coldly stating that since they're scum, he can annihilate them without reservation. A red-haired student takes charge, confirming no civilians are present and giving the order to kill anyone who moves. Without a moment's hesitation, another guard is ruthlessly impaled. The leader, unfazed by the carnage, orders his team to proceed with the plan. The spiky-haired student gives a sharp nod, ready for the mission. Gray's cold, red eyes show he understands the grim task ahead. Leonhardt, the blonde executioner, is also part of this elite squad. With the team in place, their leader gives the final command. The operation begins now. Gray is the first to move, blurring into a sprint down the long, empty hall. His senses are on high alert, his expression one of deadly focus. It doesn't take long. A mob of guards spots him, shouting that they've found an intruder. Their leader bellows, mocking the lone intruder for having a death wish. One of the thugs steps up, volunteering to handle the boy himself. Another follows, a cruel smile on his face as he admits he's been itching for some action. He rushes forward with a bloodthirsty cry, ready to claim his first human victim in a long time. But his lunge is cut short, as a blade appears just inches from his eye. Before he can even register the shock, Gray's sword flashes through his skull in a single, clean motion. The man's lifeless head falls back towards his stunned companions. They're frozen in terror, one of them shouting that he couldn't even see the sword move. Gray glances back at the corpse, finding the lack of a challenge almost suspicious. The remaining thugs are left screaming in confusion, unable to even find where the intruder went. Reinforcements finally arrive, a whole crew of thugs ready to squash the intruder. But down the hall, they see him, a single figure calmly walking towards them. One of the thugs smirks, almost laughing at the absurdity of it all being just one guy. Another's face twists in terror as he finally gets a good look, screaming that it's him. His warning is cut short as his head is sent flying from his shoulders in a spray of red. Gray appears in a flash, his blade already moving on to the next target. The leader's eyes go wide, not at the kill, but at the uniform he's wearing. In an instant, the hallway becomes a slaughterhouse, a whirlwind of blades and bodies. Gray stands amidst the carnage, his cold eyes completely unfazed by the massacre. The leader stares in horror, finally understanding, this isn't just some student, it's him. The leader desperately tries to stop his men, screaming that charging in alone is just suicide. One of his underlings, a man in a turban, asks what is the captain so rattled, but the leader can barely speak, his face a mask of terror as he recognizes their opponent. Ignoring the warning, one fool charges forward with a wild scream, sword held high. He roars, absolutely convinced this one attack will be the end of the student. A flicker of movement, and Gray calmly slides his blade right through the man's chest. The turbaned thug tries to rally the others, scoffing that Gray is just one swordsman. He insists that if they just swarm him, their numbers will easily crush him, and with that burst of idiotic confidence, the entire mob rushes forward at once. But as blades clash in a chaotic flurry, Gray's hand begins to glow with an ominous blue energy. Unleashing his power, Gray warns them to get out of the way as magic bullets fill the air. He recognizes the technique instantly, a pure magic bullet, different from his usual compressed power. A memory flashes through his mind. This was a magic theory known only to him, Ariel, and Bella. The thugs are torn apart, one unfortunate soul getting sliced clean through by Gray's sword. He can only let out a choked gasp as his life is brutally cut short. Gray looks on coldly, noting that while they're absurdly weak, they aren't holding anything back. He sees the crazed, murderous glint in the eyes of their so-called leader. But that killing intent means nothing as Gray effortlessly cuts him down too. His own eyes narrow in assessment. These men show absolutely no hesitation to kill. Stepping over a fresh corpse, he realizes they're not just thugs, they're seasoned murderers. He analyzes the thug's form, noting his movements suggest he could easily kill 10 men. And yet, the man's severed head tells a completely different story. Gray wonders why they're so weak. With a clean, powerful swing, he sends the thug's headless body flying through the air. His crimson eyes narrow as he starts to piece together the puzzle. The remaining thugs surround him, but he stands calmly, lost in his assessment. And then, a quiet sigh of realization escapes him. He'd been subconsciously comparing these criminals to academy students, who all passed a brutal entrance exam. He scoffs at his own mistake. Even the weakest student in his class could massacre this rabble. Considering their skill level, his classmates could likely handle these numbers just fine. The real problem, he knows, isn't this mob, it's the specially designated criminal. The last thug, their leader, is left trembling on the floor as Gray towers over him. In a desperate plea, he screams that he has a proposal to save his own skin. Gray looks down, utterly unimpressed, and having no real interest in the man's offer. But then an idea sparks, perhaps he can use this to learn about the designated criminal. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the leader quickly offers him a position as a senior bouncer for the blood drunkards. Gray plays along, feigning ignorance and asking if this is a respectable job. The thug, completely buying the act, insists it's the best position in the entire gang. He explains the simple job. When tough intruders show up, you just beat them to death. The perks are apparently so good, it's rumored they're treated better than the hideout's leader. The leader even guesses Gray is a second year, confident that his strength would be a perfect fit. The leader sweetens the deal, promising all the booze and women he could ever want. He insists it's a far better life than the dangerous, grueling training at the academy. Gray internally scoffs at the man's words. His current strength is nowhere near enough for his goals. The thug argues there's no point aiming higher when he can just enjoy tormenting normal people. He paints a picture of a life filled with a kind of fun Gray could never find in the legitimate world. But Gray has heard enough, and his tone drops as he asks what happens if he refuses. The leader's smug demeanor cracks, warning that while Gray could kill them, he'd be killed too. He reveals their ace. The senior bouncer is a former third year from the academy, once stronger than a professor. With a dark smile, he asks Gray to consider which path is the smarter one. The final choice is laid bare. Join them for the best life, or kill him and face certain death. For Gray, this isn't a choice at all. It's an easy question. With a firm stomp of his foot, he makes his intentions clear. He'll kill the man in front of him. And after that, he'll deal with the so-called senior bouncer as well. The leader's face contorts in terror as he finally understands what kind of person has provoked. But his realization comes far too late, cut short by the blur of a blade. The single-word monster hangs in the air as his head tumbles from his shoulders. Gray stands perfectly still over the body, his expression unchanged by the brutal execution. His cold, red eyes are already analyzing the situation, his mind moving on. He glances around the hall of corpses, now certain the specially designated criminal is here. Then he recalls the leader's words. He said him, not them, meaning there's only one target left. Gray considers the intel he's gained, but a grim realization begins to dawn on him. Splitting the team, he now thinks, might have been a grave mistake. He worries about a strong enemy attacking while they're immobilized by recoil from their skills. Elsewhere in the compound, Pons Bard is conducting his own, more brutal interrogation. He slams the last surviving thug against the wall, his grip tightening around the man's throat. The thug's defiance is completely shattered, and he immediately begs for his life, ready to talk. Pons leans in, demanding the name of the specially designated criminal they're hunting. Gasping for air, the man reveals the name, Medu Bradley, the daughter of a professor. He frantically swears she's the only one here, that there's no one else with her. Pons calmly assesses the man's terror, concluding he's telling the truth and is now useless. With the information secured, Pons Bard offers no mercy, driving his blade into the terrified thug. He pins the dying man to the wall, confirming his prediction was correct all along. The blood dripping from his sword only validates his belief that splitting the team was the right choice. After all, he knows the most fatal mistake in a group fight is carrying dead weight, a lesson he demonstrates with a final, brutal thrust. He reflects on the tactical cost of protecting an incapacitated ally like Gray. A cold smirk crosses his face as he considers the possibilities. If Gray dies fighting the criminal, the team only loses one person's combat power. And if Gray somehow survives well, for Pons, that's just as convenient. Standing amidst the carnage, Pons calculates where the enemy's main force, Medu Bradley, might be. But a sudden instinct screams danger, and he immediately launches himself out of the way. A split second later, the ground where he stood erupts in a violent explosion. He twists through the air, narrowly dodging the shockwave with practiced agility. Landing safely, he looks up to see his attacker, who seems almost amused that he survived. All of Pons's smug confidence evaporates in an instant. The woman standing before him is none other than Medu Bradley herself. She tilts her head, intrigued, wondering how anyone could possibly know she was here. Her presence was a secret, and this boy's knowledge changes things. Her smile is pure ice, casually wondering if anyone else heard that, as she'd have to kill them. Pons retorts that he already took care of her scout, but Medu seems utterly unimpressed. He doesn't get it. According to the battle plans, all routes converged on Sector D-15. Meanwhile, Gray Lee is also recalling crucial information about their new enemy. Medu sighs, realizing their internal map must have been leaked to the students. But she had a hunch their movements were being read, so she decided to outsmart them with an unexpected move. The blood drains from Pons's face as he realizes he walked right into her trap. Gray knows exactly who she is, Medu Bradley, a modified human created by the professor himself. She was a powerhouse even among the third years, and now Pons, the weakest of his class, is facing her alone. Medu gazes down at him with a condescending smirk, openly mocking his apparent weakness. Her expression turns cold, her patience for this little distraction already wearing thin. She casually gestures, unleashing a massive torrent of dark magic, simply telling him to die. But Pons stands his ground, raising his sword to face the overwhelming power head-on. His eyes glint with fierce determination. He's not the weakling she thinks he is. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a brilliant wave of azure energy from his blade. The two colossal attacks rush toward each other, one of dark sorcery, the other of pure skill. In a stunning upset, the blue sword wave slices cleanly through her chaotic magic. Pons holds his form, having just proven that he is far from the weakest in his class. Medu is left stunned, unable to process how his life force neutralized her spell. To her, it was just like magic, a concept she simply can't grasp. Pons smirks, explaining that swordplay at its peak is indistinguishable from sorcery. And without giving her a moment to think, he dashes forward to press his advantage. But his comment has struck a nerve. Medu refuses to let a swordsman belittle her craft. She pulls out a vial, deciding it's time to show him what real power looks like. A torrent of violent, purple energy erupts from her hands, flooding the entire area. Pons is immediately caught in the storm, desperately trying to fend off the chaotic magic. The spell coalesces into monstrous claws, a sight Medu finds absolutely beautiful. Pons can only stare in disbelief, completely unprepared for this level of power. He swings his sword with all his might, trying to slash his way through the magical torrent. But his blade meets nothing but overwhelming force, as the spell completely engulfs him. Vicious tendrils of energy wrap around his body, rendering him completely helpless. The raw magical pressure begins to crush his skull, squeezing out a final, pained gasp. With a blinding flash, the spell detonates, consuming him in a violent explosion of purple light. When the smoke clears, his charred and lifeless body lies smoldering on the ground. Medu glances at her now empty vial, slightly annoyed that she had to use a precious material. But a wicked smile spreads across her face as she realizes she can just make more from his corpse.